Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Idiot, do you think I'd be dumb enough to tell you my ability? The ghost transparent figure blurred back into reality, mocking Pasong with a sneer that cut deeper than any blade. Posang's palms still burned from striking nothing but air. His eyes reddened with pain and humiliation. Why can't I touch your body? Because you're a clown, and clowns don't deserve answers. The insult landed harder than any strike. Posang's face twisted, his pride crushed beneath the ghost's words. He spun on the others, screaming, "What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there like turtles. Attack." The bald brute swallowed hard but obeyed. He snatched a brick from the ground and hurled it with all his strength. Crack! Ghost's shadow didn't even bother phasing. He clenched his fist and shattered the flying brick to powder. It's solid. The sour monster's eyes lit up. Its body can't stay intangible forever. Attack while it's vulnerable. He spat volley after volley of corrosive slime, sizzling streams of acid filling the air. But Ghost Shadow's eyes flashed coldly. A ripple of distorted light spread across the battlefield. Illusion. In an instant, all four of them, Tian Xiaoban included, vanished from reality and fell into his conjured nightmare. The acid splashed harmlessly to the floor. He's gone. Invisibility, the bald one stammered. "No, you fool." Pasong snapped, his voice trembling. "We're trapped in his illusion." The tension thickened. They couldn't see him, couldn't predict him. Fear of the unseen gnawed at them, a terror far worse than facing an obvious enemy. Bang! The bald brute's body jolted, his face smashed sideways by an unseen fist. He flew across the room, nose broken, blood spraying, teeth scattered across the floor. "He's here." He hit him. Another dull thud. This time the sour monster doubled over, clutching his gut, eyes bulging as pain twisted his face. "Come out!" The bald one howled, his voice cracking with rage. "Fight me like a man, not a coward hiding in the dark." 3 more strikes answered him. Cheek, stomach, shoulder. Each punch drove him down until the brute knelt, broken and whimpering on the floor. The first one eliminated. Ghost Shadow's voice slithered through the darkness, cold as a grave. The others froze, their superpowers useless in the face of an enemy they couldn't even perceive. This was no invisibility. This was despair. Bang! The sour monster fell next, ghostly fists cutting through him like knives. His body twitched, then went still as his eyes rolled back. The second one eliminated. Now only Pasong and the serpent-haired girl remained. Ghost Shadow lunged straight for her. His claws stretched forward, a beast ready to tear its prey apart. But the snakes weren't fooled. Each strand of her living hair hissed, detecting his killing intent. They lashed out at once, coiling tightly around his limbs. "I caught him!" she cried, excitement lighting her face. Yet confusion tinged her words. The touch was strange, like clutching something wrapped in another layer of flesh. "Kill him!" Pasong shouted, desperation turning to hope. Without tricks, he's nothing. But Ghost Shadow only appeared calmly before them, a strange smile tugging at his lips. "You think I revealed myself to beg for mercy?" "No." His voice suddenly fractured, shrill and jagged, like shattered glass grinding against the ear. "I only came to show you a surprise." With a sickening tear, his coat ripped open. From the black void beneath his skin emerged a horror, a writhing abomination like an eldritch god, its maw screaming, its form defying sanity. The Gorgon and Pasong froze, eyes wide, their bodies locked by terror. They could only stand there, helpless as despair swallowed them whole. "Ah!" The Gorgon's shriek split the air as she finally grasped the horror of Ghost Shadow's true form. Her scream was so sharp that even Ghost Shadow flinched, covering his ears in irritation. "Noisy? Why do women always have to scream?" he snarled. "Ultrasonic attacks, so grating, so hard to guard against." But her scream died abruptly. The Gorgon's beautiful eyes rolled back, and she collapsed limply to the ground, fainting dead away. Thud! 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 Pa Song staggered back several steps, drenched in cold sweat. His face looked pale and frightened, like a child caught committing a crime. That glimpse of Ghost Shadow's monstrous form was something he would never be able to forget. You're sturdier than the rest. Ghost Shadow's cold smile cut like a blade as he clenched his fists, the sound echoing like cracking bones. Now, you're the last one. Tell me, how do you want me to beat you down? D don't move. Pa Song shouted, his voice trembling. He seized the neck of a nearby hostage and dragged the terrified man up as a shield. If you come closer, I'll kill him. I'll snap every neck in this place if I have to. Ghost Shadow's expression didn't change. His form drifted closer, each step a deliberate threat. Try it. The moment you touch an innocent, I'll make your death so miserable you'll beg for it. Po Zhang's hand shook violently. Fear clouded his eyes. What if? I let them go. What if I surrender? Will you spare me? Of course, Ghost Shadow said smoothly, feigning sincerity. Let them go, and I'll let you live. Hesitant, Pa Song loosened his grip and shoved the hostage aside, pretending to comply. Good, Ghost Shadow sneered. Now you're being sensible. Whoosh! Po Zhang's eyes sharpened with sudden malice. He snatched the hostage back and hurled the body at Ghost Shadow. As if I'd believe you. You think I'm that stupid? Ghost Shadow caught the limp body effortlessly and sat down unharmed. His gaze was like death itself. It's a pity you chose the dead end. I'm not afraid of you. Pa Song roared, forcing courage through trembling lips. His hands swelled grotesquely, transforming as white mist evaporated into the air. When the vapor cleared, jagged knives gleamed between his fingers like steel claws, each blade sharpened to tear Ghost Shadow to pieces. Come closer, and I'll cut you into 8 chunks. But Ghost Shadow didn't flinch. Energy gathered between his palms, condensing into a blazing purple sphere, radiating heat and light like a miniature sun. Po Zhang's bravado cracked. His instinct screamed danger, forcing his feet to stumble back. What is that? This trick, Ghost Shadow's grin was deathly cold. If you can't stop it, clown, I'll send you straight to hell. Boom! The energy orb streaked forward, a blazing comet. It slammed into Pa Song with earth-shattering force. The explosion ripped apart the ground, shattering concrete into mud and dust, shock waves tearing through the air. Ugh! The gale threw Tian Xiaoban off his feet. He scrambled up, eyes wide on the smoke-filled crater. Is he dead? Did you kill that clown? Ghost Shadow narrowed his eyes, hovering toward the smoke. Alive or dead, he won't be walking away. But just as he approached, the Omnitrix on his chest pulsed, its warning chime echoing. TCH'd, of course. This damn watch always picks the worst time. Light engulfed his form, stripping away the alien silhouette. Xiao Chen stumbled back to the ground, legs shaky, weight pressing down as his human body returned. Several seconds passed before he steadied himself. Fine, let's see if the clown's still alive. He stepped toward the smoke. Boom! A blackened hand burst out, slamming into the broken ground. Pa Song emerged, body charred and battered, roaring like a beast. His frame was scorched, but his eyes still burned with madness. Xiao Chen's gaze hardened as he retreated toward Tian Xiaoban. I gave you a chance to live, Pa Song. But since you chose to attack me again, his palm hovered menacingly over the Omnitrix. Then I'll transform once more and end this. Pa Song wheezed a laugh through smoke. Don't bluff me, boy. If your watch didn't have a time limit, you'd have finished me as the Diamond God of War. You wouldn't have let me crawl out alive. His words struck with ugly truth. Xiao Chen's expression stayed cold. You're right. But look at yourself. 3 of your men are down. You can barely stand. Even if I can't transform again, you're already finished. Pa Song lowered his head, looked at the 3 people who were unconscious, and said slowly, when I am at the juncture of life and death, I will indeed find a way to surrender, but if I get out of that state, then my position will change, no more obsessed with surrender. He spoke very clearly. I think you can't move because you look like this. Why are you fighting me? Xiao Chen didn't panic at all. Looking at Pasang's miserable appearance, he still didn't believe the opponent could continue to fight. Wow! Pa Song didn't talk nonsense, and when he used his palm lightly, It was like magic again, conjuring up several needle tubes, and the needle tubes were filled with golden potions. His eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and he forcefully stabbed several needles into the blood vessels of his own arm. What kind of potion is this? Looking at the potion in the needle tube, Xiao Chen showed a puzzled expression. Oh. Xiao Chen's answer was quickly answered. After Pasang finished taking the medicine, his weak aura suddenly became stronger, and the whole clown house was instantly filled with evil spirit. At the same time, there were large burns on his body, and he was recovering rapidly at a miraculous speed. Even his breath returned to normal. Except for some skin injuries, his whole body was like an ordinary person. You actually still have this kind of secret medicine. 680-inch Xiao Chen's expression changed. Obviously, the abnormal effect of this potion was beyond his imagination. There are so many amazing things in this world. It's just a powerful drug. I took out all the powerful drugs in my family and hit me. Pasang lightly patted the dust on his clothes. His eyes suddenly became excited, and he roared in a low voice. Xiao Chen, now I want to see you and fight me with something. Xiaoban, lend me the air gun. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban on the side and said loudly. Because Pasang came out again, Xiaoban squatted on the ground again, bowed his head, and showed a timid appearance. Even when Xiao Chen called him, he only dared to lower his head and handed the air gun he was carrying to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took the air gun and, without saying a word, shot all the magazines directly at Pasang. Empty the magazine. Ha ha ha. What is this? A child's toy. Pasang let out a burst of excited, piercing laughter, his palms like swatting flies, shooting down all the invisible air bombs. Not a single one left. Finally, it was his turn to fight back. VGF. Damn, the effect of air guns against such non-human monsters is still too weak. Xiao Chen kept loading and firing, but the speed could not satisfy him anyway. And Pasang was walking toward Xiao Chen after shooting all the bullets. His pace was deliberately slow, as if he was creating an atmosphere of oppression to the prey. However, this will only make Xiao Chen pull away faster. His expression is always calm, and he doesn't show any fear of Pasang at all. This makes Pasang extremely annoyed. At this time, this kid, how could he still show such calmness to him? On the other hand, he was so frightened before that. When you're tied up by me, you will know what fear is when you turn it into a toy. Pasang frantically held the knife, speeding up, and appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes in an instant. Speed like a cheetah. Taste. Pasang slid to Xiao Chen's wrist, holding the air gun with one knife, trying to destroy his last weapon. Xiao Chen quickly reacted, and his wrist suddenly wanted to shrink back, but the cold light still swept across the air gun, inevitably splitting the air gun in two. The lower half was held in his hand, and the upper half had already flown neatly to the ground on the side. Not even a last weapon. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He didn't have to look down. He was sure that Omnitrix was definitely not loaded. Come on, didn't you have big eyes when you transformed into that monster just now? Let me open the corners of your eyes for you. Pasang grinned and waved his knife, swiping towards Xiao Chen's eyes. A burst of cold light hit Xiao Chen's face in advance, giving him a slight pain. The hair stand up in an instant. Go away. Xiao Chen shouted violently and eagerly and intelligently through the lower half of the air gun at Pasang. Because the distance was too close, the lower half of the air gun easily hit Pasang in the face. Whoops! Pasang already had a burnt face, but he was hit so hard that he couldn't even hold a knife, and withdrew his hands like lightning, shaking his face and wailing. Click! The knife just slipped out, and before it was about to stab Xiao Chen's face, it stopped in midair, only a tiny distance from his skin, and slid down like that, stabbing the ground in front of Xiao Chen. The icy feeling that brushed across the skin. He had a fresh memory. He stayed where he was, stunned for a second or two, before he came to his senses and took a deep breath. Goosebumps all over my body, all at that moment. Just about, he was cut with a knife. Xiao Chen, I must kill you. Pasang growled angrily, his already hoarse voice even worse. Xiao Chen couldn't help but look down at the Omnitrix and gave up the idea after seeing that the watch was charging. Pasang, it will be back soon. Small class. Xiao Chen looked at the last life-saving straw, hurriedly ran to Tian Xiaoban, and pulled Tian Xiaoban, who was squatting on the ground. Man, Xiao Chen, I have a fear this clown. Tian Xiaoban submissively looked at Xiao Chen in front of him and looked directly at him, thinking that he would not see Pasang, not even his peripheral vision. Xiaoban, now you still have the strength to fight. Even if you resist for a few minutes, you can help me a lot. Xiao Chen put his hands on Tian Xiaoban's shoulders and said quickly, the two of you, one is a steel warrior, the other is an alien warrior, and you're both friends, so just die here together. Pasang looked at Tian Xiaoban, who was terrified, no longer wasting time, and rushed toward Xiao Chen. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of intensified footsteps came from behind Xiao Chen, and he could even feel the murderous aura coming from Pasana, which was wrapping around the two of them. That's too late. Xiao Chen stretched out his palm and pressed it on the reactor on Tian Xiaoban's chest. Since Tian Xiaoban didn't dare to shoot, then he helped Tian Xiaoban press the transform. Call out. Immediately afterwards, layers of armor began to appear on Tian Xiaoban's body, covering his skin. Xiao Chen also grabbed his body and jumped back, hiding behind Tian Xiaoban. When Pasang arrived at the position before Xiao Chen, standing in front of him, it is Tian Xiaoban who has completed the transformation, but bows his head and looks timid. So this is the so-called steel battle suit. Pasang looked at Tian Xiaoban, who was terrified and suddenly showed a sneer. Looking at you like this, I'm afraid you don't even have the courage to throw a fist at me. No, Xiaoban, it's up to you. Resist these few minutes. Xiao Chen was behind Tian Xiaoban, and after encouraging him several times, did he distance himself from Tian Xiaoban and Pasang. Xiaoban, it's just a Mediterranean red nose. Nothing to be afraid of. Tian Xiaoban also comforted himself, but the moment he raised his head and saw Pasang's pale and colorless face, he showed a look of horror again. He had to hold back the emotion of fear and let himself be no longer cowardly. There's actually a meaning to fight back. Pasang's eyes jumped up slowly. To be honest, he is also a strong bow, and I'm afraid it will be very difficult to fight again. Instead of attacking Tian Xiaoban directly, he pointed at a group of puppets beside him and asked Tian Xiaoban loudly, Boy, look, are there any of your family members there? Xiaowen, Grandpa. Tian Xiaoban's eyes followed Pasang's fingers, and at a glance, he recognized the orange-haired man and the tall and strong Mark, and couldn't help crying out. His eyes were very worried. What? Pasang's expression was satisfied, and he snapped his fingers. Tian Xiaowen and Mark walked out of the crowd with weird smiles on their faces. It was obvious that Ghost Shadow's illusion had shown mercy to them, so much so that Pasang's illusion is still there. Seeing the two laughing loudly, Tian Xiaoban felt uncontrollable fear, and his body began to gradually retreat. Even if Xiao Chen shouted and comforted him from behind, he couldn't hear him at all, and the world in his eyes was only the face of Pasang that made him extremely frightened. The two of them will keep laughing like this until they die. If you're not obedient, you will end up like them. Lose your family. Pasang began to threaten directly. He thought Tian Xiaoban will be more afraid of him. After hearing this, Tian Xiaoban suddenly showed an expression like waking up from a dream. His anger burst out instantly. Looking at Pasang in front of him, his sense of fear was shattered little by little. Instead, the idea is, I'm going to beat up this ridiculous clown and save Grandpa and Xiaowen. Now, immediately release my transformation and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, you will be servants. Pasang said to himself, still immersed in the state of intimidating Tian Xiaoban before. Unexpectedly, Tian Xiaoban's fist swung out instantly, and the heavy fist covered with super alloy slammed into Pasang's body. You are not. Pasang held the blood-stained rock horn in his hands and looked at Tian Xiaoban, who was waving his fists in disbelief. Right now, I just want to crush you, that's all. Tian Xiaoban said decisively, rushing to Pasang bravely, constantly using his hands and feet to attack, palm cannon, and other tricks. This makes Pasang suddenly fall into a passive stage, overwhelmed. This idiot, I don't even know how important Grandpa and Xiaowen are in our hearts. How dare they use this to blackmail us? Xiao Chen sneered and looked at Pa Song dismissively. Let Xiaoban wake up completely. Tian Xiaoban has several previous combat experience, and Po Zhang's physical strength is already insufficient, and it has gradually become a big experience pack. Small class has ever encountered the biggest experience pack. During the battle, his fighter skills gradually increased. He could defend against Po Zhang's attack, and then hit back with a backhand. Soon Pa Song was beaten all over his head, and hit the container heavily, making a loud bang. Xiaoban, after you beat him up, smash his clown instrument. That is the most crucial instrument. Xiao Chen reminded Tian Xiaoban loudly, for fear that Tian Xiaoban would forget. No, you can't do that. It's my heart. You can't ruin him. When he mentioned the clown instrument, Pa Song was even more excited than before, and instantly grabbed a tube on the clown instrument and firmly attached it to his back, as if it were connected together. He wants to use his body to maintain this clown ritual. Weird. You have to be careful. I'll try to blow up the clown instrument, so as not to make you look too ugly. Tian Xiaoban was a little unbearable, but more of it was determined to fight for his family, raising the palm of his hand. Aimed at the clown behind Pa Song. Taste. A ray of light flickered. But it's not that the palm cannon is flickering. It is the energy of the reactor on Tian Xiaoban's chest. Jing, that's too bad. Xiaoban has had too much time to transform today, several times, so the reactor energy is not enough. Xiao Chen saw a clue, and his expression became worse. A call. Tian Xiaoban lowered his head to look at the darkened reactor. The armor on his body quickly faded, his body gently landed on the ground, and he showed an embarrassed smile towards Pa Song. 4 flowers. Xiaoban, you've dragged on enough time. It's time for my Omnitrix transformation. Xiao Chen looked at his Omnitrix. His expression suddenly brightened with a smile, and he said calmly, the fully charged Omnitrix. Now, don't worry about how big a storm that Pa Song can make. No, I won't let you have another chance to beat me. I'm going to absorb the power of these joys and swell my body. Po Zhang's eyes suddenly firmed up. Looking at Joker Ilian's soul behind him, he suddenly pressed a button with his finger. Boom! The clown instrument made a roar, and the strange face inside was suddenly sucked into the tube, and the tube was squeezed through the soul until it was poured into Po Zhang's body. 0. Every time it is injected, its body is also distended a little, and its expression is even more ferocious, as if it is getting stronger a little bit. Seeing this scene, Tian Xiaoban quickly stepped back and came behind Xiao Chen. This time, Xiao Chen should protect him. Idiot, do you think I'll give you a chance to absorb your soul? Xiao Chen sneered, while muttering to himself. He quickly turned the Omnitrix screen away and left on the Flame Man's pattern. Ding! Detected sign-in object. Full-body clown posing, drained a lot of human, joyful souls. The host chooses to transform into an alien hero flash star to complete the sign-in. The system's voice resounded in Xiao Chen's mind, and it had not appeared for a long time, and its voice was a little unfamiliar. This time, it is actually the exclusive enhancement of Flash Star. Finally, it's the turn of the most handsome alien hero. Wait, system, what do you mean by the full-body clown Pa Song? Xiao Chen recalled the content of the check-in and noticed something was wrong. After twisting to the position of the flashing star, he consulted the system again. As the host's strength increases, the check-in conditions will gradually become stricter. The host will only meet the check-in conditions if the enemy he faces is strong enough. Is there such a thing as a setting? Xiao Chen was surprised. No wonder when he first transformed into a flame man, the transformation conditions were so low, but now it is so harsh. It turned out that the enemy was not strong enough to keep up with him. The stronger the enemy, it would bring him a sign-in opportunity. For the sign-in reward, I can only watch this guy become stronger and then deal with him. Xiao Chen reluctantly did not press Omnitrix and quietly looked at Pa Song in front of him, waiting for the latter to become more terrifying. Po Zhang's roar sounded in bursts. He was originally more than 1 meter tall, but he rose to a height of 3 or 4 meters, the size of a 4-handed overlord. Because his clothes could not support his upper body, His upper body was torn and stuck to him. On the skin, the eyes are full of bloodshots. The most terrifying thing is that under his pale complexion, there are one and another smiling faces, which are the smiling faces of other civilians who have been taken away. Little devil, what alien hero you have transformed into now will not be my opponent. Po Zhang's voice was exceptionally loud, waving his arms with infinite strength and roaring furiously. It looks like he has been strengthened. Then, use the flash star to solve you. Xiao Chen bluntly pressed the Omnitrix pattern and chose to become 680 as a flash star. Taste. A burst of light floated, and a flashing star came out of the light, looking very cold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the blue reward. The martial arts book Feng Shin Leg from the martial arts world. Please choose an alien hero to strengthen it. It's actually a Feng Shin Leg. This is a great stunt in wind and cloud, and it exists like a domineering 3. It can be said that the speed of the flashing star can definitely be fully utilized, combined with the leg technique, to launch a storm-like offensive. Strengthen on the flash star. The flashing star said without hesitation. A memory appeared in his brain out of thin air, and in an instant he seemed to have practiced for more than 10 years, mastered every move of Feng Shin's legs, and instantly became a leg master. Ha ha, this is a small man. He looks so weak. Looking at the flashing star in front of him, Pasong sneered without hesitation. Under its huge body, the flashing star's body was indeed as small as a chicken. Not to mention Tian Xiaoban on the side. In order to avoid being affected by the battle, he hurriedly dragged Mark and Tian Xiaoban's bodies to the side, and Pasong didn't care about this kind of thing. He just thought about how to be ashamed. Weak? You have a fairly clear understanding of your personal positioning. The mask of the flashing star slowly fell, and he sent out a cold but ironic speech, which directly blocked Po Zhang's words. Court death. Pasong stepped out suddenly. The whole room seemed to shake. Its fists slammed into the small body of the flashing star, like a high-speed train. Too slow. Flashing star glanced at the movement of the fist and took a few steps to the right side without rushing, and the fist attacked from the side in an instant, hitting the ground on the side and smashing a huge pit. What happened? Pasong only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he realized that the flashing star suddenly appeared to the right of his fist, his expression stunned. Just now, was his eyes dazzled and couldn't see where this guy was? Continue. The flashing star lightly provoked a sentence, not caring about Pasong in front of him at all. Bang, bang, bang. Pasong again punched, frantically attacking the flashing star in front of him, but the latter seemed to be moving in place, turning into a blue light directly, dodging his every trick. In the eyes of Flash Star, this kind of battle is downright boring. If you have the ability to attack, you can only dodge what's the ability. The furious Pasong retracted his fists and looked at the afterimage in front of him in a panic. His eyes were already unable to keep up with Flash Star's movements. You're right. I'll let you try my new trick. The corner of Flash Star's mouth twitched, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Pasong. Feng Shin legs, strong grass in the wind. His right leg turned into an invisible shadow and slammed heavily on Po Zhang's chest. With such a thin body, I stand here and make you beat. Pasong looked at the flashing star in front of him. Just as he was about to sneer, an extremely terrifying force came directly from his chest. Puff! A pit suddenly appeared on the chest, and then its huge body was directly kicked out by Flash Star for several steps. Speed is power. He thought that the Diamond God of War was just the ceiling in the alien that Xiao Chen transformed into. Actually, just average fighting level. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The angry Pasang let out a mouthful of blood and then moved forward to grab the flashing star. Taste. Unsurprisingly, the flashing star directly passed his attack at the speed of a flying thunder god and followed immediately. Research. Another kick. Po Zhang's entire head was kicked and shook, as if he was about to be kicked into a concussion. It can't touch the flash star, and the flash star can kick back every time it dodges. It's a really bad fight. No hope of victory in sight. I want to continue to absorb joy points. I want to become stronger. Pasong pressed the button of the clown instrument again, staring fiercely at the flashing star in front of him, and actually began to devour his soul. Its body swelled sharply again, and the surface of the skin began to collapse. But the breath has also become extremely scary. You look good, just enough for me to practice legwork. Flash Star looked at Po Zhang's actions indifferently, not panicking at all. In his opinion, Pa Song wanted to touch him and catch up with his speed. Wait another 10,000 years or so. He also let Pa Song absorb the soul, try to use the other party to practice his function legs. When Pa Song stopped the clowning ritual again, his body reached an exaggerated 6 meters, like a towering mountain, but at the same time, a slight crack appeared in his skin, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. The majestic black shadow almost blocked it. Most of the ceiling. I'm going to punch you into mud, a mess of mud. He thought he could do it, and once again unrepentantly raised a pair of huge fists and ruthlessly received the position of the flashing star. This time, shhhhhhhh. A gust of wind spread out, and a flashing star, 10 flashing stars, and even countless flashing stars appeared in front of Pa Song. Clone technique? No, it's the afterimage caused by his too fast speed. Pa Song looked at the pile of flashing stars in front of him. His fists stopped again. His eyes were so confused, he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Try this trick again. Pa Song, torrential rain and wind. This moment, all the flash stars raised their legs, and countless attacks swept the sky and covered the sky, hitting each of Po Zhang's body 4.5 in an instant. His huge body was shaky in an instant, and the whole body was in severe pain. Every foot is so heavy and so fast. In just a few seconds, the bruised Pa Song couldn't help but let out a violent scream, and was kicked out again. The moment when that slender figure kicked this huge figure out. The picture is very impressive. Monument. As for Pa Song, who was kicked out, his body just hit the clown instrument, and the entire container was hit so that there was a burst of electric waves, and the soul inside actually began to automatically pour into Po Zhang's body. But this time, his expression no longer carried any joy, but instead, it is deeply frightening. It was the injection of his soul, which caused his skin to continue to crack, but his body continued to expand, like a balloon that was about to explode. The situation is not right, this guy bosun. Why is his expression so wrong? Among the countless afterimages, the flashing star looked at Pa Song, who was getting more and more bloated in the distance, and noticed the other party's fear. Why is this guy scared? Shhhhhhh. Po Zhang's body is now like a balloon, swelled up high. His face is swollen. His facial features look extremely frightened. He keeps looking at the flashing star with begging eyes. Please, save me. Aren't you a hero who saves people? I need your rescue. Looking at Pa Sin's terrified look, the afterimage around the flashing star kept disappearing, and the body slowly walked out of the afterimage group and walked towards Pa Song with a very silent expression. Po Zhang's heart was so excited all of a sudden, his fists clenched tightly. I didn't expect that he would really come to save me. After I am rescued, I will let you die very relieved and very relaxed. Boom. However, the flashing star just stopped not far from Pa Song. It stretched out its claws, and 16 grabbed the puppets on both sides. Call out. He disappeared in place in an instant, and the 2 puppets he caught also disappeared, and he was carried to the town by him. In an instant, the flash star is back in a hurry. The reason why the speed can be so fast is because the function legs can also increase the speed, although it consumes physical strength, but the increased force is particularly large, so that his speed is directly supersonic. I don't know how many times. Xiaoban, you have to follow me too, otherwise it will be very dangerous here. For the second time, Flash Star still ignored Pa Song, but grabbed Xiaoban and the others and rushed out. Wait. You're moving these people to avoid the impact of the explosion? What about me? Are you just going to leave me alone? Po Zhang's mood suddenly dropped from excitement to rock bottom, unable to control his emotions at all, roaring hoarsely, questioning the flashing star. The flash star was always silent, and quickly moved the people inside out. The atmosphere is very depressing. Pasong also became completely frightened a little bit, and he didn't even have the strength to shout. Until everyone was moved out. Flash Star returned to the scene again, looked at Pasong, who had almost occupied half of the clown house, and indifferently repeated the previous sentence. I used to say that if you just pretended to be dizzy like that, you'd get through it all, but you chose to stand up, didn't you? One thought difference. I can make this guy pose and pay the price. As for Posang's subordinates, bald tyrants, snake-hair girls, and the others, Flash Star didn't even think about helping them. So please pray for yourself. Ignoring Posang's pleas for mercy, Flash Star left the scene very ruthlessly, leaving behind no regrets, Pasong wailing frantically in the clown house. He rushed out of the clown house, about a few hundred meters away, and was about to reach the entrance of the town. Boom! A nuclear bomb-like explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud of terrifying smoke instantly rose from the suburbs in the distance. The explosive force directly swept the entire clown house, and even the trees in all directions. Plain ground. Flashing Star turned his head, looked at the smoke in the distance, and murmured, "Unfortunately, this guy Posang's strength is on the same level as the 6 monsters. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Function legs, there are still 3 stunts that have not been used. The actual combat intensity of this move is stronger than all previous martial arts. Maybe I can leave it to Mojas to enjoy it slowly." He turned his head again, the mask dropped, and he flew to the town. On the way of the Flashing Star to the town, strands of transparent material like a soul passed by him and fell into the bodies of those people in the town at a faster speed. Another puppet, stopped smiling unconsciously and looked around in confusion after the soul returned. They only know that they were still in the audience 1 second before. How could they be in such a place the next second? What happened? Where is Xiao Chen? Mark also rubbed his head and asked in a daze. Grandpa, Xiaowen, both of you are being controlled by that clown from Damn It. Xiao Chen was not there. The only sober Tian Xiaoban began to talk about the ins and outs. Of course, when it was about a dozen or 3, he deliberately put himself below so hard that you won't be too embarrassed. I didn't expect, Xiaoban. You actually fought with that clown Pasang for a while to cover Xiao Chen. Really? I remember you were very afraid of clowns. Tian Xiaoban looked at Tian suspiciously when he heard the end. Small class. Tian Xiaoban was about to defend himself when a voice came from beside him. Yes, I can prove it for him. Xiaoban will no longer be afraid of clowns. Flash Star appeared in front of everyone like a ghost, stretched out his palm and patted Xiaoban's shoulder, casting a look of approval. You are all heroes. Mark praised without hesitation. By UBUBU. With the arrival of the Flash Star's transformation time, the 4 of them checked into the town and spent the evening as if nothing was wrong. Over there in the suburbs. Bang, bang, bang. In the thick smoke, the bald tyrant came out first. His expression was very frightened, and he was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, almost collapsed. What should I do? The clown guy has died without a burial place, and we don't have a new boss. The sour monster walked out, coughing heavily for several times, as if he was eaten by the thick smoke. Since there is no boss, we will be our own masters. Don't be too public. Just grab some money and maintain a living. That's enough 680. The snake-haired girl finally walked out. Her fair body was not stained with a trace of dust, and her pale red hair fell gracefully beside her cheeks, setting off her delicate face. The 3 unanimously endorsed the Gorgon theme. After all, that child, no, that man's death-like power has made them tremble even now. Absolutely, never run into this guy again. The 3 of them left the suburbs under the moonlight, as if they had never appeared before. The sun rises the next day. Xiao Chen, Mark, and the others had a good night's sleep and all got up from their sleep. Among them, Xiaoban and Xiao Chen both developed the good habit of getting up early in the morning and exercising by the way, which can also strengthen their physical fitness and cope with higher intensity training. After eating until breakfast, everyone came to the old broken car and drove to the next destination. In an old broken car. Grandpa, where are we going next? Xiao Chen asked lightly, holding his head in his hands. This time, we're going to a museum where you will learn a lot of knowledge, things you can't learn in textbooks. Mark said persuasively. Museum? Quite interesting. Xiao Chen didn't feel anything. Xiao and Xiaoban. One is happy. The other is sighing, obviously two extremes. They don't know yet. The museum you want to go to is a museum with magic books. In the museum, Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and others were looking around at the objects in the exhibition cabinet, while the tour guide was a woman with glasses and a snarky appearance. Although it was a bad behavior to judge people by their appearance, it really looked like this. The tour guide introduced one boring art piece after another. Xiao Chen started to yawn, and only Mark and Xiao could listen to it with relish. Until the tour guide came to a display cabinet. In the exhibition cabinet was a book with a blue cover and a golden medal. That book actually gave Xiao Chen a mysterious feeling. Tian Xiaoban had no reason to feel the slightest attraction. He approached the exhibition cabinet and looked at the books in the exhibition cabinet with a curious expression on his face. This is a priceless treasure, the Archimedes Book of Spells, which records all ancient spells and incantations since the late 15th century. The tour guide used a unique tone to slowly introduce the role of the Archimedes Book of Spells. Tian Xiaoban also showed his knowledge on the spot, and the following paragraph was repeated directly with the tour guide. The tour guide gave Tian Xiaoban a displeased look. I think you'll be the tour guide, little sister. After speaking, the tour guide held his belongings and walked forward, ignoring Xiao Chen and others, obviously angry. Xiao, you've done a great job, and finally got this tour guide to shut up. I'm almost sleepy. Xiao Chen came to Tian Xiaoban and said with a compliment on his face. Don't be P************* D off by the old lady. She may be even older than that book. Lao Tian Xiaoban also came over, glanced at the tour guide quietly, and said in a low voice. This made Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban laugh. The Book of Archimedes Spells. Xiao Chen's expression returned to normal, and he looked at the tome with bright eyes, thinking in his heart. If I remember correctly, this book of Archimedes spells can enhance the existence of magic. In Xiaoban, she also has superpowers like magic. This will help her. He glanced at Tian Xiaoban, and the place that gave him a headache came. He can't just take this book of Archimedes spells away, can he? It doesn't fit his identity. I remember that in the original book, this book of Archimedes spells seems to be robbed by one person. Although I can't remember the guy's name, I can let him rob the book of Archimedes spells first, and then I can justifiably take it back and use it as a trophy. Xiao Chen's fist slammed into the palm of his hand in one fell swoop. It was a perfect plan. Let's see now. When will the person who came to snatch the Archimedes spellbook will come out? Xiao Chen, what are you thinking? Looking at Xiao Chen in a daze, Tian Xiaoban kindly stretched out his hand, waved in front of Xiao Chen, and asked curiously, it's all right. I just wanted to eat at noon today. After walking for so long, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Chen pretended to be nothing, rubbed his stomach, and fooled the question. He just fooled around. Research. I just heard a loud noise from the wall of the museum and was instantly pierced by a huge hole with a strong energy. The entire museum seemed to vibrate slightly, and a lot of dust quickly fell from the ceiling. Speaking of Cao Cao will be here. It seems that we really have the abilities of elementary school students. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched, and he looked at the wall in disbelief. Archimedes spell book, where is it? A gloomy man wearing a black sleeve robe, holding a staff and wearing a necklace, like a magician, floated in, and the gloomy words resounded throughout the museum. Who are you? It's forbidden to enter here. The tour guide and the staff all looked at the foot in surprise. Xiao Chen, you go to the toilet and transform. We are here. Mark responded quickly and whispered to Xiao Chen, before Xiao Chen could answer. Taste. The corpse raised his hand suddenly, and a stone in the necklace around his neck also lit up, releasing an incomparably terrifying buoyancy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the people in the museum, including Xiao Chen, broke the law of gravity in an instant, and their bodies were directly attached to the ceiling above. He's a guy with black magic. He's here for the Archimedes spell book. Xiao Chen made a quick judgment, based on what he remembered. I didn't expect that the Book of Archimedes spells could actually enhance the magic, said Tian Xiaoban in amazement. The others, who were not as experienced and steadfast as they were all screaming, terrified, and trembling. For them, this man who waved his hand to make them float up and stick to the ceiling is like a godlike existence. No, to be precise, a devil-like existence. The Archimedes spell collection. My child's corpse's eyes fixedly fell on the Archimedes spell collection in the exhibition cabinet, and his expression showed a touch of excitement. He flew over there. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and the others looked at Xiao Chen in unison. Due to the floating, even Xiaoban couldn't transform. Leave it to me. I won't let him succeed. Xiao Chen moved his body hard, came to the corner of the ceiling, opened the Omnitrix, and selected the alien hero blaze. Monument. His palm instantly slapped on the screen. Taste. There was a green glow in the corner of the ceiling. What is that? Is it another weirdo who came to attack? This guy's accomplices, God. Everyone looked in horror at the flashing light in the corner, extremely frightened. Hearing their words, pretending to be a corpse became alert and stared at the light in the corner. I have no accomplices at all. The corner. What's going on? Ho ho ho. The flames burned, and the sound of flying sounded. The more intense fire instantly covered the blue light. The flame man, appearing in the sight of everyone, is like Apollo in the myth, in charge of the light. Just by looking at his appearance, he formed a strong contrast with Horror Corpse. One red, one white, obviously pros and cons. What are you? Wang Qian's. Horrified Corpse clenched his cane tightly and looked very solemnly at the flame man in the corner of the ceiling. His body that kept wanting to retreat told him. Over the corner. Not an idle person. Me? I'm just a passing hero to stop your hero. The flame man was righteous and awe-inspiring, raised his finger to point at the corpse, and reprimanded. Although he wants to play a wave, he will not allow the corpse to accidentally hurt anyone. Ding! Detected sign-in object, Black Mage Hacker. The host drives the corpse back to the museum, and the sign-in valley can be completed. At this moment, the voice of the system also rang. Sure enough, a black magician like Corpse Burial is definitely much stronger than the unknown people of the Pasong gang. Stop me, hero? I slaughtered you along the way. The corpse instantly boiled with murderous aura, and then there was no nonsense at all, and the necklace on the neck instantly flashed in amazing light. Dark magic. The corpse raised his staff, and the staff burst into a dazzling light, quickly approaching the flame man on the ceiling, and his floating power also suppressed the flame man, trying to make the opponent unable to move. Fire punch. But that power couldn't suppress the fire fist gushing out of the flame man. He clenched his fist and waved it forward, and suddenly released a large piece of fierce fire like a fist. Boom! The fire fist and the force of the staff collided together, and the force of the staff was instantly deformed, and it kept approaching the position of Ha. What a strong guy. What kind of creature is this? Or some strange superpower? The corpse showed a surprised expression. He turned the staff slightly, and the staff immediately released a large group of crimson flames, which slammed into the fire fist with the power of the staff. Idiot! By attacking like this, you are helping me. Looking at the flames released by the corpse, the flame man showed a mocking expression. His other palm turned slightly, and the flames released by the corpse suddenly stopped in the air. Boom! The flame man holds the fist. The flames that stopped in the air suddenly condensed into a deep red fireball, which looked extremely terrifying. You actually control my fire magic. What's going on? Horror asked in astonishment. His staff kept pulling back, and he kept trying to pull back the fireball, but the fireball seemed to have lost its control and could not be pulled back at all. This is obviously the fire magic he unleashed. Any flame in front of my flame has only 680 obedience. The flame man left these extremely domineering words. His fist smashed hard at the corpse, and the fireball also fell to the corpse in the ground like dynamite. It just so happened that everyone was on the ceiling because of the power of floating, and the corpse helped them avoid being affected by the flames of the flames. Hacker's eyes reflected the light of the fire, and he directly said an ancient spell with words, and instantly formed a blue protective shield composed of black magic, covering his entire body. Defense against black magic. Boom! The fireball landed on the protective cover and instantly burst into countless flames, swallowing the protective cover and more than half of the ground below, and the fire reflected the entire museum. The Flame Man can clearly feel that the power of floating on his body has weakened a lot. It must be that the corpse has weakened the control of floating in order to resist his attack. Even the power of the fire fist and the staff devoured each other and collided. Monument! The Flame Man's limbs instantly exerted force. The flames on his body shone, and he broke free from the shackles of the power of floating and fell back to the ground from the ceiling. At this time, the fire gradually dissipated and the smoke disappeared with the wind. The protective cover of the foot was blasted with cracks everywhere by the smashing fireball, and the figure appeared to be curled up. Obviously, he was also quite nervous by the terrifying destructive power just now, for fear that the protective cover could not hold up. Catch! Shield broken. It also resisted the Flame Man's move. Moreover, it is not the terrifying flame of the Flame Man himself, but the fire magic that is lower than his flame. Musket! The Flame Man raised his finger again and released bullets composed of flames, which quickly attacked the corpse. The wisps of fire were ignored by Hacker at first, until a musket landed beside him and smashed a big hole. Taste! The whole body of the corpse instantly floated to the high altitude, using the power of floating to dodge quickly, only to avoid the terrifying offensive of the flame people. He was in a cold sweat. God knows how that little flame can create so much power. Over there, the Flame Man also had the urge to curse. He has already shown some mercy. How come this horrific corpse is still struggling? Can it be done? This guy, I can't defeat it with my own strength. Horror looked at the Flame Man below with lingering fears, and his pupils looked coldly at the stone lion in the corner of the museum. Taste! The staff released light again, and lightning-like light fell on the two stone lions in the museum. Is this destroying cultural relics? The Flame Man looked at the stone lion with a puzzled look. His eyes became surprised. The two lions, who were obviously stone statues, actually lost their stone-colored skin under the bath of magic and became lifelike, beejify. Roar! Two genuine, even extraordinarily strong lions rushed out of the magic, glared at them, and roared at the Flame Man, showing the domineering arrogance of top predators. Hold him! The corpse did not hesitate to give an order, and he did not have a bad mind, asking the two lions to kill the Flame Man. That's not realistic. He himself is not sure how to deal with this extremely powerful enemy. Just hold on. Taste! The two lions suddenly rushed out like arrows, showing their teeth and claws, looking very scary. Where are these two kittens from? They dare to show their teeth and open their mouths to me? The Flame Man also focused his attention on the lion, narrowed his eyes slightly, and wrapped his arms with waves of red lotus flowers. The fire, melting the surrounding display cabinets, turned to ashes, where he beat up two lions. Hacker hurriedly landed in front of the exhibition cabinet, smashed the glass of the exhibition cabinet with a staff in an instant, and grabbed the Archimedes spell collection in the exhibition cabinet. Hey, that flaming hero, this black mage has the Archimedes spellbook. Stop him. He's about to succeed. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban on the ceiling, clearly watching the corpse's movements, hurriedly reminded the Flame Man. I see. The Flame Man let out a low roar, and under the fearful gaze of the two lions, he devoured their bodies with rolling heat waves, completely calming them down. Call out. His icy gaze fell on Xianzhou again. Horrified corpse held the Archimedes spellbook in his left hand and a staff in his right hand. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the Flame Man as if he were facing a great enemy. Fire Dharma. The Flame Man stretched out his arms and performed another trick that the corpse had never seen before, controlling the fire magic to the extreme. A wisp of flames drifted beside the horrified corpse, spreading throughout the museum. It looks harmless to humans and animals. What's this? Horror Corpse didn't feel any danger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He just suffered a careless loss. Boom! The Flame Man simulates his own voice, making a low voice. But next second, this became reality. Clap, clap, clap. One after another, explosions broke out in the museum. At this moment, it was like being swept by a rain of bombs, constantly suffering from explosions. It was a terrifying firepower output. Even Haishur, the man who used magic, was stunned by the bombing, and the protective shield didn't have time to display. Call out. The flame man seized this time, and under the cover of firelight and smoke, unknowingly came to the front of the corpse. His right hand grabbed the necklace on the corpse's neck in an instant, but the chain of the necklace was of extraordinary quality, and it didn't stop at all. Pendant. Immediately afterwards, he punched the corpse with a backhand and fell heavily on the body of the corpse. With a fist wrapped in the explosive flame, the corpse flew straight out of the museum. Monument. The horrified corpse fell straight outside the museum, with many burns on his body, smoke bubbling from his mouth, and he did not move for a few seconds. A group of flame man horns. Isn't it because I killed him? No, I'm still expecting to get back the Archimedes spell collection outside the museum. I died in this place. The corpse swayed and climbed up from the ground, using a stick as a crutch, limping out with his own body, holding the Archimedes spell collection tightly in his arms when I master it. Once you gain the power of the Archimedes spellbook, it will be your death time. You fire stick. Seeing that the corpse finally got up and left, the flame man was also relieved, and the cover of Huadharma made it impossible for anyone to see him let the corpse go away. Black Mage, the Archimedes spell collection will be deposited with you first, and one of your pendants is waiting for you to come and find me with the book. The flame man spread his palms, and inside lay a mysterious pendant, said with expectation. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get green bonus. Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute. Another 1 minute extension. Counting the time, the flame man has doubled from the initial time to now, enough to transform for 10 minutes. Oh, help! I'm going to fall to my death. People covered in fire, please save us. Because of the departure of the corpse, the floating magic power is also lifted at this moment, and the tourists on the top of the flame man, the tour guide, including Mark and the others, all fell towards the bottom. Oops! The flame man waved his hand, dispelling a lot of smoke, and seeing the people falling from above. Taste! The flame man suddenly absorbed all the flames around him into his body and gathered them together, making his body particularly dazzling. Bang, bang, bang. A sound of landing sounded. Fortunately, the floor material of the museum was basically burned to ashes, forming a thick buffer zone. The group of people who fell from the ceiling just held it very painfully, but it was nothing serious. It hurts. Tian Xiaoban, who fell to the ground, rubbed his back and let out a wailing sound. Are you all okay? The flame man hurriedly came to Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and others. But because many people were there, he just stood in front of Xiaoban and them. But his eyes were aimed at everyone. No, it's all right. It's just a fall. It's no big deal. Thanks to you, we're fine. Otherwise, that weirdo wouldn't know what to do to us. I don't know why, but there have been more and more terrorist attacks recently. What a bunch of lunatics. Everyone in the museum who was rescued expressed their gratitude to the flame people, especially the staff, and even expressed their desire to make the flame people in harmony. Sorry, I don't have that idea. The firemen politely declined their request. Mark looked around and said in amazement that the flame man, the black magician, seems to have escaped just now. And he also ran away with the Archimedes spell collection. This guy will definitely absorb more powerful magic, Tian Xiaoban said with a worried expression, clasping her hands tightly. Her sixth sense seemed to tell her vaguely that magic had an inexplicable attraction to herself. It must be the fireboat of Dharma just now. He failed to solve the magician, but let him escape. The flame man stepped on the ground heavily, showing a very unhappy look, and flew outside. I will go after that guy now, and I will definitely get back the Archimedes spell collection for the museum. Don't worry. Under the adoration and admiration of countless people, the flame man flew out. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others walked out of the museum knowingly. After saying goodbye to the tour guides, they did not go anywhere else, but stayed in the old broken car and waited quietly. As predicted, after a few minutes, the door of the old broken car was pushed open by Xiao Chen outside. He returned to his human state and closed the door with some care, as if there was something inlaid in his hand. Damn, I didn't expect this black magician to be so spineless. And he was directly beaten away by Xiao Chen. It's too bad. Tian Xiaoban slammed the table with his hand. Looking unhappy, he was hurt just now, thinking of revenge to go back. Who knows where the corpse escaped to? It doesn't matter. He said that after absorbing the power of Archimedes' spell collection, he will come back to seek revenge for me, and I will wait for him. Xiao Chen pretended to be mysterious. Wait a minute. Drain power, black magic. I'll check it online. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, you all come and check the information. Tian Xiaoban thought of his laptop, opened it, and actually found the information. The search engines in this world are too powerful. In other words, maybe the person who wrote it really knew about it, but the people who read it thought it was a fun. Who knew it was real? The Archimedes spell book can strengthen the magic of the black magician and fully activate the power of the magic pendant. The magic pendant is divided into fire magic, floating magic, incarnation magic, and lucky magic, which must be true. For flowers, Xiao Chen followed the information on the page and read it out. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect the information to be so complete. That's the end of it. After his magic is strengthened, he still doesn't know if he will take revenge on us. And he doesn't know it's the alien hero you transformed into Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban sadly closed the notebook and said, "Remnant? That's not necessarily. He will definitely come to retaliate against me." Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously again, slowly raised his tight hand, and opened it. A pendant suddenly appeared in his hand. Tian Xiaoban, and marked beside him all widened their eyes. 0. This is the pendant shown on the page. Yes, this is one of the pendants of Hazy Corpse. Tian Xiaoban stood up in surprise. Xiao Chen, how did you do it? It's simple. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, when he was injured by the fire dharma just now, he didn't even notice that a pendant flew out and was picked up by me. So I said, he will definitely come to us. Don't worry. No one else would have imagined that Man Tianyu would have this skill. Only Mark frowned slightly. He smelled an unusual breath, but because of his knowledge of Xiao Chen, even if the other party concealed something, he would not be suspicious. At any rate, Xiao Chen is on the right side, still the kind of strong fighting force. Then, this pendant is also a magic pendant. Tian Xiaoban's eyes slowly widened, and he looked at the pendant in front of him in surprise. Yes, I definitely don't need pendants. I don't need magic. Xiao Chen himself took the lead in rejecting the pendant, and then looked at Xiaoban, who looked pleading and scolded with a smile. Xiaoban, you already have a steel battle suit, so leave this to the defenseless Xiaowen. This is for me? A moving expression appeared on Tian Xiaowen's face, and he looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Yes, try this pendant first and see what magic it has. Ignoring Tian Xiaoban's dejected look, Xiao Chen lifted the pendant and helped Tian Xiaoban put on himself, but he wanted to see it. What can Tian Xiaoban do with this magic pendant? Billion. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Looking at the sunny face so close at hand, Tian Xiaoban couldn't help blushing and said in a very soft voice, Fine. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly, retracted his body, and asked curiously, Xiaowen, now you also have a magic pendant. Do you feel anything special? Special feeling. Tian Xiaoban slowly lowered her head and pushed her palms away. She tentatively patted her hands up as if she wanted to change the gravity environment of this old broken car. Half a day, no response. It doesn't seem to be a waste pendant that can float in the air. Then tried to see if it can emit light or turn a dead thing into a living thing. Xiao Chen said patiently. But unfortunately, Tian Xiaoban tried every powerful trick, but all of them were ineffective, as if the pendant had lost its magic power. Then there's only one last possibility, this pendant, a lucky pendant. Xiao Chen held his chin in his hand and made his 6 and 9-7 judgment. Lucky pendant? However, I don't feel soft, like nothing has changed. Tian Xiaoban said with a hint of disappointment, holding the lucky pendant in his hand. Kukuan. A strange voice came from Tian Xiaoban's stomach, and his expression immediately became embarrassed, pretending to be nothing. Xiao Chen rubbed his stomach and said with a smile, "Just right, I'm hungry too, Grandpa. Let's go have lunch." Okay, there's a very good restaurant in the area. Their river prawns are delicious. I will take you to taste it. Mark also agreed with Xiao Chen's decision, stepped on the accelerator, and headed to the restaurant. It was about 11 o'clock in the afternoon. When the four of them arrived at the restaurant, the business of the restaurant was already booming, and they managed to find a vacant seat and ordered several plates of fried shrimp. "I'm so hungry. I don't know how long I have to queue to get shrimp." Xiao Chen looked around at the tables full of them, with a depressed expression on his face, and complained. "This lucky magic pendant didn't make us very lucky, either." Tian Xiaoban held the lucky pendant in his hand and said a little discouraged. At this time, the customer at the same table next to him who ordered fried shrimp suddenly got up and said apologetically to the waiter who brought the fried shrimp, "I'm really sorry. Something happened to our house, and we need to rush back immediately. You throw this food away." "Bar. So coincidental." Xiao Chen, Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked suspiciously at the lucky pendant on Tian Zhao's tattoo. Is this a coincidence, or is it really Lucky Majin at work? "Oh well." The waiter nodded helplessly and looked at the table of Mark and the others. "Sir, this bowl of fried shrimp hasn't been touched yet, if you don't mind." "We don't mind. It's not good to waste food." Mark nodded without hesitation and let the waiter bring the fried shrimp to the table. Fragrant smell. The four of them were not polite at all and started to eat shrimp quickly. After finishing this plate, another plate just came up. After more than 10 minutes, there was a pile of shrimp shells on the table. Xiao Chen and others rubbed their stomachs with satisfaction and lay lazily on the chairs. "I'm too full to walk, waiter. Please check out." Mark greeted the waiter with a contented face. When the waiter came, with a congratulatory expression on his face, he said to Xiao Chen and the others, "Congratulations, you are lucky to be the 100th table guest today, and our shop is free." "Free bill." Xiao Chen's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at the waiter in shock. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "Okay, if you're not full, you can continue to order, all for free." The waiter didn't look fake, but was very enthusiastic. Of course, Xiao Chen and the others were very full, so they waved their hands and let the waiter leave. "Xiaowen, it seems that your lucky charm is really useful." Xiao Chen looked at the lucky charm on Tian Zhao's tattoo and said with a look of certainty, "If it was a coincidence that it was the first time that the meal was served ahead of time, then the order free this time was also a coincidence. Too many coincidences, right? Maybe, is it really our luck?" Tian Xiaoban still looked at the lucky magic pendant with some doubts and said doubtfully, "Good luck. I'll let you try it later." Xiao Chen said to Tian Xiaoban with a mysterious face, imitating Mark's behavior and becoming a riddle man. Next, the four of them chatted for a while, and after they had digested it almost, they returned to the old broken car and continued to drive towards the city, seeing a lot of local style along the way. The road conditions are surprisingly good. It can be said that it is unobstructed and the green light is all the way. But apart from Xiao Chen and Xiaoban, the other two were still skeptical about the lucky magic pendant. And what Xiao Chen said, "Try it and you'll know," soon as he said, gave Xiaowen an opportunity to try. Taste. The old broken car slowly stopped on the road of street, but there was a green light ahead. "Grandpa, it's only daytime. Shouldn't we have to stop for dinner?" Xiao Chen put his head in his hands. Although he had some thoughts in his heart, he still asked Mark with uncertainty. "There is a group of gangsters in front of them who are blackmailing others. I think we still need to do justice." Mark replied solemnly. Really? Xiao Chen's thoughts were confirmed. In this world full of Gotham City, he doesn't feel comfortable without encountering a little gangster, criminals every day. "So, Xiao Chen, is it you or me?" Tian Xiaoban slowly straightened his body and looked at Xiao Chen eagerly. "Do not know why." Tian Xiaoban looked at the lucky magic pendant on his body, and there was a hint of war in his heart, his determination to fight against the bad guys. Maybe this magic pendant is really useful? Xiaoban, it's still far from the time for our appearance. Besides, the energy of your reactor has only recovered a little, so don't use it all the time. Xiao Chen's eyes fell on Tian Zhao's tattoo, and he said firmly, Xiaowen, try it out. Use your lucky pendant to deal with those gangsters. Xiaowen. Both Mark and Tian Xiaoban looked at Tian Xiaowen with surprise, and even she was surprised. Trust me, Xiaowen can unleash the power of the magic sword. Xiao Chen's attitude is very firm, with the unquestionable sense of majesty of captain. Okay, I also want to fight criminals and become a hero like you, not a little girl who was taken as a hostage. With Xiao Chen's trust, Tian Xiaowen also regained his confidence and expressed to others one's own thoughts. Without hesitation, Mark nodded and agreed. Tian Xiaoban also sighed and gave Tian Xiaowen the chance to be a hero. But Tian Xiaowen also needs a uniform to hide his identity. Her quirky eyes landed on a Halloween costume shop outside the window. 4.5. The other end. The horrified corpse hiding in the abandoned house finally recovered a lot of physical strength, took a deep breath, and the wounds on his body healed a lot. He could stand up easily without a staff. Holding the Archimedes spell tome in his hand, he murmured in a low voice, Furious fellow, when I master the power of the Archimedes spell tome, you will be doomed. He tried to absorb the powers of Archimedes' tome of spells. 19. No matter what, his magic has not been enhanced in the slightest. What happened? The corpse was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly picked up his necklace, and one of the missing pendants was clearly visible, making it extremely abrupt. A low voice resounded throughout the house. It must have been at that time my pendant was taken away by someone unknown, or it fell to the ground. I will use black magic to retrieve my pendant. After coming out of the Halloween clothing store, Tian Xiaowen wore a purple mask and clothes like a ranger, looking a little more mysterious. Xiao Chen and the others got out of the car and watched Tian Xiaowen walk towards the gangsters. Tian Xiaoban looked skeptical again. Xiao Chen, although what I said to you is a double-edged sword, a hero can't be made by luck. A hero needs this power. He patted the reactor on his chest, quite obvious. Xiaoban, don't be surprised later. The power of this magic pendant is extraordinary. Xiao Chen shook his head, however, and had high hopes for Tian Xiaowen. During the conversation, Tian Xiaowen also came to the gang of gangsters and scolded the gang of gangsters in front of him coquettishly. Hey, you guys, don't think about stealing other people's things in front of the lucky girl. Where's this girl from? Dressed so funny. How dare you meddle in our business? Ha ha ha. What is it called, a lucky girl? Little sister, have you read too many superhero comics and thought you could be a superhero too? Big brothers are doing business. If you have nothing else to disturb, go to the side. A few gangsters turned around and saw Tian Xiaowen, all of them with hippie smiles, and they didn't take her to heart at all. They didn't even deserve to be angry. So they turned around and continued to look at the person who was robbed. Hey, Tian Xiaowen didn't give in. He instantly picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it out and hit a gangster on the back. Whoops! The little gangster bent over in pain, turned around, kept rubbing his back, and roared at Tian Xiaowen with a ferocious face. You're asking for trouble, little sister. Go, teach her a lesson. Looking at her like this, maybe she can go out for a ride with us for a while. The attention of several gangsters instantly fell on Tian Zhao's tattoo and walked towards her with a bad expression. They didn't know that a demon-like existence was leaning on the door of the old broken car, staring at them intently. As long as the things that go too far. Xiao Chen directly transformed into a flash star or a ghost, allowing them to experience what happiness is. Come and take you. A gangster rushed towards Xiaowen. Tian Xiaowen, because he had no battle experience, just dodged to the side casually. It can be said that he avoided all flaws. Boom! But it was such a coincidence that he avoided the body of the thug who rushed over, causing the latter to face the ground and fell to the point of being unable to stand up. The lucky pendant is working! Xiao Chen looked at the lucky devil sitting, and he could also feel that the devil sitting radiated energy to help Xiao win. Damn it, this idiot eats the most, can't even catch a little girl. The other gangsters didn't care, and after scolding the gangster, they gathered around Tian Xiaoban. But something even weirder happened. Every time they punched and attacked, they were either easily dodged by Tian Xiaoban, or they happened to be hit by their own fists. After a while of punching and kicking. On the contrary, these little gangsters are full of bags. Tian Xiaoban dodged all attacks with ease. Well, what's going on? Am I short-sighted? Why can't I touch her? We can't even beat a girl, can we? That's a shame. The few gangsters became more and more confused, but as the pride of the gangsters, they still chose to continue to attack Tian Xiaoban, regardless of their head full of bags. I've said it all. I'm a lucky girl. Tian Xiaoban revealed a shallow smile under the mask, becoming more confident. Every time she dodged, she would wave her weak feet, but she could just hit the chin, face, and such sensitive parts of those gangsters, which was extremely lethal. What? A burst of screams came from the gang of gangsters. Tian Xiaoban and Mark are both dumbfounded. Is Tian Xiaoban at the moment still the one who loves to read books? Directly turned into a heroic heroine. It seems that the lucky pendant is really useful. Xiao Chen was even more excited and slowly clenched his fists. A corpse, I have decided. Not only the Archimedes spell collection. I want all the pendants on your chain too. They are all mine. In the distance, the horrified corpse who was on his way suddenly sneezed and muttered. Could it be some scumbag who was sent to hell by me? Cursing me in hell? No matter. Let's find the lucky magic pendant first. Don't fight. Sorry, lucky woman. Oh no, it's the goddess of luck. We were wrong. Please let us go. After a while, the gangsters ran away in disgrace. In their minds, Tian Xiaoban, who could never be touched, became a female devil. Lucky woman, successfully punished evil and promoted good. Are you all right? Those people have already been driven away by me. Tian Xiaoban looked at the person whose money was robbed and asked with concern. It's okay. Thank you, lucky woman. I thought there were only alien heroes in the city, but I didn't expect there are people like you. The people who were rescued were actually fans of Xiao Chen, and they thanked Tian Xiaoban again and again. It's not just me who should be thanked. Tian Xiaoban's agile eyes turned slightly, left the scene, walked towards the old broken car. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, and he was very attached. It was Xiao Chen who gave her such a confidence. Xiaoban, no, lucky woman, you succeeded. We have another heroic companion. Xiao Chen showed a congratulatory smile to Tian Xiaoban. Who knows? Tian Xiaoban stretched out his arms directly and hugged him, his light body with a faint fragrance. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Without you, there would be no lucky woman. It's okay. Xiao Chen looked a little embarrassed and replied to Tian Xiaoban. He didn't dare to hug Tian Xiaoban with both arms and let the other side hug him. After all, Tian Xiaoban is still a lowly. He is not that kind of person. After a few years, when Tian Xiaoban grows up and becomes a slender girl, he will think about falling in love. Now, at most, it is to cultivate feelings, cultivate them. Cough, cough. I'm very sorry to clean up, but we have to go to another museum tonight. Hurry up and visit. Mark coughed a few times, and Tian Xiaoban retracted his hands embarrassedly and changed his clothes. Save the lucky girl's costume. After getting in the car, Xiao Chen and the others discussed the topic of heroes again, and Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban were naturally like two extremes. Taste. After the old broken car drove away for a while, the terrifying corpse floating in the air slowly floated to the top of the road, with cold and dead eyes staring into the distance. Their destination seems to be the Stone Statue Museum, where there are medieval demon statues and death statues. There was a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. That will be his home ground, in the Stone Museum. After a period of persuasion by Xiao Chen and others, Mark finally gave up the idea of finding a tour guide and agreed to visit freely. As a result, Tian Xiaoban volunteered to come to the various stone sculptures to introduce them endlessly, which is better than the previous tour guide. God, Xiaoban, a nerd, can say better than the old grandma tour guide before. They should be sisters. Tian Xiaoban covered his face with his hands, complaining about the coming nightmare. Xiaoban, please bear with it. Anyway, Xiaowen will be tired after a while, so let's bear with it for a while. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and guided Tian Xiaoban. The three followed Tian Xiaowen's introduction and came to the most important statue in the Stone Statue Museum. There were already many people taking pictures next to the statue. It was a completely open statue without an exhibition cabinet. It was a humanoid monster with 2 feet, a pair of bat wings, and 4 eyes. Its lifelike appearance made many children tremble with fear. Xiao Chen curled his lips dismissively, thinking in his heart, if this thing is alive, it's a little scary. It's just a statue. How scary can it be? There are not only 1 such demon statues, but 2. At the same time, there's also a skeleton wearing a black sleeve robe, holding a scythe of death, standing proudly in the center of the museum, which is the death god recorded in the myth. The 3 statues are arranged neatly. Strange, where did that guy Xiaowen go? Tian Xiaoban made a puzzled voice from the side. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked around, his eyes narrowed, his expression became vigilant. Why is Xiaowen gone? Just now, Xiaowen was still at the front, but at this time he couldn't find it in the crowd. Could it be that Xiaowen has already been snatched away by that guy, named Horror? Xiao Chen felt a huge sense of crisis in his heart. Limara stayed in Xiaoban and hurried to the outside of the museum with him. Mark also followed after seeing this. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen walked to the door and tried to open the door, a small figure squeezed in from the door that was about to close. It was a girl wearing a mysterious mask and a strange costume, and it was not difficult to see from her orange hair. This is the small pattern. Xiaowen finally appeared. I thought you didn't take it away. Xiao Chen quickly closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you suddenly change into this outfit? Xiao Chen, I don't know why. As a lucky woman, I feel a sense of crisis approaching. The lucky pendant instructs me to put on my clothes and come here. Tian Xiaowen said very cautiously, as if he had a sixth sense in general. Even the lucky pendant also flickered. Xiao Chen didn't answer yet. Xiaoban, who had seen Tian Xiaowen's dislike for a long time, immediately said, Please Xiaowen, being a hero is not based on luck, but intuition. It depends on who is stronger. Okay, stupid. Do you want to put on your iron clothes and fight with me? I'm not afraid of you. Not to be outdone, Tian Xiaowen hit back at Tian Xiaoban and said sarcastically. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Xiao Chen sighed deeply and reluctantly came over to fight, pulling the two apart. After all, he is the core of the hero team. After he came forward, the two really stopped. But Tian Xiaowen still insisted on wearing this dress, followed Xiao Chen and others back to the museum hall, and looked at the devil sculpture and the death sculpture. Although Tian Xiaowen's strange clothes have a high rate of return, most people's eyes are still focused on a few statues. This girl, I'm sorry. We're a very serious museum here. Can you change your clothes and come in? At this time, the security guard outside the museum couldn't stand it any longer and walked up to Tian Xiaowen seriously. I'm also telling you very seriously. I'm a lucky woman. There will be danger here. If you believe me, you should leave. My unease is getting heavier and heavier. Tian Xiaowen raised his brows. I can vaguely feel that a huge enough magic power is approaching. Please, we're not a place to play. The security guards fought back impatiently. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom! There was a loud bombardment from the door. The security guards, as well as other tourists, all looked dumbfounded and looked at the door that was smashed and smoked. That magic power is here. Tian Xiaowen's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the area directly in front of him. Xiaowen, everyone, Xiaoban, please go to the statue with me. You must not be controlled by the floating power of the child's corpse. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to transform. Xiao Chen always trusted Tian Xiaowen's words, and was bombarded at the gate the moment he opened it. He reacted. Taste. He pulled Tian Xiaoban, who was caught off guard, and Tian Xiaowen, and rushed towards the statue quickly. But it was too late for Mark and the others. In the smoke, the corpse flew out slowly, only to see his palm waved in an understatement. Bang, bang, bang. Countless people, including Mark, slammed directly into the ceiling, making a steady stream of crashing sounds. My waist pendant is not with you. The terrifying eyes moved away from the group of people on the ceiling and instantly settled on Xiao Chen and the others who were the most conspicuous. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoban all held onto the body of the demon sculpture tightly, so they were not lifted off by the force of the air, and the lucky pendant on Tian Zhao's tattoo. Apparently, it's the magic pendant that terrifies the corpse. It's really easy. The devil is sitting on a little girl. And the worst case is that the magic pendant is taken away by the flaming guy. Xinjia was a little surprised, and he directly stretched out his staff without hesitation, aiming at Tian Xiaoban's body. He wants to use black magic to solve the three of them directly, and then take his own magic pendant. The guy in the sleeve robe, do you think you'll succeed? Xiao Chen looked at the staff that condensed light, first looked at the ceiling, and found that everyone's attention was on the corpse, and he was relieved. Without hesitation, he opened the Omnitrix screen, and under the horrified gaze of Horror Corpse, he took a picture. Taste. The green light flashes at the same time as the beam of light emitted by the staff member, Wang Nuozho. Why is this kid radiating light? No, this light is a bit familiar. A terrifying corpse sounded the guy who was on fire in the morning was also born under this kind of light. Taste. But this time it's not the guy who is on fire. It's a four-armed, exaggeratedly developed muscle, like a red monster like a Hulk. Welcome, Four-Handed King. Boom! The beam of light blasted on the chest of the Four-Handed Overlord. His body was as thick as an immovable mountain, and he didn't shake a single bit, and the magic of the wand couldn't beat him back half a step. That kid can use that watch to transform into a fire-breathing man, and this four-handed monster, maybe even more monsters. Horror Corpse reacted instantly, his expression extremely horrified. He originally thought that he would face an enemy, but I didn't expect that I would face an enemy that could become several types of warriors. The four-handed Overlord forcibly resisted a spell attack from the bottom of the string, but there was a trace of black marks on his chest, just like a big boss who was scraped by a soldier, still so fierce. His eyes fell on the Archimedes spell book on Hazy Corpse, the necklace on Hazy Corpse's body, and the sleeves on Hazy Corpse's body. Horror Corpse prepared all the clothes, accessories, weapons, and even the exercises to be used later. Isn't this all right? Feeling the eager eyes of the four-handed Overlord, the corpse was stunned. It was trying to get back its lucky charm. How to make it like? This four-handed monster has taken a fancy to his own things and wants to take his own things away. Xiaoban, you two give in a little bit, and I'll get something from the corpse that doesn't belong to him. The four-handed Overlord said with awe, his eyes staring at the corpse, his arms clenched tightly together formed into a fist, the amazing power ripples twisted around. Spell. Horrified Corpse was in danger, and after a brief period of astonishment, he quickly spit out a spell, then raised his staff and waved at the four-handed Overlord. Taste. The body of the four-handed Overlord suddenly floated up, as if he was about to be thrown out directly. Boom! However, the soles of his feet smashed the floor of the museum, and the soles of his feet were deep in the cracks, jamming his entire body, so that the power of floating could not help him at all. Even. Bang! Bang! The four-handed bully can also pull out each of his feet, walk forward step by step, and replace each other. Looking at the four-handed Overlord who was getting closer and closer, countless cold sweats broke out on the forehead of the corpse, and his body began to tremble. He had a hunch. If it is close combat, I'll be blown away by this four-handed monster. Treat it as a toy. Completely abuse it. Disassemble it. SHHHHHH. A pendant on the corpse instantly flashed light, and the staff burst out with lightning-like power. Old black magician, I see that you are so old-fashioned that you can't even tell where I am. The four-handed Overlord spread his arms at will and wanted to directly fight against the corpse hack. Who would have guessed that the corpse hack would actually pass over his body, and this accuracy directly aroused his ridicule? Wrong. Behind him are Xiaogong and Xiaoban. The pupils of the four-handed bully suddenly shrank, and they reacted in a very fast time and turned around to take a look. Tian Xiaoban station, get dressed as the lucky woman stood still, while Tian Xiaoban let go of the statue and was instantly held on the ceiling by the power of floating. And those two rays of light. In fact, it fell on the three statues behind. The two rays of light are connected together and become a circle of light, making the statue bathed in the circle of light. This old magician, his goal is not me, but to revive these terrifying statues. The four-handed overlord instantly understood the intention of the corpse, and his expression was a little tricky. What bothers him most is this kind of enemy with more abilities, make it impossible to guard against. And under the light of the incarnation pendant, statue reborn, Tian Xiaoban hurriedly retracted his hands and just grabbed his statue against the wall, so he didn't fly out like Xiaoban did. Roar. Sculpture. No. No. The real demon slowly walked out of the light, stared at his murderous eyes, and stared at the four-handed overlord with awe-inspiring, killing intent. Another demon followed, also included the god of death, who was holding a sickle and wearing a sleeve robe, also slowly floated out. It was full of unimaginable fluctuations, and its threat value was second only to the corpse. Damn, are you going to fight for? The four-handed overlord slowly looked at the enemies on both sides. His body was secretly tensed, and the energy of the King Kong indestructible magic was constantly running in his body, and this power could erupt anytime, anywhere. How gave a terrifying smile and said coldly, I know that the monsters you transformed into are very powerful, so it is impossible for me to single out you. If you can fight in groups, who will be singled out? It's the villain. It is not so easy to obtain a divine suit of it. 4. And the same will be beaten. The four-handed overlord was extremely domineering and said with a face full of flesh, Idiot magician, he's not fighting alone. On the ceiling, Tian Xiaoban, who had already put on a steel battle suit, suddenly fell straight from the sky and instantly rode on a demon, opened his fists and fought with the terrifying demon. Xiaoban! The four-handed overlord looked stunned for a moment, and immediately a trace of warmth emerged in his heart. He also has his own heroic companion. He is not fighting alone. Another Iron Warrior? Horrified corpse watched Tian Xiaoban and the demon scuffle in disbelief. He did not expect this situation. And me, lucky woman. And the little girl who took his lucky pendant actually held a heavy iron rod and provoked another demon, attracting the latter's attention. The devil, also attracted by the little girl, walked directly towards Tian Xiaoban. This time, only the death god and the corpse are left to face the four-handed overlord. Xiaoban has also shot. This devil is not the grade of a gangster. The four-handed tyrant gave Tian Xiaoban a deep look, feeling worried for her. And here, the corpse sneered again and waved the staff in his hand casually. It seems that my lucky magic pendant can be obtained in advance. Now my goal is not to kill you, but to hold you back. He didn't take Tian Xiaoban, who just got the magic pendant, into his eyes at all. The four-handed overlord snorted coldly, clenched his four fists together, and showed his best state without any effort. Hold me? You too can try your best. Taste. Horror corpse didn't respond, just lost his face. All the pendants on his chest were flashing with light, and the whole body was flashing like purple fire. This super strong black magician has put on such an all-out gesture just to hold back the four-handed overlord. The god of death also clenched the scythe of the god of death in his hand, silently looking at the four-handed overlord. Seem, both sides are strong, and both are terrifying enough. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Everyone knows that once you make a move, the sky will fall apart. For eyes to four eyes, invisibly, the incomparable four-handed overlord, the momentum of the thunderbolt spread to the surrounding and collided with the momentum of the terrifying corpse. His extremely gloomy, murderous aura, like hitting a nemesis, shrank to the extreme and was suppressed to the death. The corpse expression is ugly. His own momentum was suppressed miserably, and it was a little boy who suppressed his own momentum. Unforgivable. Boom. Horror corpse took the lead in raising the legal power, releasing a magic shock wave of golden, red, and several colors intertwined, and launched a fierce attack from the right side. Taste! The god of death stepped on the ground. The sickle was placed diagonally, and he slashed at the left body of the four-handed overlord in the posture of cutting wheat. Both sides attacked together. King Kong, not bad magic. The four-handed overlord's body was tense, and his crimson body was instantly wrapped in a dazzling golden light, like a big bell, filled with a heavy sense of defense. What kind of trick is this? Horrified Corpse's expression was quite vigilant, for fear that it might be an extremely aggressive move. Ping! The side of the god of death was cut on the golden shoulders of the four-handed overlord, but it was bounced back heavily, and at the same time, the crisp chirping sound was as loud as the sound of hammering iron. How could the defensive strength of his body become so amazing? A horrified look appeared on the corpse's face. Similarly, in the King Kong indestructible magic, he couldn't feel any magical aura, and it didn't look like a high-end protective cover. How could he have imagined? It's not magic. It's martial arts, the super martial arts of the martial arts world. Boom! The supreme magic of the corpse slammed on the body of the four-handed overlord again. His golden body was really lifted by the powerful magic, and he kept moving backwards, rubbing his heels on the ground. 2 deep cracks. Boom! The four-handed bully's body didn't stop until it hit the wall of the museum. And when most of the wall was cracked like a spider web, his body reluctantly stopped. Success, have you succeeded? The power of my supreme magic is not something that guy can do. Horror's heart was extremely nervous, and he stared at the four-handed overlord stubbornly. Taste! The golden light dissipated slightly and converged on the body of the four-handed overlord. The body of the four-handed king can be described in one word: safe and sound. For the four-handed tyrant, Hao's offensive means can't even do scraping, and it is directly ineffective. Well, what tricks did this guy use? Is there any tricks higher than magic shields in this world? Horror looked at the four-handed overlord in shock, gradually collapsed. Then, it's my turn to fight back. Raising his fist, the four-handed overlord took on the posture of a boxer, and his sharp eyes suddenly fell on the god of death. First, get rid of this. Boom! Death's expressionless skeleton face showed a touch of movement, and his footsteps took a step back. For a while, it can't tell whether he is the god of death, or the four-handed overlord on the opposite side is the god of death. 8 poles collapse. The four-handed overlord didn't waste any time. His legs stomped on the ground, and the huge and heavy body was flung out by a giant bullet and instantly moved to the front of the god of death. Call out. One of his fists swiped heavily towards the god of death in front of him, because the force was too strong, causing a rolling wave to form on the fist, wrapping the entire arm. The walls on both sides, even the entire museum, and the ground began to tremble as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. Well, how powerful is this guy? Who felt the vibrations around him? And his expression became even more horrified. The god of death hurriedly swung the god of death's scythe and greeted the past with the fist of the four-handed overlord. Boom! Unfortunately, when the death god mirror knife touched Bajibang's fist, the whole weapon began to tremble violently, and it was crushed by the fist in a crushing posture without holding on for a second or two. The speed of the fist is not reduced, and it hits the chest of the god of death fiercely. Boom! Like being hit by a cannonball, the sleeve robes on the death god's body were torn to pieces in an instant, revealing its bone-like body, which was also shattered in an instant like the clothes, turning into a pile of rubble. Boom! It hasn't stopped yet. The fist of the four-handed bully fell straight into the air ahead. There were bursts of harsh sonic booms in the air, and when the wall in front of the four-handed bully was blasted, the entire wall in front collapsed. The terrifying fluctuations caused by the force poured into every corner of the museum like a tsunami. Xiao Chen, the power of your punch is too exaggerated. Tian Xiaoban's steel battle suit was difficult to maintain balance and kept spinning. So did the devil. Tian Xiaoban escaped the catastrophe with the help of the lucky magic pendant. As for the devil, he was blasted out by the fist wave and disappeared without a trace. The people on the ceiling also felt the huge waves hitting them, and the whole body was beaten with pain. It lasted for 10 seconds. It just calmed down. The four-handed overlord slowly let out a breath and withdrew his earth-shattering fist slightly, almost blowing the entire museum into a blow. The god of death was instantly killed by his punch. This is absolute power. Call out. Looking at all this, the corpse's face was slightly silent at first, and then, like a chicken blood, he frantically released countless light wave attacks towards the four-handed overlord. Although the momentum of the whole person is getting weaker and weaker, but he desperately throws magic attacks. The expression is full of fear and killing intent. 4 flowers. The power shown by the four-handed bully has already made him have to think about putting the opponent to death. If he doesn't kill the four-handed bully, he can't sleep well in his dreams. Today I will teach you a truth. Absolute power can crush all fancy magic, high-tech, and powerful races. The words of the four-handed overlord resounded in the museum. Looking at the countless attacks swept in, he did not mean to dodge or defend, but raised a pair of heavy iron fists. Straight punches, jabs, uppercuts, the most basic moves in boxing, were displayed by him one by one. It stands to reason that this kind of move is like a sledgehammer for a boss like Horrorcorpse, with no skills. But, plus the ultimate power of the four-handed overlord. Every punch of his smashed the corpse terrifying light wave power to pieces and completely disintegrated. Even one punch can be worth the many attacks of the corpse. It's like a tireless giant beast, waving his fists sweating like rain, punching, as if it is a fighting machine, never defeated. This guy, why hasn't he fallen? The eyes of the terrifying corpse suddenly shrank to the size of the tip of a needle, and the fear in my heart reached the extreme at this moment. Why? How can you defeat this terrifying monster? This monster doesn't even use fighter jets. It's just relying on that terrifying strength to smash all magic. How powerful is this? Boom! Sudden. The staff in the corpse's hand dimmed, and the body also took a step back. The whole person was sweating profusely, and he looked like he was collapsed. 1 ton. I no longer have the physical strength to cast magic. Not even a simple magic can be cast. The people on the ceiling also fell to the ground because of the release of the floating force, but they all dared not move easily. Because the four-handed hero looks decent, even scarier and more violent than the horrible corpse of the G villain. Finished. The four-handed overlord slowly put down his clenched 4 fists. His body exuded heat, and when he touched the air, it turned into steam. His expression was indescribably refreshing. The feeling of full power is really cool. You let me I experience what a warm-up feels like. The fight, just now. Just enough to warm up. His body just warmed up, but he hasn't exerted any strength yet. How did the corpse fall? Billion. We have something to discuss. There is no need to fight and kill. Heisey looked at the four-handed overlord weakly and showed a flattering smile at him. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to ask you to borrow something to use. The four-handed overlord walked slowly to the front of the corpse, showing an eager expression that made the latter feel terrified, stretched out a hand, and lifted the corpse easily and pinched it in his hand. Monument! He suddenly took off and jumped toward the outside of the museum. Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do with the corpse of the child? Tian Xiaoban looked at the four-handed bully who jumped out in confusion. His body suddenly hung in the air, his limbs released flames, and flew straight out, keeping up with the four-handed bully. They're all gone? What a bunch of weird guys. Anyway, 697, we are finally safe, but it's a pity that all such good statues have been destroyed. Everyone in the museum recovered from the horror, and all of them slumped to the ground in relief, like the rest of their lives. Mark hurriedly came to the broken wall and looked outside, but he couldn't see Tian Xiaoban and the four-handed overlord. Where did Xiaoban and Xiao Chen go? It disappeared in a flash. How can I find it? Grandpa, do you need to find someone? The lucky girl's intuition can find anyone. Tian Xiaoban came to Mark's side and said with a smile, "Then, please, lucky girl." Mark nodded knowingly, followed Tian Xiaoban out, chasing Tian Xiaoban and the four-handed overlord. At this time, an empty place. The corpse was tied firmly by the rope that the four-handed overlord took with him. The staff, the Archimedes spellbook, and a necklace were all torn off and put aside to prevent him from casting any black magic. In fact, he didn't have the strength to cast black magic anymore. Okay, everything is sorted. The four-handed overlord patted his four palms contentedly, staring at the pile of things on ground. Taste. When it was time to transform, he changed back into a human state and grabbed the corpse's staff forward, holding the staff in his left hand and the Archimedes spell collection in his right hand. Watching my things being taken away, the corpse's heart is bleeding. It is real bleeding. You, what do you want to do? Those are my things. Horrified corpse protested helplessly. Old magician, when you hold these things, God knows what hurtful things you will do. What happened to the museum in the morning when you burned it? In the previous stone museum, the walls were all smashed by you. So, today, I will act for the heaven and confiscate these things from you. Xiao Chen had a full sense of justice and condemned Horror Corpse with righteous indignation. Horror Corpse, F***K. He almost yelled, when did Lousy do these things? Wow, it's so cool. So many magical equipments belong to us. Tian Xiaoban looked at the pendant and the wand with glowing eyes and cheered. This made the corpse a little desperate. He really wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chen's transformation and take advantage of Xiao Chen to get his things back. The issue is, Tian Xiaoban is still in a F***G state of transformation. As long as he dares to make any trouble, the end will not be easy. By the way, this magic sleeve robe of yours looks good too. Use it for me. Xiao Chen directly stretched out his hand and tore off the magic sleeve robe on the corpse. The corpse was wearing thin clothes, and he suddenly trembled with anger. Bandit, this is a F***G bandit. That's right, your magic sleeve robe is of good quality, and it's cool when I wear it. After putting on the magic sleeve robe, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The sleeve robe actually gave him a cool feeling, and it also had strange effect. Received another baby. Delicious. Xiao Chen, why are you wearing a black magician's clothes? You even take people's things. At this time, Tian Xiaoban and Mark came over, and they were even more surprised when they saw Xiao Chen holding something horrifying in his hand. Grandpa, Xiaoban. Xiao Chen greeted Mark and Tian Xiaoban and said solemnly, on behalf of those who were attacked, I will punish the black magician and confiscate his tools for committing crimes. These things will belong to us from today. Now, it doesn't seem right to take people or things. Mark scratched his hair and offered his opinion. These weapons, in his hands, will kill many innocent people. In our hands, they will become a resounding tool for saving lives. If we hand over the weapons to He today, it is tantamount to indirectly helping him hurt the world. Xiao Chen came directly with a large set of logical theories, so that Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and Tian Xiaoban all heard in a fog and gradually believed. Only the corpse wants to curse the most. Lousy came here to get the Archimedes spellbook, but all Lousy's things were taken away. The most annoying thing is, my own clothes are still on that stinky boy Xiao Chen. Boy, do you think what you've done is just? You're just using what you think is right, above the law, and doing something illegal like personal punishment to me. Talk to Xiao Chen about the truth. Xiao Chen is too lazy to talk nonsense. He said coldly, I just want to grab it, how about it? Taste. In the next second, Tian Xiaoban raised his palm cannon, aimed it at the corpse, and said casually, stay here obediently. Don't make any small moves. The cannon doesn't have long eyes. This is simply bullying on the surface. However, as the loser's corpse, he can only swallow his voice. Soon, whoa, there was a sound of sirens in the distance. The man who came to pick up the corpse came. A few minutes later, the corpse was escorted to the explosion-proof vehicle by several police officers. Before leaving, he looked at Xiao Chen, who was wearing his own clothes and holding his belongings, and said viciously, Remember, for point 5, I am horrified. The corpse will never let it go. Okay, next time you come, remember to bring some more magic equipment. Xiao Chen greeted him with a smile on his face. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban, on the other hand, changed their clothes long before the police noticed them, showing a harmless appearance to humans and animals. No one could believe it. These 3 children are actually 3 superheroes. Okay, Xiao Chen, I know that magic equipment is definitely not your thing, but you have super weapons like a small broken watch. So, can you give me the magic equipment? After watching the corpse being escorted away, Tian Xiaoban immediately asked impatiently. Xiaoban, you are so smart. You guessed the first half correctly, but unfortunately you didn't guess the second half. These are for Xiaowen. Of course, Xiao Chen wants to improve Tian Xiaowen's combat effectiveness. For Xiaowen, didn't she have that lucky magic pendant? Tian Xiaoban looked at Tian Xiaowen enviously as if he had eaten it. For me? Really? Tian Xiaowen looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. These magical weapons were very attractive to her. Most importantly, she doesn't want to be a helpless hostage. Of course, but you probably don't want this dress. After all, it was worn by the corpse guy. Xiao Chen handed the staff and chain to Tian Xiaowen, but he did not take off his sleeve robe. In addition, there is also the Archimedes spell collection, which is also in his hands, mainly because he is worried that Tian Xiaowen can't get so many things, so he didn't give it to her. With this necklace, I have the full power of the magic pendant. Tian Xiaowen happily held the complete necklace and gently placed the lucky magic pendant on his body on one of the gaps. This time, the necklace is completely complete and possesses extraordinary magic. She slowly raised the complete magic chain, put on her body, holding a staff. The whole figure was like a replica magician. Xiaowen, let's try the power of the magic chain. Xiao Chen said with anticipation, and immediately let Tian Xiaowen train. Good. Tian Xiaowen nodded lightly. She could feel that after wearing the celebration chain, there seemed to be a strange energy in her body that could drive the power of this waist chain magician. The fire magic pendant on her body flickered lightly. He raised his palms and aimed at the open space beside him. Taste! A ball of fireball the size of a basketball sat directly on the ground and instantly exploded a small pothole. The power is probably a reduced version of the bomb. This power, why is it not so powerful? Tian Xiaowen's complexion suddenly dimmed, and he said with some pity, maybe it's because of the problem of mana. Ha and you, both of you have magical talent, but its mana is stronger than yours, so the power of the tricks you both use is different. Xiao Chen remembered the inner strength of martial arts novels and immediately understood why the difference in power between the two was so great for the same tricks. Just like the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, let a person who has been in power for a few years to perform, and let Xiao Feng Xiao help the master to perform. Will that be the same effect? Then, I'll try other waist pendants. Another magic pendant on Tian Zhao's tattoo flickers slightly. Floating demons sit, but she was the only one who could get used to it quickly, making Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban float together. It was already very difficult, let alone making Mark take off together. Incarnation of the magic pendant, it is difficult to revive most statues, which is relatively tasteless. Now it seems that Tian Xiaowen still has not been able to completely grasp the power of the magic sword, and the current strength is still far from enough. In addition, Tian Xiaowen doesn't like to use that staff either. She is exactly like Tian Xiaowen who grew up in the original book, and she likes to cast magic with her bare hands. This kind of power, I'm afraid it can only deal with those little robots that deal with Mojas. Only the lucky pendant can barely fit me, and I can't use it all the time. Tian Xiaowen sighed and put down his hands, a little disappointed. Xiaowen, don't be discouraged. You forgot that we still have the Archimedes spell collection? Since the corpse can absorb the energy inside, you should be able to absorb it too. Try it. Xiao Chen handed the book of Archimedes spells to Tian Xiaowen's free hand. The book was quite heavy, and it pressed her hand down a lot. Let me try it. I try to use that power inside me. Tian Xiaowen was full of anticipation as if urging internal power, urging the mana in his body to gather on the hand, holding the Archimedes spell collection. Taste. In an instant, Archimedes spell collection is flashing with a magical purple light, shining towards Tian Xiao's tattooed body. Her expression was stunned for a moment, and the light of the Archimedes spell book also seemed to be absorbed and disappeared without a trace, just like an ordinary book. Xiaowen, are you okay? Xiaowen. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban in a trance, waved his hand worriedly, and shouted her name, but she didn't respond. This nerd should be all right. Tian Xiaoban, who usually does not deal with Tian Xiaoban, also clenched his hands with a trace of worry. At this time, in Tian Xiaoban's mind, countless memories flashed. The Archimedes spell collection is really a treasure. If the corpse absorbs the Archimedes spell collection, it can definitely be upgraded from the level of 6 or 6 monsters to a level that can be evenly matched with Xiao Qianyu aliens. And Tian Xiaoban has gained precious experience. For example, magic spells. The effect is that chanting spells can activate your magic pendant more effectively. And most importantly, she actually obtained a magic technique for practicing magic. Seems like a very precious one. Its status is probably similar to the Jiuyang divine art in martial arts novels, and the speed of cultivation is fast. Small tattoo. It wasn't until Tian Xiaoban completely absorbed the memory that Xiao Chen's shout made her recover from that memory. Are you okay? Looking at Tian Xiaoban, who woke up, Xiao Chen still asked worriedly. No, it's fine. Tian Xiaoban couldn't wait to explain to Xiao Chen and others. It's the Archimedes spell collection just now. It taught me a lot of magic spells. Let me master this language. And I learned to power up magic. Mantras, exercises. Xiao Chen suddenly widened his eyes. How is Xiaowen like the protagonist? So lucky to get the exercises in this book? Well now, 3 people, 1 biotech, 1 mechanical tech, and 1 ancient magic. 3 different routes. That is to say, after you have the exercises, you can practice magic and increase your strength when you have time. Xiao Chen asked further. Yes, and after I have the magic pendant, I don't need to waste time learning magic tricks. Just specializing in magic energy training is enough. Tian Xiaohong nodded. Her strengthening route was also obvious. This made Tian Xiaoban stunned. He didn't even think about how to plan his steel suit. Xiaoban, don't worry. I have a lot of space for your steel suit. After you get a good weapon, you can also upgrade your steel suit. It's better. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoban's expression. A little funny. Express your original thoughts. This made Tian Xiaoban feel much better. Not only Xiao Chen and Xiaowen can become stronger, he can too. Xiao Chen, thank you for giving me the magic pendant and the treasure book, so that I can compete with you superpowers. Tian Xiaowen looked at Xiao Chen with a moved face, thanked her repeatedly, and returned the staff to her. Xiao Chen, she really doesn't like this stuff. This instead gave Xiao Chen a headache. Staff, magic sleeve robe, what should I do? I can't really let me wear it so conspicuously. It's a pity to throw it away. Xiao Chen held the staff and wore the magic sleeve robe. His face was speechless. Xiao Chen, Grandpa can help you out with this. Remember, I told you about the Tian Hui Association last time? Mark looked at Xiao Chen, who was at a loss, pondered for a while, and proposed a solution. God Union. Are all these things handed over to the people from the Tiangong Guild? Xiao Chen looked at the staff in his hand and the magic sleeve robe on his body with pain. Of course, he didn't really want to hand it over. After all, it is also a hard-won trophy. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. We have fought off so many evil plans before, and if we can hand over such a treasure this time, the Heavenly Guild will definitely be able to apply for a mysterious reward. You guys are waiting for me in the old broken car. I'll go out. One trip. Mark put on a mysterious posture again, hanging Xiao Chen's appetite. Mystery reward. The Heavenly Union is the most secretive and most terrifying force on Earth. It can be said that any country has countless alien technologies and treasures. This mysterious reward is not bad if you think about it. Grandpa, can I go to the Heavenly Guild with you? Xiao Chen was very interested in the Heavenly Guild and asked uncontrollably. Xiao Chen, let's talk about the Tiangong Association when you both grow up. Mark, however, vaguely prevaricates the question of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen saw that Mark didn't want his current self to be in contact with Tian Gong, and he didn't have a temper like a child, so he stopped asking. He and Xiaoban and Xiaowen returned to the old car, waiting for Mark's return. During this period of time, the other two were also very curious about the Heavenly Union, and they also tried to search for information on the Heavenly Union on the internet. But of course they found nothing and could not find any relevant information at all. Time, 2 or 3 hours passed in a flash. It's almost time for dinner. There were some hurried footsteps coming from the door outside. Is it Grandpa? To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and shouted at the old broken car door. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, it's me. I came back with a good thing. Mark suppressed his voice, but his tone was full of joy, thinking it must be an alien technology or a baby. Xiao Chen and the others were instantly refreshed and no longer sleepy. Xiao Chen took the lead in front of the car door, opened the door, welcomed Mark into the car, and closed the door. In his hand, he was also carrying a small red box. He didn't know what was in it. It was very mysterious. Grandpa, what's in this box? Xiao Chen pointed at the red box and asked Mark out of curiosity. Wait. Mark closed the curtains again and then sat back in his seat, heaved a sigh of relief, and burst into a congratulatory smile. Grandpa this time, he brought a baby from Tiangong. He gently opened the red box, and there was a medicine tube inside, and the green potion was flowing in the medicine tube, like a corrosive liquid. What is this? Grandpa. Xiao Chen was even more puzzled, and poked the medicine tube with his fingers, which was cold. It's a gene-enhancing agent, invented by a biological genius among the Gavins, which can enhance the genetic power of the human body. It's very suitable for those of you who need high-intensity battles. Mark gushed about the introduction. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The corpse's wand and magic sleeve robes have actually been exchanged for such a good treasure. This is a potion similar to soldier serum, or even higher. After all, this is alien biotechnology. However, there is only one here. How to divide it? Tian Xiaoban asked a key question, and he was itching for it, but he still reluctantly said, I don't need it. It's all for Xiao Chen, who made him my good machi. I agree. Tian Xiaoban of course supports Xiao Chen unconditionally. This made Xiao Chen a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he took out 3 cups, took out the test tube, and divided the strengthening potion into 3. According to his physique, his strengthening dose is the largest, and Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban combined are equal to him. Strengthening the potion, it is still necessary to be cautious. Then I'll do it first. Xiao Chen raised his glass to the 2 of them cheerfully. Wait, let's clink glasses. I'm coming too. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban raised the cups together, and the 3 of them clinked the glasses as if they were drinking wine. Afterwards, the 3 of them drank the enhanced potion in one gulp. Call! Xiao Chen's face instantly flushed red. His body is hot and hot everywhere. As if he is about to be cooked, his strength and physique are improving and strengthening. Fortunately, his dose is the largest. Xiaoban and Xiaowen also showed different thermal reactions, and both were enduring the scorching sensation brought about by the reinforcement. But compared to Xiao Chen, it was nothing compared to Xiao Chen. After half an hour, reinforcement stopped. I seem to have grown a little taller. I don't know if it's an illusion. Tian Xiaoban, who was originally the shortest, was surprised to find that he was as tall as Xiaowen. Moreover, there's a faint outline of muscles on the body. My magic is faster to practice and faster to run. Tian Xiaowen found that his mode of adding points was different from that of Xiaoban. Small class is rushing to improve physical fitness. I am strengthening my magical talent. It's a pity that I can't laugh at the stupid with a height difference anymore. Where's Xiao Chen? How is he? Mark looked at Xiao Chen with great anticipation, and Xiaoban and Xiaowen also focused on Xiao Chen together. They wanted to know what effect Xiao Chen would show with the highest dose. But Xiao Chen, his whole body was still hot, as if he couldn't bear this reinforcement. The 3 suddenly became nervous. Could it be that the dose is too high? Call! After several minutes, Xiao Chen's face returned to normal. He let out a long breath, and opened his eyes slightly. Everything around is very clear. Xiao Chen, how are you feeling? Tian Xiaoban couldn't wait to ask Xiao Chen, who had been strengthening the longest. To be honest, it doesn't make much sense. Xiao Chen raised his arms as he spoke, and out of the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of his muscular arms. He looked down at his figure again, startled. The originally muscular self is full of muscles at this moment, like the lean, but powerful muscles of an Oriental person. At a glance, it is awe-inspiring. Xiao Chen, why don't we both try wrenching a wrist? I feel that my strength has improved a lot. Tian Xiaoban suggested eagerly. He really wanted to test his strength. Okay, Xiaoban, I also want to try my current strength. Xiao Chen readily stretched out Wang Nuozho, his palm, and together with Tian Xiaoban, put his hand on the table and began to wrench his wrist. Tian Xiaoban didn't know that he was about to have a tragedy, and his face was excited. Comment. Next second, the two exerted force at the same time, but Tian Xiaoban's wrist felt an overwhelming force, and his palm was instantly pressed against the table. In 1 second, Xiao Chen won. Overwhelming power. Welcome. It seems that my strengthening effect is the greatest. Xiao Chen patted the shoulder at Tian Xiaoban, who was stunned, and showed a happy smile. His facial features are also more angular, and his smile is particularly sunny. Cuckoo, cuckoo. He and Xiaoban's stomach protested at the same time, and they couldn't bear it anymore. The strengthened body needs more food. Forget we haven't finished our meal yet. Let's go to the best restaurant to celebrate. Mark smiled knowingly, got into the driver's seat, and started the old car. The old broken car starts, and a new journey begins again. The 6-story building turned thousands of times, swooped down more than 200 feet, and dive at a speed of more than 25 miles. In the end, the whole person was thrown into the super-large swimming pool. Welcome, Big Wild Wave Speed Zone. Under the sweltering heat, in a water park, there are children's frolic everywhere, and many adults are also playing in the large swimming pool of the water park. There's also a towering slide in the water park, which zigzags down to the bottom of the swimming pool, screaming and slid down from the heights into the water. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban were wearing swimming gear, standing in front of the Daquanlong Speed Zone, listening to Tian Xiaoban gushing about the swimming slide in front of him. Yesterday, it was a boring museum, so I was very satisfied with dinner and lunch, and today I can finally have a good time and experience the water park. Let's go. Xiao Chen waited patiently for Tian Xiaoban to finish his introduction. Then he couldn't wait to walk up the stairs of the speed zone and set off towards the highest point. Because of the genetic enhancement, the three of them walked to the 6-story high preparation area in one go, and they were not too tired. Although Xiaoban mainly strengthened his magical talent, his physical strength also increased somewhat. Wow, little boy, your body muscle training 697 is very good. The staff member was holding the item of height, and when he saw Xiao Chen came first, he was surprised. Don't blame him for making a fuss. Who made Xiao Chen's lean muscles and 8-pack abs make him feel ashamed even as an adult? Not to mention height. Xiao Chen's head is slightly taller than the standard height. Tian Xiaoban also has Xiaoban. The height of the two of them is the same as the standard height. Fortunately, Tian Xiaoban's height has increased due to the strengthening agent. Otherwise, they will not be able to pass. All passed. Zanyi, I'll be the first to try this slide. Is it fun? Tian Xiaoban happily ran past Xiao Chen, the first to get on the slide down, and let out a burst of screams. Is it really that exciting? Xiao Chen couldn't help showing a look of anticipation, and then he slid down, and in the end it was Tian Xiaoban. The falling speed is very fast, and it is very cool, like surfing with the body, quite exciting. But well, it's not as exciting as galloping across the lake with a flash mob. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, there was the sound of 3 people falling into the water one by one, and their bodies first plunged their heads into the shallow water area of 1 meter 3, and then exposed their heads to breathe the air. My watch was almost hit just now. Fortunately, I didn't turn into an alien hero in that kind of place. Xiao Chen wiped the moisture off his face, looked at the Omnitrix that raised the screen, and put the screen back gently with lingering fears. I didn't lose my magic pendant, because I was lucky. Tian Xiaoban shook the scrap chain that was always on her body, smiling. She secretly urged the lucky scrap pendant just now. This is equivalent to adding a layer of buffs that won't drop. Only Tian Xiaoban's reactor, hidden under his clothes, looked very awkward, but fortunately no one cared about it. The three were always equipped with equipment. Next, it was another time of fun playing in the water. Xiao Chen ushered in a short break. Originally, he still had a little memory of the original story and remembered what would happen here. It seems that because of his butterfly effect, nothing happened. Safe. The other side of the water park. Hauer, who was wearing glasses, had a frowning look. Alas, the Tianji organization doesn't believe my words anymore. They don't believe my UFO photos and alien photos. What about my source of income now? Where to find new aliens? He is worried. I don't even have the heart to play. I leaned quietly in a cool place and looked at the sky and the scorching sun in confusion. Red light. What? Red light. There are 3 red dots flashing in the sky, and they quickly enlarge, forming the figure of 2 small robots and the figure of a large robot, falling toward the water park. F***K. It's a get robot. It's alive. If this is filmed, the Eternal Samurai will definitely believe me. Hal was stunned and hurriedly found the camera. Does that guy Mojas really want to have an interbiological romance with us? Is it necessary to chase it so hard? Xiao Chen looked at the falling robots with a headache and reluctantly complained, no matter how he went on, he would be mentally weakened. Xiao Chen, leave the big one to you, and the small one to one of us. Tian Xiaoban volunteered to help Xiao Chen, but to Xiao Chen's helplessness, the two had to fight again because of their help. Stop. There's no time for ink. These guys are about to land. You rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will go up. This will make Waste Jazz so angry that he vomits blood when he hears Xiao Chen's words. The battle robot it sent has already been reduced to the prey to be competed. Okay, listen to Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoban's eyes changed, and he immediately agreed. Come on, rock, paper, scissors. Tian Xiaoban responded reluctantly. The two of them tacitly took out their palms. A pair of scissors and a rock. The lucky charm is shining. Who wins? Needless to say. Yeah, the light of luck will always look after me. Tian Xiaoban cheered in a low voice, patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, and blinked. Xiao Chen, I'm going to change clothes. You can find a place to transform. Let the dumb stay here. Let's go. Xiao Chen stopped writing ink, and Tian Xiaoban acted separately and went where they should go. The two just walked away. The 2 small robots on the back feet floated down, just in mid-air, while the large robots landed heavily on the water, causing waves of water several stories high. Ah! Help! Mechanical monsters. For a time, countless tourists screamed wildly and fled out in fear. After a while, they escaped without a shadow, leaving only the iron-headed Hauer and Tian Xiaoban, who was not panicking at all. Omnitrix. The large robot shifted its gaze, and the scanner quickly landed on Tian Xiaoban. Friend of the owner of the Omnitrix, hand over the Omnitrix. I'm sorry, big guy. Tian Xiaoban put on a dejected look and sighed. I really want to shoot you down, but I lost rock, paper, scissors. Your opponent is not me. Neither the large robot nor the 2 small robots could analyze Tian Xiaoban's meaning, and even Mojas couldn't figure out. Lost? What do you mean? It doesn't matter. Kill this kid. He is also a fighting force. I will have permanent troubles. Abandoned Jazz issued a new order in an instant, and it was absolutely amazing. SHHHHHH. 1 large fort, 2 small forts, focusing on Tian Xiaoban's body at the same time, directly condensing red light waves. The combat effectiveness is stronger than before. Tian Xiaoban, he didn't even have time to transform. His body was illuminated by that red light. Oops, these mechanical monsters are going to kill this kid. Howl showed a trace of panic, eager to go to rescue Tian Xiaoban. Taste. The red light wave quickly approached Tian Xiaoban's body, and it was too late for him to transform. Isn't it? Your opponent is not me. Don't worry, Xiaoban, lucky girl. I'll save you. A melodious, silver bell-like voice sounded, and on the side of the bank, Tian Xiaoban, dressed as a lucky girl, arrived in time, and she waved her palm towards Tian Xiaoban. The floating magic pendant lights up. Taste. Tian Xiaoban's body suddenly took off and landed on the distant shore. Boom! In the next second, the red light wave directly blasted several large holes in the swimming pool, and the entire water surface could not be calm for a long time. Lucky, what is a girl? What about Xiao Chen and Omnitrix? Mojas looked at Tian Xiaoban, who had magic. His small eyes were full of big doubts. Haven't seen each other for a few days. These people have so many helpers? You bastards, you messed up the water so much. How can I breathe underwater? Just when Mojas was puzzled, a sturdy figure like a mermaid emerged from the deep water area of the water park. Mouth full of steel teeth, strong body, with a pair of fists and a karate stance. He is an alien hero, Big Steel Teeth. Detected owner of Omnitrix. Detected owner of Omnitrix. All of a sudden, the three robots pointed the scanner and the turret at the body of the Big Steel Teeth and made a cold electronic synthesis sound. They all try to fire at Big Steel. But I am your opponent. Tian Xiaoban's jade hand waved lightly, cast a floating magic pendant twice, and directly forcibly pulled the two small robots to her side. There's only one large robot left, standing there with a confused look. Don't think about it. Those two are already the prey of the lucky girl, and you are my prey. Big Steel Tooth smiled at the large robot. Extremely hideous. Mojas had a hunch. This time, I'm giving it away again. Hey, as a robot, the large robot has no idea what fear is, raised its alloy iron fist, and smashed it heavily towards the Big Steel Teeth on the water. Murloc Karate, 5,000 tile fist. Big Steel Teeth also raised his fist, full of power fluctuations, and threw his Murloc fist towards the huge alloy fist. Look at fists of totally unequal proportions. Hal became worried from the beginning because of the appearance of the Big Steel Teeth and squeezed his hands tightly. It's over. This peculiar creature is so small, and that robot looks so huge. One punch will knock it out. The Murlocs are smashed. I just saw a talking alien with my own eyes. Is this about to say goodbye? Boom! Until the moment when the heavy metal fist and the Murloc fist touched. The 5 kilowatt positive fist shock wave destroyed all the alloy fists, smashed them into pieces, and bombed the enemy's body like a torpedo. Countless parts fluttering with the strong wind, flying all over the sky. Unbeatable. The Gangya lightly loosened his powerful fist and spit out these words coldly. Next, he showed an incomparably terrifying combat power. Call out. The Big Steel Tooth's tail swayed heavily, and the huge impact made its body soar into the sky and came to one of the shoulders of the large robot. What? Teeth fall. The entire alloy shoulder is like paper. It was bitten to pieces in an instant, and even the entire arm fell into the pool of the water park, completely scrapped. Detection: the body of the machine is seriously damaged. While the large robot is detecting its physical condition, it tries to attack the Big Steel Teeth with its palm or turret. But every time, the Big Steel Teeth just twisted in the air. That is to avoid the attack of the large robot. Then, what? What the hell? Click. Just listening to it was enough to make the scalp tingle, as if it had the bite force of a Tyrannosaurus. When the Big Steel Tooth fell into the lake again from midair. Large robot, riddled with holes, like a skeleton. And the teeth of the Big Steel Teeth are still so sharp and terrifyingly cold. Hall was dumbfounded. He was even shaking. This Murloc with such terrifying fighting power. Give him a bite. Wouldn't he go to see God on the spot? If it weren't for making money and taking pictures of aliens, he wouldn't dare stay for a moment. Then, in the end, smash you to pieces, lest you reunite with human beings and become a scourge. With the previous lessons, Big Steel did his best every time he made a shot. He set off a large amount of water in the water park, forming a vortex like a tornado and instantly sucking the large robot into the water. Ask for flowers. Bang, bang, bang. Under this final offensive, The robot turned into countless parts in the vortex, completely collapsed, and every part was scrapped. How many minutes have passed? About 2 or 3 minutes. Big steel tooth into the battle. Boring. The other side. Broken pieces. Along with the sound of the explosion, Tian Xiaoban, who skillfully used the terrain to fight the magician, also solved the 2 small robots. She was also fighting with her own intelligence. Maximize your combat power. But when she looked at the big steel teeth, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I thought I was already strong, but when I compared it with Xiao Chen, I was called a cleaning robot professional. Lucky girl. Thank you very much, my good partner. The Ganya looked at Tian Xiaoban and directly praised him. Thank you. Tian Xiaoban also smiled and responded politely. The 2 left the water park tacitly and disappeared into a crowded place. Mojas in space, also because of the orange hair, figured out the situation and suddenly became furious. Which idiot gave Tian Xiaoban so many superpowers? If I were caught by Mojas, he would surely die without a place to be buried. Mojas at this time, in a wheelchair, looking up at the earth below through the glass of the spaceship. Only 1 pair of legs is left unrepaired. Xiao Chen. After a few minutes, the water park became calm, and professionals came to investigate and clean up the scene. After the transformation, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban walked in chatting and laughing like nothing else, and reunited with Tian Xiaoban. Xiaoban, your magic power is really good, and you're improving very quickly. The main reason is that I practice magic whenever I have free time, so I'm progressing quickly. And everything is difficult at the beginning. Magic is the opposite. The beginning is smoother, and it is more difficult to grow. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban discussed enthusiastically. The 3 did not know. Howard filmed everything just now, left the water park tremblingly, returned to his home, and plugged in his laptop. He made contact with the Eternal Warrior of the Tianji organization. Eternal Samurai. In the dark, everything is right again. Billion. Phew. Mr. Eternal Samurai, I think your celestial organization must be interested in aliens, robots, and these life forms, right? Howl said slouchingly, putting on a condescending expression. The Eternal Warrior opposite, the expression in the warrior helmet is extremely numb, motionless, but his voice is a bit angry. Mr. Hao, this time, did you take another picture of aliens that you couldn't see clearly, or some opinionated alien taxidermy? We've had enough of your jokes. Companion is like a tiger, and trading with a dangerous person like the Eternal Warrior is also very risky. The Eternal Warrior said fiercely, if you want us to play again, you will terminate the cooperation. You can imagine the consequences. Howl swallowed his saliva with a glue and said tremblingly, Eternal Warrior, I assure you, this time is definitely not groundless. I have video evidence for 697. It's really what I saw with my own eyes. Looking at Howard, who was still so determined after being frightened, the Eternal Samurai also had a little more trust and said coldly, send it over. Remember, don't leave any traces. Yes. Howard quickly took out the memory card and the camera, put on a laptop, and sent the video out. The Eternal Samurai, after receiving the video, cached it on the spot. After caching, he clicked the video offline for 2 or 3 minutes. In the video screen, the first thing that catches the eye is a humanoid, a towering giant robot, and there are small robots floating around, a Hollywood blockbuster visual sense. But the Eternal Warrior has been walking around the world for many years, and the naked eye has long been able to easily judge the authenticity of the video. He can see that the video is real at a glance, and how dare not deceive himself. Robots are real. Call out. The screen turns. Mermaid creatures appeared in the lake, and there was a girl with orange hair who claimed to be a lucky girl. These 2 people, with the power of destroying the dead, directly destroyed these robots, and fell directly into the water in the water park, and the parts are all discarded. The robot has lost its usefulness, but the Eternal Samurai is very interested in the sudden appearance of the 2. He looked at the Omnitrix pattern on the big steel tooth and slowly fell in a deep thought. This pattern is always familiar to me, but I can't remember it clearly. It must have something to do with the appearance of this creature. The Eternal Warrior immediately called his subordinates to investigate the surveillance video of the water park that day and easily decipher the data. Surveillance video. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoban are standing in front of the big slide and talking. The Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist instantly matched the pattern onto Gangya's body, and even Xiaowen's orange hair matched the lucky girl's hair. The Eternal Warrior said immediately, "You guys investigate their identities now. These 3 children must have extremely powerful alien weapons, and the other one is suspected of possessing magic. As for the brown-haired boy, he is not a simple person. From a moment he saw it. These technologies, magic, must belong to the celestial organization, even by any means." After a while, the subordinates, who were also wearing samurai equipment and holding weapons, investigated Xiao Chen, Mark, and their identities clearly. Tian Xiaoban, XXX Xiaowen, XXX. Now, dispatch 2 vanguard troops to capture the 3 children. Remember, they can't fight head-on. If Xiao Chen and the others want to use alien technology, they can point guns at them. The Eternal Samurai gave a cold but powerful command in an instant. The subordinates split into 2 teams in an instant and walked out in unison. Hal listened to all this, with a faint trace of something wrong on his face. "Child, what does it have to do with them? Did you kill a bunch of kids?" "Okay, Hal, the news you brought us this time is very useful to us. Maybe we can get a batch of very strong equipment. The money, I will be credited to your account regularly." The Eternal Samurai obviously didn't want to talk much, so he closed the laptop, waved his hand, and hit $1 million. In a dark room, the eyes of the Eternal Warrior looked very cold. A watch that can transform into an alien, a pendant, and a kid who doesn't know what props are on his chest. "I want all your equipment." At this time, Xiao Chen and his party did not know that they had been targeted by a terrorist organization. After playing in the water park, they went back to the old broken car. The air conditioner was on in the old broken car. In this air-conditioned environment, reading books and playing computer games were simply wonderful things. "It's so cool. Xiao Chen, you and I are also on the news report, the combination of lucky girl and alien hero." Tian Xiaoban looked at the news on the browser, as if Xiao Chen had just transformed back then. "I'm so excited to be on the news. One day, I also became a news hero." "Really? I'd really like to see. How do they report on our combination of the beast and the girl? Did they make a mistake? De Gangya is so handsome." The more Xiao Chen read the news, the more speechless he became. Fortunately, he didn't watch it. Tian Xiaoban got up in high spirits. "Xiao Chen, why don't we go out to eat some ice cream and celebrate today's news?" "Okay." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, not because he wanted to celebrate, but simply because he wanted to eat ice cream. Tian Xiaoban on the side listened. "Xiao Chen, bring me a Big Mac ice cream with a mix of chocolate and vanilla flavors." Listening to Tian Xiaoban's series of strange requests, Xiao Chen shook his head speechlessly. Knowing Xiaoban, you'd better eat less of this kind of thing. This idiot, he eats so much ice cream because he wants to catch a cold in the summer. Don't worry, I will definitely give him some extra ingredients. Tian Xiaoban put on a mocking expression and began to teach Tian 4.5 class again. In order to prevent the two from arguing again, Xiao Chen hurriedly pulled Tian Xiaoban out of the car and walked with her to the nearby ice cream shop. The distance is quite far, nearly 1,000 meters away. The two walked for about 10 minutes before they reached the ice cream shop, where a long queue began to form. It was at this time there were whispers from the 2 vans parked near the old broken car. "2 important targets have gone elsewhere. Should we go and catch them together?" "Idiot. Now, there is only a secondary target left in the car, and an old man, who can be caught casually. Why send everyone to other places?" The soldiers are divided into 2 groups. The idea was unanimously agreed. A van slowly drove towards the ice cream shop. A van with the doors open. Old broken car here. The van opens. A full 6, holding spears and wearing samurai equipment, slowly walked towards the old broken car, full of chills, and they happened to be facing the side of the old broken car, behind which was the wall, cleverly used the blind spot of viewing angle. so that no pedestrians can see their figures and actions. When I came to the door of the old broken car, a samurai put down his spear slowly, knocked on the door lightly, made a bang 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 sound, and said in a very polite tone, "Hello, we're the owner of an ice cream shop. May I ask if those two children are your family?" "Yes. They had a car accident." "What?" Mark, who was in the car, had come to the door with some vigilance, but after hearing the words of the samurai, he was a little confused. Xiao Chen and Xiao Wen did indeed go to the ice cream shop. Boom. But when he just opened the car door, what caught his eye was not some friendly ice cream shop employees, but a group of warriors with high-tech spears and armor of the god ship samurai. "Call out." Mark stepped back abruptly, his expression full of vigilance. "Who are you?" "I remember. We didn't offend 16 people like you." "Shut up." The samurai didn't say any nonsense. He directly moved forward coldly, raised a spear, and pressed it against Mark's neck. The cold spirit made Mark's whole body not dare to move. If he hadn't seen many big scenes when he was young, he would have been scared to the ground long ago. Grandfather, Tian Xiaoban on the other side, watching his grandfather being held against the spear, came to Mark's back in a hurry, glared angrily at the group of warriors, and put his palm on the reactor in his chest. "You are all dead. Don't move, move again. Your grandfather's life will not be saved." The samurai directly pressed the spear against Mark's neck, threateningly coldly, and his tone was full of murderous intent. "He really kills. Okay, I'll just listen to you." Even Tian Xiaoban, who thinks he is a hero, has never felt so powerless. He slowly put down his palm and said dejectedly, "Xiaoban, don't do it." Mark was immediately anxious. He wanted to remind his grandson not to be fooled, but monument. The combat experience of a samurai was terrifying, and the knife fell on Mark's neck lightly, knocking the latter unconscious. "What are you doing? Didn't you say don't touch my grandpa?" Tian Xiaoban angrily pounced on Mark's body, and after confirming that Mark was not dead, but was knocked out, he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Call out." It's just that the other samurai were not very polite. They stretched out their palms and firmly controlled Tian Xiaoban and brought them back to the van. The whole process is less than 3 minutes. Mark fainted and Tian Xiaoban was taken away. The process is quiet, like nothing happened. Only the cold words of the leader were left. The first mission objective has been completed, and Tian Xiaoban has been captured among the 3 objectives. Looking forward to the completion of the other pair of missions. After they reported the situation to the Eternal Warrior, they sat in the van and went straight away. They are not stupid. After you have a goal, take it back and talk about it. That is a real feat. Waiting here stupidly. If the other team was killed, wouldn't they have to sit still? Stop dreaming. The other side, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban lined up. After a long wait, Xiao Chen was the first in the line, showing a relieved expression. "Bring me a milk-flavored ice cream and chocolate. It's Big Mac ice cream anyway. Can't remember so many words." "That's ridiculous, kid." The boss greeted warmly and quickly made ice-cold and delicious ice cream with the ice cream machine, packed it on the box, and prepared to hand it to Xiao Chen. Beside, but slowly stopped a van. It seems very abrupt. Is the owner of this car drunk? Looking at the van parked aside, Xiao Chen muttered as he stretched out his right hand towards the ice cream box. "Monument. Right now. Time seems to freeze." The 6 Wuqi kicked open the car door with the soles of their feet, and one of the fastest warriors, holding a long spear, stabbed Xiao Chen's outstretched right wrist. "Take your alien weapon first." All this happened so suddenly that everyone here didn't react, staring blankly at the warriors, for a while, thinking they were playing some kind of cosplay game. Until, when the icy tip of the spear brought an unusual sharpness to Xiao Chen, he suddenly woke up. Is the enemy, real enemy, taste? The gene-enhanced body has extremely developed reflex nerves. At the last moment, Xiao Chen leaned behind him and retracted his right hand, dodging the fatal shot. Yesterday, one shot smashed the ice cream, but did not stab the ice cream owner's hand, which shows its precision. If you don't attack the target, let's go together. We must not let him have any chance to do it. The warrior was not discouraged, nor did he think that he could control the strongest transformative person with one move. SHHHHHH. The other 5 warriors pulled out their weapons, roughly spears, and attacked Xiao Chen. Until now. Oh, yes, it is a real robber, a group of robbers with cold weapons. Run 697. You will die if you don't run. You guys are too selfish. What about this kid? Only then did the people around them react. Most of them fled outside without hesitation. A few people with a sense of justice wanted to help, but they were frightened by the appearance of the samurai's cold weapons, and they also fled. Xiao Chen dodged quickly. Looking at the cold weapon, Tian Xiaoban's face was a little pale, and the lucky charm on his body shone brightly. He directly grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and took him to the side to touch. Bang, bang, bang. Just by luck, Xiao Chen narrowly avoided all the terrifying offensives of cold weapons. If there is no lucky pendant and no small pattern, he will become a hornet's nest. No, I have to quickly become an alien hero. The frightened Xiao Chen didn't care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and desperately raised the Omnitrix to transform. But the warriors withdrew their weapons at a very fast speed and stabbed Xiao Chen's body with their spear tips again in unison. The precision of the battle was breathtaking. No time to transform. Xiao Chen's pupils reflected the tip of the gun, getting closer and closer to the body. And the Omnitrix screen has just popped up, and it's too late to press it. You guys, don't you think I don't exist? Tian Xiaoban Jiao shouted, watching Xiao Chen being targeted by so many deadly attacks. A terrible anger suddenly surged in her heart, and she could not wait to blast the few people out in front of her. It's not allowed. They're so vicious to Xiao Chen. The floating magic pendant lighted up instantly. Although the 6 warriors did not float directly, their bodies also fell to the side due to the sudden change of gravity, and their weapons also fell. They broke free from the shackles of the floating magic pendant in the next second, grabbed their weapons, and tried to stand up and attack again. But, late. Taste. A dazzling green light particle energy flickers next to Tian Xiao's tattoo. A steady and powerful palm slowly supported Tian Xiaoban's back, so that she was not repelled by the force of backlash. Standing beside her, it's a terrifying beast. Yellow fur, no eyes, a head of sharp teeth, looks extremely fierce orange behemoth. Super beast. Xiao Chen, huh? That's great, you're on time. And you turned into a super beast, but luckily you didn't become a little soldier. Tian Xiaoban turned pale because of the excessive magic for a moment and spoke. No strength. Ho ho ho. Xiaoban, leave it all to me here. Now it's my turn to protect you. Although Tian Xiaoban couldn't understand the super beast's words, she could hear the concern in the roar. Now that Xiao Chen has become an alien hero, then it's up to him to protect himself. Xiaoban leaned against the wall beside him with confidence, resting slightly. What is this? How did he transform into another alien? Beast-shaped, with claws and sharp teeth. Everyone pay attention to these attacking parts of it. In addition, it has something like ears on the side, but no eyes. It seems to have a special sense of vision. Nothing more than just a beast. After being surprised for a while, the 6 warriors calmly and methodically analyzed all the characteristics of the super beast, lined up the team, and aimed at the super beast with their weapons. It's like a hunting party ready to hunt a tiger. It's just a hunter. It's hard to say who is the hunted. Shhhhhhh. The samurai spears stabbed at the body of the super beast from different directions, fast and accurate. Every move is aimed at the weakest part of the beast, and cleverly the place where the super beast's claws can't touch. In other words, it cannot be effectively defended with claws and sharp teeth. But super beasts don't need to focus on dodging at all. With a slight movement of the spider sense in its brain, its body is like a real spider, jumping up nimbly, performing extremely difficult movements, and avoiding all the attacks of the samurai in mid-air. Failed. The warriors all showed a look of surprise, and they used their warrior spears to protrude upwards towards the body of the super beast. But the super beast seemed to have eyes on its back, and easily flipped backwards, avoiding the alternate attack again. No matter how ferocious and cunning the attacks of these 6 samurai warriors are, Super Beast can flash past with ease. What's going on with this guy? He's obviously just a little boy, so he shouldn't have so much combat experience. This is no longer a matter of combat experience. I feel that it can predict our actions. How could there be such a trick as a prejudgment action? Then how can you fight? 1. 2. Avoidance. It may be said to be luck, fluke, but every time the super beast dodged accurately, these martial artists showed incredible expressions. They are all battle-hardened existences, and they can't even touch the fur of this monster. How is this possible? Roar. While they're sluggish for a moment, the super beast released a violent roar towards them. In an instant, the rolling sand and dust on the ground rose like the wind, and the ultrasonic attack directly shocked all the warriors in front of him. Their bodies did not dare to move. They were directly paralyzed. Taste. The teeth of the super beast rubbed wisps of cold light and suddenly appeared in front of a samurai. The paw slapped casually and landed on a samurai's body. Click. First, all the equipment of the samurai was cracked by the force and even fell apart, and then it flew out with a bang until it hit the ground 20 to 30 meters away. Slap down. A samurai is half dead. Be careful. It's on the offensive. The other 5 samurai also reacted in a very short time and hurriedly erected samurai spears and stabbed at the body of the super beast. 10. ITT. Late. The super beast roared and flashed the spear, and with a pair of strong arms from his side, directly hugged the samurai spear that was about to be retracted. That huge holding force made the samurai's spear unable to draw it back, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. Click! The muscles of the super beast burst out suddenly, and the ferocious body of the beast completely broke the samurai spear, and the sharp end fell on the ground, leaving only the stick in the hands of the samurai. They were still very calm. They all showed panicked expressions. When a group of wolves lost their teeth, they faced the overlord in the forest, the king of beasts, the tiger. How can you not be afraid? The super beast opened a pair of claws, and once and again, it launched the offensive with incomparable force. But the super beast still maintained a trace of reason and did not kill them. The reason is also very simple. This group of people is not like the people of Mojas, nor can they be the people sent by the corpse. Behind the scenes, there is someone else. If you don't find a mastermind behind the scenes, you are afraid that you will be hunted wildly. So who can stand it? Is there always time to sleep? Comma, who. Xiao, let's go. Chow. Wang nu ozho. Neng beast calmed down and roared again at Tian Xiaoban. Please, I really don't understand the words of the super beast. Tian Xiaoban, who recovered, looked helpless and patted the back shoulder of the super beast. The super beast suddenly had a plan, lifted a sharp nail directly, and carved a crooked line of words on the ground. Take them away. I need to interrogate them. Tian Xiaoban read the words on the ground and immediately understood. No problem. You can take those people to the vicinity of the old broken car now, and I will meet you there. After saying that, she turned around and ran to the position of the old broken car. The super beast slowly came to the front of the warriors, picked them all up, and when there was no place, he clamped them in the armpit, ready to take them to the old broken car. Only, they did an unexpected act. Let the super beast show a stunned expression. This gang of warriors resolutely took out the knife from the broken armor, and the cold light suddenly flashed by. The thorn is not a super beast, but their own necks. A smear of blood appeared. The super beast threw the bodies of these madman warriors to the ground, with a look of horror on their expressions, and looked at the warriors who committed suicide on the ground in shock. Among all the enemies he encountered, I am afraid that only this group of warriors can do this kind of death without hesitation. Of course, as a hero who has seen countless big scenes, the super beast quickly calmed down and became even more afraid of the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of character is it that can cultivate such a character? Taste. The super beast jumped up quickly, left the scene, and broke away from the group of dead samurai. The Eternal Samurai also showed a hint of regret after the group of samurai disconnected. He did not regret the death of his subordinates, but regretted the failure of the mission. Their deaths can escape interrogation, and they can also exchange glory and wealth for their families. Death is worth it. At least the other team caught someone, which is a very good record. When the super beast was one step ahead of Tian Xiaoban, and fell near the old broken car. He suddenly felt that something was wrong with 697. That super sense of smell, just concentrating in the air, is to smell the mixed breath of ordinary people, as well as another different smell, murderous feeling. And the door of the old broken car also opened unusually. Although there were no signs of fighting, there was no sound inside, and it was extremely quiet. Oops. The super beast ran with it in his heart, trying his best to think that Grandpa and Xiaoban went out to buy things, and hurriedly came to the door of the old broken car and took a look inside. Mark was fainting on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and Tian Xiaoban disappeared. You don't have to think about it to know. What happened to Xiaoban? Ho ho ho, Grandpa, Grandpa. The super beast stretched out a beast claw, gently pulled Mark's body, and swayed him. Little class, don't listen to them. Mark slowly opened his eyes under the shaking, and the first reaction when he opened his eyes was to get up at the speed of light, shouting anxiously to the air beside him, and was still immersed in the dangerous situation he encountered before. Hoo-hoo-hoo. After taking a deep breath, he finally regained consciousness, looking at the super beast in front of him, his expression a bit lonely. A group of strange people wearing samurai armor, using me as a hostage, get away Xiaoban. After all, I'm getting old. I can't even protect my grandson. That lonely taste. Only Mark can experience it. Samurai, samurai again. The super beast's pupils slowly shrank, and a pair of claws were pinched tightly. At this time, Tian Xiaoban just arrived at the old broken car. One person and one beast continued to listen to Mark to add the previous details, but none of them noticed. Behind a nearby building, Erheo leaned firmly behind the building, and when he thought of the huge orange creature, he trembled all over. In my mind, a picture was automatically added. The orange monster was on the house behind him, covering the sky and sun. He lowered his head and glared at himself, and finally rushed directly. This family really know a lot of strange alien friends. But those guys shouldn't arrest that kid. It's not right. God knows what these guys will do. Erheo clenched his hands tightly, and a fierce ideological struggle was going on in his heart. He was still relieved of Tian Xiaoban and the others, so he quietly drove his car out and just happened to hide here and witnessed everything that happened before. The Heavenly Secret Organization can do anything, and it is even possible to tear that little boy into pieces. If Erheo made such a mistake, he would not forgive himself at all. Here he is fighting an ideological struggle, and a brainstorm is set off in the old broken car. As the super beast changed back to Xiao Chen, the three of them still couldn't find the identity of the warriors by searching on the internet and asking people. Only know that it is an organization of people. Isn't this nonsense? They all wear the same armor and have roughly the same tricks, so it must be an organization. The question is, what is the organization called? And where is it? Just relying on we can't guess what the organization that captured Xiaoban is, and we don't know any more information. Tian Xiaoban sighed and said, she and her grandfather also heard about the suicide of several warriors from Xiao Chen. It sounds appalling. We know. Then wait a few more minutes. Let the little soldiers come. Xiao Chen clenched his hands and gritted his teeth. He must rescue Xiaoban. 3 or 4 minutes later, the Omnitrix is recharged. Xiao Chen directly twisted the Omnitrix, selected the little surprise soldier, and took pictures. After transforming into a little surprise soldier, he didn't talk nonsense. He landed on a laptop and tapped all the keys with a smack. The screen of the computer switched from a normal screen to a mysterious page. Dark background, lonely search engine. This is the world-famous dark web. According to the outfits of the samurai of that organization, little raiders added a keyword search. Tian Xiaoban double-clicks the search button again. Taste. The screen that jumped out was a mysterious organization name. Heavenly Organization. What kind of organization is this? It sounds very mysterious. Tian Xiaoban looked puzzled. Could it be some evil church? However, there was a glimmer of wisdom in the eyes of Xiao Qibing. In this state, he not only has a very high IQ, but also has an extremely terrifying memory. He just searched the warehouse of his brain easily and found out about the Tianji organization, the Heavenly Organization, an organization of eternal warriors, specializes in reselling alien weapons. They should have missed it, but they ran into it by mistake. So here comes the headache. How do I find a location of the Celestial Organization? Let me search for the specific information of the Tianji Organization. Xiao Qibing searched the Tianji Organization again, but could not find any key clues, only that the boss was called the Eternal Warrior. Nothing else, no more. This is the case even if Little Raiders has changed several websites. The confidentiality of this organization is very high, and any website can't find any useful information. Mark felt a lot of trouble. He was considering whether to let Xiao Chen contact the people of the Tiangong Union in advance and try to ask for help there. At this time, outside the door, Hall stood. Although I'm a selfish person who loves money. However, no matter what, I can't kill anyone, it's still a child's life. Hauer, who abides by the bottom line of being a human being, slowly raised his fist, and under a trembling, he knocked on the door with courage. Crushed. He knocked like that. Little Qibing, Mark, and Tian Xiaoban. The three of them showed an extremely guarded expression together. Please. The samurai just now fooled the vigilant Mark by knocking on the door. In an instant, Tian Xiaoban raised the fire magic pendant. Mark directly picked up the air gun treasured in Xiao Chen's box. And even Xiao Qibing made a time bomb urgently. Fully armed, Hal, who was outside the door, didn't know it yet, and while dancing frantically on the tip of the knife, he said loudly, "Hello, I'm here to provide you with some information. I'm not a bad person. Please believe me." The voice came in through the door. Xiao Qibing was completely stunned. He opened the memory palace of the brain. In the memory palace, countless voices are mixed together, including the anime I watched in the previous life and the countless voices encountered in the real world in the previous life. Hal's voice, compared with countless memories, the response result is no match, no match, no match, skipping countless voices quickly. Until match. Match with a voice in the depths of the memory palace. Dig out that memory again. This Hauer is the one who in the original book gave Tian Xiaoban's transformation to Tianji Organization, and then because the Tianji Organization was cruel to Xiaoqibing, he couldn't bear to rescue Xiaoqibing. I can't say that he is a good person, but he is a good-minded person. Open the door. He's here to help us. Little Qibing slowly put down the time bomb and said calmly. Mark and Tian Xiaoban looked at each other, both looking confused. They didn't understand why the little soldier, who was with them like a big enemy, just a second ago had a 180-degree turn in his attitude this second. Believe me, he is knocking on the door now, and there's a high probability that he has information to give us. Although the two of them couldn't believe it, Xiao Qibing's confident look was very contagious. Mark had to trust, put down his weapon, and slowly open the door forward. A young man with harmless eyes. Hello, old man." When he first saw Mark, Hal was very cautious, and at the same time full of embarrassment, because he had caused so much misery to others. "Hello, do you have anything to do with us?" Mark asked cautiously. "I want to talk further. Is it convenient to go in and talk?" Hal asked cautiously. Mark turned around to look at Little Raiders, asking for his opinion. Little Qibing nodded slowly. "Let him come in." "Go in." Mark naturally agreed with Hal to come in. He didn't think he could be wiser and give better judgments than Little Raiders, so he complied unconditionally. Hal listened to the voice of the little surprised soldier. His face was a little strange. He slowly walked into the old broken car and saw the little surprised soldier on the table. His expression was stunned. The big orange dog is gone? And there's such a small, cute creature? At the same time, he also noticed the air guns, time bombs, and other weapons on the table. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. Little Qibing tried his best to explain. As tourists, it is quite reasonable for us to prepare some bombs and firearms for legitimate defense, right? Yep. Hal squeezed out a forced smile, but fortunately, Mark handed him a glass of water next to him. After he took a sip of water, he relaxed and slowly sat in the seat next to him. "Tell me, what do you want to say?" The little surprised soldier looked at Hal closely and asked. That's it. Hal slowly recounted the whole thing. When I was at the water park, I saw those strangely dressed people following you all the time. So I followed along and watched them drive and park here. Come down and finally see them take away your family, the little boy. He wanted to admit directly that he caused Tian Xiaoban to be arrested, but he still didn't have the courage to say it. It doesn't matter what the truth is, Xiao Qibing asked quite keenly. Then do you know where those people are going? I know. Drive the car for me, and I have a driver's license. Hal was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head, and with the permission of Xiao Qibing, Mark, and others, he came to the driver's seat and started the old car. Little Qibing and Mark, very tacit understanding, did not ask why Hal knew where the Tianji organization was. Why didn't he just come over to explain? For some things, there's no need to break the casserole and ask to the end. Tian Xiaoban naturally did not dare to ask. The atmosphere was rather cold. During the process, Hal also asked about the super beasts and the little surprised soldiers from time to time. Xiao Qibing calculated the time for Omnitrix's transformation. When the time was about to come, he stopped the time and went to the toilet to change back, which surprised Hal. Anyway, Xiao Chen didn't explain it, and Howard wisely didn't ask. All the way, very quiet, but very serious. When the car stopped, Xiao Chen's Omnitrix was fully charged early. This is it. This is a sub-base of the Tianji organization, but it is also unbreakable. Hal looked solemn, took a deep breath, and dropped his finger to a house outside the car window. 4 flowers. Xiao Chen and others also came to the car window and looked at the house in front of them through the car window. No, that's not a house at all. It was simply a large fortress, a huge building like a castle, surrounded by high stone walls, and many samurai were still patrolling it, and it was heavily guarded. This must be the place where Tianji was imprisoning Tian Xiaoban. Xiao Chen, what do you say? Where do you think Xiaoban will be imprisoned? To Howard's surprise, Xiao Chen seemed to be the backbone, and even Mark would ask Xiao Chen's opinion. Xiao Chen was very worried and sighed. To be honest, the defense and alertness of this organization are the most severe I have ever seen. It could be said that there are no dead ends. He observed it. Unless it was a mouse and Xiaoqiang, no one living person could sneak in. Then how we get in? Mark's face was domineering and said violently, No, if we get in, they will definitely know that we are here to rescue Xiaoban, and they will definitely divert their targets and focus their firepower on us. Xiao Chen rejected Mark's direct intrusion plan. It looks like there is no way to start. If it is said that the attackers have no threat value at all to this group of samurai, but the initial attack made them mess up the square, what will be the result? Howard, who was sitting in the driver's seat, lowered his head and asked softly. The result is very simple. These people are very smart. If the attackers do not have the threat value, they will not be able to transfer the small class. It is better to stay here. It is more dangerous to go out. The answer appeared in the discussion between Xiao Chen and the others. I need someone who can divert a lot of attention from the beginning, but make the samurai judge as non-threatening. I'll stay, after all, it's my grandson. Even if I risk my life, I have to hold back the attention of these warriors. Xiao Chen, Xiao Wen, you two go save people. Mark resolutely came to the driver's seat and exchanged places with Hal. Okay, Grandpa, I see. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban both looked firm and nodded without hesitation. Hal, who was already guilty, looked at the 2 children with such determination, and there was a kind of blood in his heart. Why is he not even better than 2 children now? I'm still a young man. Billion, feeling full of guilt, Erheo slowly lowered his head. Old man, let me drive in with you. I'll sit in the co-pilot, and after I get in, I can still attract their attention. It doesn't matter, I'm enough alone. Mark originally wanted to refuse, but Erheo had a determined look on his face, posing as if he could not refuse. Finally, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban got out of the car and lurked near the grass next to the gate. Markel Hao was sitting in the old broken car, facing the gate of the fortress. Xiao Chen looked at his Omnitrix, as usual, the state of the green light particles, and his heart suddenly settled down. Wow, The headlights of the old broken car were like a beam of light, penetrating the gate, and several separate beams passed by the group of warriors. Bright. Who? Sniper. Array. The sensitive warriors reacted directly, rushing towards the gate in unison, holding weapons and spears, because 697 was illuminated by the headlights of the headlights, so that they could not see the light at all. Old broken car behind. Boom. Until the roar of the engine starts. Boom. The old wrecked car, which was accelerating at full speed, suddenly smashed the gate of the fortress and rushed into the courtyard. Most of the warriors responded quickly and hurriedly rushed to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact of the old wrecked car. Only a few, the one who couldn't dodge, was hit and flew out. There are enemies attacking. Catch them. The entire fortress was immediately alerted, and many warriors rushed towards the old broken cart. The samurai spears thrown out even more accurately stabbed the car platform, making the high-speed moving old broken cart have to stop as a last resort. A group of black warriors, like wolves and tigers, marched towards the old broken car. Inside the car, Mark was holding a time bomb. Urheo took the air gun given by Mark, and each took a deep breath, relying on these weapons to delay the last sight. Xiao go. Xiao Chen stretched out his head and looked towards the courtyard along the cracked gate. Although the crowd of black people looked scary, almost all of them had their backs to the gate, and their attention was all on Mark. He immediately took Tian Xiaoban's hand, and the two trotted all the way to the fort's house. Along the way, my heart was pounding, I was extremely nervous, and even my footsteps were shaking. Don't be found, don't be found. They didn't even dare to turn their heads to look. They just kept running forward with their backs to the warriors. This is also the place where the sense of oppression is the strongest. Whenever a samurai looks back in the dark and sees the figures of the two walking towards, all efforts turned into bubbles. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban were all in a hurry along the way, and at the moment when the door was pushed open and closed, they heard the painful voices of Mark and Howl. Boom! The door is closed. The voices outside suddenly quieted down, and it was quite quiet inside. Grandpa, after I rescue Xiaoban, I will definitely rescue you together. Xiao Chen grasped it and said resolutely, There's so many houses here, and more than the first floor. Can we really find them all? Tian Xiaoban looked around in confusion. Xiao Chen also noticed his surroundings. They are in a long corridor, and they can turn left and right, and from the height of the outside, it is only the first floor. There are at least 7 or 8 rooms, and only this side. In an exaggerated way, looking for Tian Xiaoban here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's okay, look for it slowly. Most of the warriors should be patrolling outside. Xiao Chen comforted Tian Xiaoban. Next moment, at the left and right corners, there was a slight sound of footsteps, and it sounded like someone was walking towards here. Moreover, they deliberately lowered their footsteps, but because of the heavy samurai armor, it was inevitable that there would be a slight noise. What's the matter? It seems that someone is coming. Shouldn't it be? Tian Xiaoban's expression showed a trace of anxiety, and Xiao Chen also showed the appearance of an enemy. The two leaned against the wall and were at a loss. The sound of footsteps gradually became louder, and it seemed that the next second would turn around and come here. But there are no obstructions. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen stared at both sides, nervously, sweating palms slowly falling on the Omnitrix. The pattern has been switched to the strongest four-handed overlord in melee combat. In seconds, 2 groups of samurai came directly from both sides of the corridor. There were 6 people in one group, 12 samurai in total, their icy gazes like knife madness, instantly focused on this corridor. There is no one. The door is closed. Come. We came from stairs just now and went all the way to the corridor at the gate. The entire first floor has been searched, right? It seems that no one has sneaked in. A samurai breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, Don't be long-winded, continue to search, and continue to search if you can't find anyone. The Eternal Warrior said, You must search the house well, and you must not be swayed by the enemy. The other samurai said coldly, like patrolling robots, They walked past the door of one house after another. In one of the rooms, in the dark room, Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban's bodies were close to the door of the room, and they were extremely nervous, especially when they heard the footsteps stop at the door. Their hearts came to their throats. However, the footsteps soon drifted away. Tian Xiaoban's face was a little tired, and her little hand was holding the lucky magic pendant. She used the magic pendant's ability again. Eternal Samurai, I can see that we are turning the tiger away from the mountain. Xiaoban, without your lucky magic pendant, I am afraid that I can only fight head-on, and Xiaoban may not be able to save it by then. Although he didn't confront the Eternal Warrior, Xiao Chen felt the pressure for the first time ever. Think about it too. Big villains like Eternal Samurai and Mojas are all organized and have worked hard for many years. How could they be fooled at will? You must give 200% of your spirit to defeat them. Okay, the footsteps are far away. We should be able to continue walking, and I will always activate the power of Lucky Magician. Tian Xiaoban listened to the footsteps and left, heaved a sigh of relief, and said while holding the lucky magic pendant, Xiaoban, take a rest when you are tired. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen was not hypocritical and told Tian Xiaoban very seriously. The two opened the door again, knowing that there are many people patrolling here, so they have to look for them. Driven by the lucky drop, the two successfully came to the front of the stairs, starting from the first floor, moving towards the second floor, and reaching the third floor. Xiao Chen, this is it. The lucky charm reminds Xiaoban to be here. Tian Xiaoban leaned on the armrest with his hand and said lightly, For 0.5 inch, there are more than a dozen rooms here. All of them are so big, it's hard to find. Xiao Chen looked at the layout of the third floor with difficulty. The structure of each floor of this house is the same, and the rooms are many and big. Most importantly, hold on to the stairway. As long as you hold it there, that kid won't be able to come up. Unless he climbs the window, he's courting death. The voices of the samurai whispering were heard from all directions, and it was obvious that a large number of samurai were gathering towards the entrance of the stairs. Yes, they figured out. There is only one way for Xiao Chen to come, and it is to block Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, why don't you go down? Let's go to the second floor to hide and find a way. Tian Xiaoban said. Time is running out. Xiao Chen turned the Omnitrix's screen, switched from the four-handed overlord to another alien hero, gritted his teeth. I'll make all the warriors in the house overwhelmed. I'll trouble you to find Xiaoban. Monument. The green light is very dazzling, filling the entire staircase. Xiaoban, I'll divert those people away first. You take the opportunity to find someone in the room. The sharp sound of the flashing star sounded, and before attracting the enemy, it also stretched out a pair of sharp claws, and there were several claws toward the stairway behind it. Shhhhhhhh. A pair of claws are like countless sharp knives like cutting tofu, tearing the stairs behind them instantly, leaving a large section of the way. Although this certainly can't stop the warriors from coming up from the bottom, but at least it could delay the footsteps of the warriors coming up. I see a green glow in there. According to the previous information, once the child uses his alien technology watch, it will emit this light. The warriors all noticed the light emitting from the entrance of the stairs and immediately put on a murderous look. They all raised their steps and rushed towards the stairs. Xiaoban, grab me, don't fall. Flash Star quickly stretched out his arm, hugged Tian Xiaoban, and suddenly released his function legs, making his originally extremely fast speed even faster. Taste. A gust of wind swept up to the third floor, and the warriors who were walking towards the stairs could feel a gust of wind blowing beside them, causing their bodies to fall heavily to the side. On the floor, there are still countless connected footprints. After half a second, the flash star arrived at a corner of the third floor, slowly put down Tian Xiaoban. The mask dropped and said solemnly, Xiaoban, next I will attract the attention of all the enemies in this house, and look for Xiaoban's. The task is left to you. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely find that idiot. Tian Xiaoban nodded lightly, holding the scrap chain on his body, making a serious promise. Call. And the flashing star took a deep breath and galloped in the original direction. After another half a second, his figure reappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and he appeared in front of all the enemies in a grand manner, without any fear. "Are you guys looking for me?" Flash Star looked at the group of warriors in front of him and hooked his fingers towards them. "Catch it. As long as you catch this kid, you'll make a contribution and personally get the alien technology given by the boss. This guy is mine. Don't grab it." A group of well-trained warriors, armed with their own weapons, launched an endless attack on the Flash Star, and the promise of the Eternal Warriors made them dazzled by the benefits. Moreover, the thin appearance of the Flash Star is not underestimated for a day or two. The Flash Star is getting used to this kind of shit. But this time, a total of 10 or 20 warriors are attacking the Flash Star, which could be described as extremely dangerous, and even the Flash Star has to put on an all-out attitude. Taste. The mask of the flashing star was lifted again, and a pair of eagle-like eyes stared at all the warriors in front of him. This moment, his speed briefly surpassed the time of these people. The movements of the warriors were slowed down countless times, very slowly waving towards the flashing star. Every movement, expression, and even the drop of sweat on their bodies were all displayed at a glance. Naturally, the flaws exposed by the group of people when they attacked were also magnified. I don't know how much. Function legs. The flashing star let out a low growl, and then used his function legs to match his dynamic vision. Martial arts with alien abilities. SHHHHHH. In an instant, one pair of his legs turned into 2 pairs, 3 pairs, and even countless pairs of shadows, like pear blossom needles in a rainstorm, quickly falling on every warrior's weakness. The speed is terrifying. Puff. What? Time back to normal. The dozen or so warriors who were moving forward instantly felt a heavy blow somewhere on their body. The terrifying leg force directly caused them to take off in place. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen people took off together and slammed into the corridor together. This scene was quite spectacular. They all hugged their abdomens, hugged the weak parts of their bodies, and wailed in a low voice, and the parts that were kicked, the armor directly appeared whole. It is unimaginable that without the armor, their bodies would likely be kicked to pieces. The third pose of functions legs, heavy rain, and strong wind. The flashing star gasped slightly, and his body was still in the motion of flying kicks. When he was about to land, he stretched out his hands to support his body, and after a roll on the ground, he quickly got up. All the enemies in front of you can't get up for a while. Come on, there's movement upstairs. Let's go to support together, and the pile can kill this child with alien technology. And according to the previous intelligence inference, this child's extraterrestrial ability is not eternal. It is limited. The samurai patrolling downstairs rushed towards the 3rd floor from downstairs, and they were not afraid that the Flash Star would hear the content of the conversation, and they deliberately amplified their voices, just to make the Flash Stars afraid. Listening to the footsteps, there are at least 20 samurai warriors here. If I use another heavy rain and gale, and I need to activate my physical abilities, I'm afraid I'll be too tired to run. Flash Star quickly analyzed. After all, the alien hero he has transformed into is not a specialized combat type. It is quite difficult to deal with so many people at one time. He calmed down slowly, clenched his teeth, straightened his body, and directly matched his speed with the function legs to the extreme. Only by letting go and breaking through the limit can we get the chance to deceive these people. Must remember, he is not here to fight. He is here to save people. Taste. When the 697 gang warriors scolded and jumped over the break in the middle of the floor and came to the corridor on the 3rd floor, they saw a light blue afterimage flying towards them. A gust of wind swept over their bodies and ran down again. He's down again. Don't come up from the 1st floor. Just block the door and don't let him escape. Yes, he can't be allowed to escape. He must be captured alive. The group of warriors stopped again, except for a few warriors who stayed on the 3rd floor under martial law. All the other warriors rushed downstairs. And at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, sweaty Flash mob, huddled in the corner panting, surrounded by smashed glass scum. The shadow that ran out. Not an entity. It's an afterimage. He had already rushed down the floor at a faster speed, and then smashed the window at the speed of takeoff, and turned to the corner of the third floor. It is difficult for the flashing star to estimate the speed of the explosion in the extreme state. In short, time is showing a sense of lag. In the eyes of those samurai warriors, the flashing stars of the previous second actually appeared, and they ran after them. Xiaowen doesn't seem to be in the corridor on this side, so I'll start looking for Xiaoban from here. Flashstar took a breath and fixed his eyes on the 7 or 8 rooms on this floor. One of the rooms also has a label on it. Not allowed to enter, offenders will be shot to death. Since not allowed to enter, offenders will be shot to death. Seeing the label on the room, the Flash Star Yi came to the door of this room with a bang, and without hesitation, stretched out his paws to the door and pushed inward. The doors are basically unlocked, seemingly out of absolute trust in the security system. The door was pushed open easily. Small class. Tian Xiaoban walked into this room and saw Tian Xiaoban, who was staying in the room at a glance, with a happy face. She looked at the sign at the door, "No entry. Violators will be killed," and she felt suspicious, probably meaning there is no silver 300 taels here, so she walked in directly. Unexpectedly, I really met a small class. At this time, Tian Xiaoban looked very sad. His shirt was taken off, and he was tied to an instrument similar to an operating table. The cold white light was shining on the reactor in front of his chest, and there was a Frankenstein holding a sawtooth next to him. Seems to be preparing to cut that reactor off Tian Xiaoban. Xiaowen, my God, I never imagined how exciting it would be to meet you. Tian Xiaoban almost burst into tears, shouting Tian Xiaowen's name excitedly. "Little girl, get out." Frankenstein instantly raised the sawtooth, bent over, pulled the chain, and the electric sawtooth kept shaking, looking very scary. It was just that Tian Xiaowen used the floating magic pendant to fly out easily, and his head hit the table and fell over. "Xiaoban, are you all right? It's already in a mess outside. You are ready to transform at any time. I'll start Lucky Magian to find Xiao Chen." Tian Xiaowen was too late to explain too much, so he hurried to Tian Xiaoban's help break the rope in front of him. After opening the door, what Flashstar saw was not the picture of Tian Xiaoban being detained. It's a warehouse. There are high-level exhibition warehouses in the warehouse, and there are strange parts or biological components hanging in it, and there are also good things such as high-level cores and mechanical parts. A dazzling array of high-tech, making the flashing stars dazzling. This must be the warehouse used by the Eternal Warrior to store alien technology, and at least it is super high-level alien technology. Ooh, squeeze the urge to steal in your heart. No, the Eternal Warrior wants to harm Tian Xiaoban, so he can get something back in his own defense. What's wrong? Is that called stealing? I'll come back to pick up the things here later. The most urgent task is to find Xiaoban first. Xiaoban still holds a high place in Flash Star's mind, not least because he was his favorite anime character as a child. More because they are brothers. After the flashing stars circled around here, except for some dark little things in the corners, there was no more discovery, and there was no such thing as a secret door to hide people. He left the house directly, returned to the corridor, and walked into other rooms to search for Xiaoban's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after entering 4 or 5 rooms, I found nothing. He didn't find Tian Xiaoban's footprint until he visited all 7 rooms of the Flash Star. At the same time, a large group of warriors were panting in the courtyard, trying hard to find clues, and finally came to the other side of the building. On the wall, all the way to the window on the 3rd floor, there are deep footprints, and the Flash Star is like Spider-Man and can run on the building. The windows on the 3rd floor are still broken. At first glance, there is no change, but if you look closely, you can see tiny cracks around. It was obviously smashed by a Flash Star. This guy has already gone upstairs, and we have been tricked again, running for so long in vain. A samurai saw something was wrong and stomped his feet angrily. Another samurai complained, "This kid's alien technology is so tricky. Other alien technology has only one ability at most. As long as time goes by, we can analyze the weakness. But with this kid, our previous combat experience is of little use." His remarks were highly approved by the samurai, and ripples appeared in his heart. First of all, the other party is not a human being transformed. Secondly, Xiao Chen can switch to an unknown number of alien heroes, and each one is stronger than the other, with different abilities. How does this make them fight? The super beast data analyzed before, and now encountering a flashing star. It is completely blind. No wonder the boss values the ability of this watch so much. This time the samurai no longer gather. They're cleverly spread out, ready to patrol the 3 floors thoroughly, so that there are no dead spots for the flash stars to take advantage of. The flash star upstairs, after searching the room to no avail, is going to look for footprints in other corridors on the 3rd floor. However, he still heard the footsteps coming from downstairs with his ear power surpassing that of ordinary people. The pupils shrank suddenly. The samurai came up to search for themselves. "It's been several minutes since I came out, and Omnitrix's transformation time is almost here. If I go somewhere else, I'm likely to be caught on the spot, and it's over by then." Flash Star paced back and forth, his expression distressed. Out of the corner of the window, I saw that room again, etc. This shoot to kill is not just for oneself. The Eternal Samurai is also on guard against some of his minions. That is to say, most of the subordinates didn't dare to come in when they saw this label. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Just hide here. Flash Star immediately made up his mind, opened the door, and walked into this mysterious warehouse again. Look at the countless alien technologies. Another good idea rose in his mind. If those guys really find themselves here, then grab the alien technology here and fight with them. If it doesn't work, all the jade and stone will be burned. Who is afraid of who? Thinking of this, a ruthless look appeared in Flash Star's eyes. He could make the Eternal Samurai experience the feeling of hemorrhage. "Hide in the corner first." Flashing Star muttered to himself. Hiding in the corner, just Wang Nuo's ho, there was a display cabinet in front of the corner, enough to cover his body. Taste. The time for Omnitrix's transformation just arrived. A green light flashed. I don't know what touched it, and the alien technology in a certain exhibition cabinet suddenly made a short and rapid sound. "Welcome." The door has a strong sound insulation effect, but you can still hear faint noises outside. Someone's inside. It must be that kid hiding inside. Is it time to transform? Wait a minute. This is a place that the adults ordered not to enter at will. It is a warehouse for storing alien technology. Then send 2 people in. It's not for a fight anyway. It's enough to determine the position of that kid. A group of warriors, like sharks seeing the smell of blood, blocked the gate at a very fast speed, and even the warriors below came to the back of the building to prevent Xiao Chen from breaking through the wall and escaping from behind. For a while, Xiao Chen is in a great crisis. Bang! Bang! The 2 warriors pushed open the door of the room without any suspense, walked in slowly, and closed the door. They looked at the alien technology around them with a little curiosity, then obediently retracted their restless eyes and carefully observed the vacancies behind each exhibition warehouse. No one, no. As the 2 warriors walked towards Xiao Chen became more and more nervous and placed his palms on the glass of a training bin, but unexpectedly found that his own strength could not hold the glass. It must be some kind of super bulletproof glass. Maybe it's made by... Oops. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly became cold, and he began to think about how he should throw a punch to give these 2 warriors a punch. It seems that there is only one way to choose. Just as he got up slightly, ready to rush over to strike at any time, the voice of steaming Rong came from behind. Xiao Chen turned back, saw a wall, and looked down again. The corner of the wall is made of stone, and a mouse hole has been gnawed out, and there is a big black mouse inside. It is obviously a mutant mouse, and the bite force is so strong. How long has this ghost place been cleaned? There are even big rats. Is the food particularly good? 697. Mouse. That's the last place left, ready to fight at any time. Even if the enemy is not in a state of transformation, it cannot be taken lightly. The 2 martial corpses looked at the training warehouse next to the wall, and they were sure that Xiao Chen was there, all of them holding weapons in their hands and walking on the catwalk. Duh! Suddenly, a black mouse the size of a kitten emerged from the cultivating bin and ran out in fright. The two warriors were startled. The weapons in their hands suddenly stabbed the ground, and the tip of the spears sank into the ground for 3 points. But because the mice were small, they were not stabbed. They were in a rush for a while before they caught the black mouse running around and breathed a sigh of relief. Original. Just a mouse. The two were a little disappointed. The abnormal noise, just now, was probably also the result of the mouse touching the mechanism of alien technology when it hit the exhibition warehouse. The two grabbed the mouse and walked out quickly. Outside, they reported to the samurai ranks. Report and confirm that there is nothing abnormal inside. Very good. It's enough to have this result. Fortunately, you haven't been in for a long time. You've seen it for a long time, and it's not a good thing. The voices of the samurai faded away until it disappears completely. It shouldn't be Xiao Chen's. They don't have the courage to come in again. Xiao Chen got up, walked straight out of the corner, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and wanted to take off his shirt. It was hot and crowded, so uncomfortable. Monument. The door outside was suddenly pushed open. Open the door. It was two samurai wearing armor and helmets, and they seemed to be the two samurai who just left. Eyes collide. Time seemed to freeze. I have to say that Xiao Chen has never felt so embarrassed in his life. He also reacted very quickly and rushed directly to the front of a display cabinet. If you two dare to speak up, I will immediately kick the glass and destroy your alien technology. At that time, I will, if you can't live, you will die because of your inability to do things. He put on a posture of death, staring at the two warriors with blood-red eyes, hysterical. The weird thing is, the two warriors didn't react much, looked at each other, walked in, and back into the door. Huh, it's so hot, Xiaoban. This piece of equipment is really tiring and heavy. A samurai made a very familiar female voice. She slowly took off her helmet, and under the helmet was Tian Xiaoban's pretty face. Next, remove the wrist guards, remove the light armor from the body, take off all these equipment, and stuff the boots with pads for heightening. The other one who took off his equipment was Tian Xiaoban. Yes, it's Xiaoban. And Xiaoban is here too? What's going on? Xiao Chen also subconsciously maintained a state of vigilance, holding the glass, in his hand, and asked in surprise. Tian Xiaoban showed a complacent look. Just as he was about to exaggerate, he was stopped by Tian Xiaoban. This idiot is talking, and he wants to run the train with his mouth full. Let me make a long story short. Tian Xiaoban quickly explained the ins and outs. How did he find Tian Xiaoban and save Tian Xiaoban? Then how did he defeat the two samurai who came in a search, and then mixed in with their armor? And finally, driven by the lucky magic pendant, he came to this house. Fortunately, it's you. I was ready to sink the boat just now. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief with a slight tiredness. After his body that had been tense for a long time relaxed, he also slumped on the ground along the smooth glass. On the way just now, I also heard about the Heavenly Secret Organization and the Eternal Samurai. These people actually put their minds on our head, and even threatened me with grandfather. They must have a long memory. Tian Xiaoban angrily looked at the surrounding exhibition warehouses and placed his palm directly on the reactor. Should I just treat all these high-tech technologies as garbage and smash them out one by one? This revenge plan will indeed make the Eternal Warrior very distressed, even with Xiao Chen and the others. When Xiao Chen heard Tian Xiaoban's thoughts, he was also excited for a short time and could not wait to agree. However, after thinking about it, he calmed down. No, I just looked at it. There are some alien high-tech. It is also helpful to us. Maybe it can improve our combat effectiveness. This is his ultimate goal. Fighting wits and courage with this gang of evildoers not only fights the darkness, but also makes oneself stronger and stronger in the process. Even turning waste into treasure, using the enemy's equipment to enhance our strength, just like robbing the corpse last time. Isn't it beautiful? Enhancing our strength? But these don't seem to match your watch. Tian Xiaoban scratched his hair, looking puzzled. Not the same to enhance my watch. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he came to an alien chip and observed it carefully. Seeing this, Xiaoban and Xiaowen also gathered around and stayed on the left and right of Xiao Chen. They just don't understand what it is. But Xiao Chen, who has the knowledge storage of doctoral students, can see the technical content. This is a super chip that can make the robot's energy run more efficiently. Similarly, it also has an effect on your steel suit of Xiaoban. A very bold idea popped up in Xiao Chen's heart. The current small class, the strength compared to the original, is not enough to read. But if there is an epic step up here, then the future strength of the small class is also very impressive. In the next chapter, small classes will be strengthened. As the plot goes on, the protagonist will be strengthened, but it is not the kind that makes rapid progress because the villains are really not enough to fight, so I will control the problem of combat power. In the later stage of the protagonist, there may not be a situation where individual alien heroes are particularly powerful, and more emphasis is placed on the situation where there are many alien heroes, each with different abilities and powerful strength. 1. Then let's take this chip back and slowly convert my reactor later. Tian Xiaoban said, "It doesn't need to be in the future, just now. It's not a big change. It's just changing the chip for your reactor. It's a very simple matter. In this suit, the weakest part is the chip. Xiao Chen happened to be, in this hits, a premium chip. However, with his manpower, he couldn't break the sturdy glass. Let me come." Tian Xiaoban held down the reactor. His body was armed again. He entered a fighting state, raised his alloy fist, smashed the glass of the exhibition with a bang, took out the advanced chip stored inside, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at it carefully for a few minutes. The high-level chip is a square, thin piece of core, similar to a computer's processor. "Xiaoban, don't move. I'll help you install it." Xiao Chen held the Leguang nucleus in his left hand and skillfully placed his right hand on Tian Xiaoban's reactor. He touched the tiny little mechanism with his bare hands, opened it, disassembled it, and removed the cover of the reactor like that. The process was extremely skilled. After all, how the shapeshifter and the little surprise soldier are assembled and how to spin the blueprint, he also shares part of the ability. After dismantling the shell, inside is an extremely complex system. "Xiao Chen, be careful, don't touch any parts," Tian Xiaoban said cautiously. His expression seemed very distressed. "Don't worry, little class." Xiao Chen made a promise to him and carefully deducted a small piece of core from Tian Xiaoban's reactor. Bang, bang, bang. Tian Xiaoban's steel suit was suddenly put into the reactor and changed back to its original state. Without the core, there would be no energy-converting components, and naturally it would not be able to transform. Then, Xiao Chen pressed the lightning core hard. Zizizi. The surroundings of Tian Xiaoban instantly flashed with bursts of yellow light, and the reactor in front of his chest no longer flashed with blue light, but with deep golden light. His body is illuminated by lightning. "How do you feel, Xiaoban?" Xiao Chen covered the reactor shell and looked at Tian Xiaoban at the moment. "I feel that the reactor seems to be lighter. I don't know if it's an illusion." Tian Xiaoban touched the reactor on his body and muttered, "Don't worry, Xiaoban. You can actually fight later." Xiao Chen's eyes shifted to several alien parts in the exhibition cabinet row. His eyes were very cold. "It is difficult for us to take out these unused parts. They are too large. If they are not used, they will be destroyed." Jumping over the bomb technology that looks like a self-destruction, Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaowen, and the others directly smashed the exhibition cabinet and destroyed all the alien parts inside. If this eternal warrior is here, he will definitely feel distress to the point of suffocation. Research. After smashing the last showcase, the door was kicked open violently. Who's in there? This time, it's definitely not a mouse. Which mouse can make such a big noise, or several times? Several warriors rushed into the warehouse one after another, staring at the glass scum all over the floor in stunned eyes. These three little devils. They actually smashed so much of their boss's alien technology. Core death. You guys came at the right time. I need someone to vent my anger now. So let's use you to vent my anger. Tian Xiaoban put his hands together and said with a domineering expression, "Ding dong." At this time, The Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist came from a special sound effect. He slowly pressed the movement, bounced off the screen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaoban, get ready for the Hybian guys. Broken. Omnitrix instant press. Tian Xiaoban's palm also pushed the reactor. Tian Xiaoban's body floats slightly, as if he has a pair of invisible wings. Taste. The golden electric light and the green light flickered at the same time, but the green light was obviously stronger and more dazzling. Bang, bang, bang. Some warriors outside the door could clearly hear the dull fighting sounds coming from the warehouse. When they were about to rush into the house together, they only heard a boom. The walls on both sides were smashed by two violent figures. With the falling of countless broken bricks, an emerald-colored figure flew out from the wall and landed on the corridor instantly. Diamond God of War. On the right, Tian Xiaoban smashed it with a body of steel. Compared to before, with the lightning core installed, the color of the entire armor has changed to red and gold. The energy is extremely dazzling, and the appearance is very similar to the second and third generation Iron Man armor. Ask for flowers. Behind him and the Diamond God of War lie 3 and 5 samurai. The combat power is significantly improved. You too. Can you not make such a big noise when you go out? Tian Xiaoban's helpless voice came from behind. She slowly floated out of the hole and said to the two of them, Diamond God of War, Sundara said incomparably, This is called a heroic appearance, and it is the most suitable for us. Another new enemy. No, you look at the pattern on his body. It's the child, but transformed into other aliens. Several warriors in the corridor looked at the Diamond God of War and Tian Xiaoban. All of them looked like they were facing a big enemy, and their bodies were tense. But Diamond God of War did not give him a chance. He slashed the mess with a quick knife, turned his arms into a pair of hammers, and with a heavy sway, he immediately blasted all the enemies in the corridor, smashed the walls, and was directly sent to the first floor. I don't even want to talk nonsense with you. Xiao Chen, save me a few. Tian Xiaoban said regretfully, What about the battle plan? Battle plan? It's very simple. You two go to save Grandpa and that boy with glasses, and I'll deal with all the enemies here. The Diamond God of War raised his eyebrows and said as a matter of course, as if he was the protagonist of the audience. Knight, you look too pushy. Tian Xiaoban complained helplessly. He was more pushy than him. Research. Next moment, the Diamond God of War jumped directly on the spot, followed the big hole in the wall, and landed directly in the courtyard of the fortress. It fell into the courtyard under the watchful eyes of dozens of warriors. Diamond God of War, I want to fight 10, no, dozens. The enemy appeared, and he was alone. Then deal with him together. The weapons on the fort are also activated. He must be caught. All the warriors drew their knives, took out their weapons and spears, and stared coldly at the Diamond God of War. Even the cannons, gatlings, and even alien technology on the fortress were ready. For a while, the Diamond God of War is surrounded by countless people. It seems that because the danger level of this mission is really high. Ding! The system also triggered the sign-in reward. 100 million. Ding! Detected sign-in object. A large number of samurai subordinates of the Tianji organization. The host chooses to defeat them or take people out of here safely, and the sign-in can be completed. Rewards coexist with dangers. It is precisely because it is challenging enough that the Diamond God of War will get the opportunity to sign in, and it is possible to get the opportunity to become stronger. Xiao Chen, I guess you must need help. Tian Xiaoban's voice accompanied his figure, and he quickly landed beside the Diamond God of War, with electric lights flashing all over his body, and asked eagerly, System, if Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban help me fight together, can I complete this sign-in challenge? The Diamond God of War looked at Tian Xiaoban next to him and asked tentatively, No, it counts as failure. The system replied coldly. Really? The Diamond God of War never dreamed of 697, and he actually hoped that the villain would be stronger so that he could become stronger. Xiaoban, I don't need your help. You go to save people now. Go. The Diamond God of War said loudly to the two beside him. Looking at the warriors who were getting closer and closer, he was afraid Xiaoban took a shot at them. You? Well, I'll go save Grandpa and the person who helped me first. Speaking of Grandpa Mark, Tian Xiaoban still hesitated for a few seconds, sighed slightly, and flew to other places with Tian Xiaoban. Have to say you made a very stupid choice that you want to deal with all of us alone. A samurai raised a samurai spear high and stabbed towards the jaws of the Diamond God of War, like a fisherman stabbing upwards with a harpoon. Shut up. The Diamond God of War had cold eyes, squinted at the enemy, slammed a punch, faster than the samurai's attack, and instantly landed on his chest. Monument! A samurai was suddenly blasted out. Not only the armor was smashed, but the bones seemed to be broken. Kill! Go together! In an instant, countless warriors raised their weapons together and launched the most ferocious attack towards the Diamond God of War. They were so aggressive that they seemed to tear the whole world apart. Full body arm. The eyes of the Diamond God of War flickered with awe-inspiring rays of light. I saw that he clenched his fists, and diamond spikes protruded from all over his body, like a huge hedgehog entering a fighting state. The arms are turned into dexterous double swords. Bang, bang, bang. Countless weapons collided with the diamond spikes, making a muffled sound of weapons touching, but there was no way to get the diamond defense weapon. Essie, the eyes of the Diamond God of War flashed with fierce murderous intent, and with a low roar, the whole person moved a pair of splitting blades and quickly shuttled through the crowd. Every few steps he took, the diamond knife in his hand also turned into a cold light. Everywhere, a wisp of blood is blooming. The crowd was like a blackboard, and a few red scratches were smeared abruptly, and the scratches became more and more all over the blackboard. Those who are lucky only have their chest or shoulders cut by a sharp diamond knife and lose their fighting ability for a short time. With bad luck, a few people will even fall to the ground waiting to die, as if they were shaking their bloody necks. The Diamond God of War can only feel the blood surging all over his body, and the fighting cells are constantly burning. At this moment, he only has the enemy in his eyes, and he is mechanically waving his diamond knife. Fight, fight, fight! He didn't even notice that the fallen enemies were getting bigger and bigger, and even his black and white clothes were dyed red. Is this guy really an enemy we can defeat? Don't worry, we still have more than 30 people left, and he only defeated a dozen people. Yeah, let's go together, and one day he'll be exhausted. In this scene, the rest of the cold-blooded warriors were shocked. Yes, they are not afraid of death, but what they are afraid of is moths flying into flames. Such a meaningless death. SHHHHHH. This gang of warriors once again made concerted efforts to attack the Diamond God of War. Some of the weapons and spears in their hands even successfully penetrated the gap of the diamond spikes and hit the body of the Diamond God of War, leaving some subtle scars. But this can't block the footsteps of the Diamond God of War at all. The next moment, his eyes glowed with blood, and a knife slashed through the attacker's body, and another person slowly fell down and was knocked down with the steps. The passage of battle time. Don't let the diamond spirit be exhausted. On the contrary, he has completely integrated the warrior skills rewarded by the system into his body, even to the extent that it is carved into his DNA. Every move is a deadly move. There is no eye-catching skill. All you want is your life. The transparent diamond knife, on the eve of the swing, also reflected the trembling body of the enemy under the samurai armor, and the incomparably fearful and horrifying expression of the enemy after swinging the knife. Time passes by every second. The hot-blooded Diamond God of War, panting like a cow, his eyes slightly returned to normal, just because there were no warriors standing near him who dared to shoot at him. There are just a dozen warriors standing in the distance, although the warrior helmets cover their expressions, but the Diamond God of War can feel their fearful eyes. It's been done so much. The Diamond God of War was taken aback and looked at the large group of samurai who fell to the ground, and his expression couldn't help but be a little surprised. He took a tentative step towards the warriors. SHHHHHHH. The large group of warriors took a step back. Diamond God of War is forward. They are backward. I don't even have the courage to fight. His strength. The boss is not necessarily stronger than him, right? Don't fight. Don't fight the boss and you'll die when you come back. And you'll die if you fight here. It's better to live a little longer. He's here. A group of warriors looked at the Diamond God of War fearfully. Their bodies shivered. At this time, boom, for point 5 a shell was blasted out instantly and landed directly on the body of the Diamond God of War. The terrifying blasting force not only blasted him away, but also blasted out a huge pothole. The smoke from the explosion also covered a large area. Monument. The body of the Diamond God of War fell heavily to the side, and those creepy eyes landed directly on the position of the fort. Taste. His arms changed for a while and instantly turned into a honeycomb-shaped Gatling with both hands, releasing countless diamond, throwing knives like a hail of bullets. Broken pieces. All the turrets in the long range were instantly blown up by diamond flying knives, and the surrounding walls were also stabbed to death, and even the man who manipulated the turrets also burst into a red light. At that moment, the area on the side of the fort was swept away by diamond flying knives and became a hornet's nest-like area. Have the enemy been swept away by me? After the fort was completely smashed, the Diamond God of War looked around again. Except for the dozen or so warriors, there was no one standing, as if he had emptied the entire area. At this time, only then did a huge sense of fatigue appear in the body, which made the Diamond God of War have to sit down on the spot, take a deep breath, and relax his body. In the short few minutes of battle just now, he seemed to be possessed. His speed, strength, and skills had all reached the pinnacle. But at the same time, his body was beyond the limit, so he didn't feel tired. This, thanks to the gene enhancement, allows him to fight with a higher load, and the fighting process will not be affected. Even the Diamond God of War sits in place. Those warriors, tremblingly holding the samurai swords in their hands, all look like they don't dare to approach. Even, they looked at the honeycomb Gatling on the palms of the Diamond God of War's hands and began to speculate for no reason. Don't move your body. I guess his Diamond Weapon 16 is already aimed at us. Yes, as long as we dare to move, we will end up like the people in the fort, and we will be instantly swept into a hornet's nest. He can't deceive us. Anyway, we are also battle-hardened existences. It was not the Diamond God of War that scared them, but their fear of the Diamond God of War. The clothes were so dirty, they had to be washed, otherwise they would look very scary. After a short rest, the Diamond God of War came to the sink as if nothing had happened, washed his body, and then came out clean. During the whole process, no one dared to disturb him or attack him. You people, I'll give you a choice. After cleaning up and recovering most of his stamina, the Diamond God of War stood up again, staring at the dozen or so warriors coldly. Now take off all the armor and spears and throw them on the ground. Let me destroy them, spare your life. If you don't get rid of it, you will die now. Crack clap. His arms reorganized in an instant and turned into a honeycomb Gatling, aiming at a dozen warriors in front of him. That was no joke. You can instantly feeling so cool. Under the heavy pressure of the Diamond God of War, the warriors struggled for a few seconds, then unloaded all their equipment and weapons and threw them on the ground ahead. Their bodies are just relatively robust, ordinary people. Bang, bang, bang. The arms of the Diamond God of War swept across the area. After a few seconds, those equipped spears were pierced by diamond flying knives without any intactness, and they were all abolished. Now this group of people is no longer a threat. Xiao Chen, didn't you leave me a single enemy? Tian Xiaoban's complaint sounded from behind. The Diamond God of War turned his head and saw that it was Tian Xiaoban who was swooping towards him. The speed was much faster than before, and he came to him almost instantly. Where are Grandpa and Xiaowen? The Diamond God of War asked strangely. We are here. There was a sound of the engine starting from the gate. Mark actually drove the old broken car and drove into the courtyard again. Tian Xiaoban was sitting in the co-pilot, helping to direct the road ahead. Not only rescued people, but also got out the old broken car by the way and repaired the tires. Same. Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others Looking at the large group of warriors who were screaming and howling on the ground, their expressions were extremely shocked. Is the Diamond God of War able to fight like this today? At the same time, they feel very at ease. It's a nightmare to have someone like the Diamond God of War as an enemy. It is an absolute sense of security to have such people as family members. Grandpa, let's go. Don't worry about these people. The Diamond God of War patted the dust on his clothes, strode to the door of the old broken car, and opened the door directly. As soon as the car door opened, Hal was sitting on a chair inside, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and it seemed that he had been beaten severely by the warriors. He noticed the Diamond God of War, who opened the door, and was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. "Hi. Hello, new alien hero." The Diamond God of War nodded at him indifferently, then walked into the old broken car, found a place to sit down casually, and looked very cool. Tian Xiaoban then flew into the car from the outside, disarmed the reactor, and complained while disarming. "Alas, Xiao Chen, you have eliminated all the enemies. I don't have time to experiment with this new suit." Listening to his complaints, the Diamond God of War shrugged his shoulders. "Xiaoban, whether it's you before or now, it's easy to deal with this kind of warrior, right? It's not interesting at all. You must find someone strong enough to fight. People to compare. Strong enough people, Dongwu Haishur, they all went in." Tian Xiaoban's face showed a touch of memory, and before he knew it, his eyes fell on the Diamond God of War in front of him, and his heart became eager. Xiao Chen, isn't he a ready-made, powerful person? Yes, he didn't think so. Xiao Chen has always been the strongest fighting force between them. No one. He can also choose to challenge Xiao Chen to see how far apart he is from Xiao Chen. The kind that challenged directly. Me? Xiaoban, stop joking. We are not enemies. How could we fight? The Diamond God of War smiled, not taking Tian Xiaoban's words to heart. 697. It doesn't matter. We don't have to fight to the death like those samurai warriors, but we can play a friendly match, similar to whoever falls to the ground first loses first. Tian Xiaoban said impatiently. Remnant. The Diamond God of War was also a little moved. His sword-like eyebrows twitched. Speaking of which, he also wanted to check how the current Xiaoban's combat effectiveness was. But they didn't wait for the two to say anything. Mark, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned back and reminded, "The car is turning around, and the enemy's fortress hasn't been driven yet. Don't forget the two of you. We haven't escaped yet. We'll talk about it later." The Diamond God of War and Tian Xiaoban glanced at each other, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, stopped mentioning this matter, and turned his attention to the enemy. The enemy didn't mean to block at all, and only the few people left couldn't block anything. So he watched the old broken car open the gate and drove towards the distance until it disappeared from sight. The Diamond God of War looked at the rearview mirror through the glass, and the rearview mirror reflected the shadow of the fortress. When the fortress was completely invisible, the reward of the system came as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get blue reward. Reward the host to get a random alien's DNA and automatically save the DNA to the Omnitrix. The reward this time is actually equivalent to rewarding a new alien hero. What kind of alien hero did you get? Could it be Thunder or Wild Magic Vine? Maybe it will be a super giant or even ex-Superman who can destroy the universe. Diamond God of War opened his reverie, but if he really wants to know the answer, he has to wait until after his transformation is over and check the Omnitrix to know which alien's DNA he has obtained. As the night fell, the old broken car drove smoothly into the urban area. During this period, the Diamond God of War did not forget to hide in the toilet when his transformation was about to end. Although Urheo can roughly guess what happened, he still has to play it, which is the basic quality of a masked hero. Diamond Aries in. Xiao Chen came out. Urheo also noticed that the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist had changed from green to red before, and his expression became meaningful, but he didn't say anything. "My friend, we are now in the city, and we are completely safe. Thank you for your help." Mark stepped on the brakes calmly and said politely to Urheo. Urheo was also an adult. He quickly understood what Mark meant and stood up with a sullen face. Yes, I just happened to go out to buy some ice cubes, save my face. It hurts me to death. The more secrets he knows, the better, and he is also afraid that he will be killed by this family. After all, the domineering and awe-inspiring appearance of the Diamond God of War and the terrifying appearance of the Super Beast were still lingering in his mind. Before he got out of the car, he turned back and reminded deeply, I know the Tianji organization. Although I only cooperated slightly before, I also understand their style of doing things. For a small person like me, they may not make a big deal, but you guys be careful, they will definitely get their revenge on you. These words, the expressions of Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and others became a little nervous, and there was obviously a hint of worry. If they come to take revenge on us again. At this time, Xiao Chen looked calm, put his hands in his pockets, and said lightly, then we will kill those people again, once again, and once again, until we wipe out all the members of the Tianji organization. Until then, they should be afraid of us. Although his tone is not as arrogant as when he turned into Diamond God of War, his steady voice is full of confidence, giving people an infinite sense of security. With his remarks, Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and the others also became hardened, and all of them put on a confident gesture and watched Howard leave. Hal disappeared into the night. The old broken car continued to drive towards a relatively open place, preparing to find a place to rest. Although Tian Xiaoban really wanted to try it out, what level of strength is the upgraded steel suit? But it's too late now, so he can only have a chance tomorrow morning. When Xiao Chen waited for the Omnitrix to be fully charged, he couldn't wait to turn on the screen and turn to the brand new alien hero. He doesn't change, but he just wants to see what shape it is in advance, so he has a mental preparation. Look at the pattern on Omnitrix. Xiao Chen made a puzzled voice. Lizard? On the Omnitrix screen, there's an image of a lizard, but this lizard has 3 surprises on its body, which looks quite strange. It should not be the alien hero who is played many times in the original book. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so strange. All these doubts can only be answered tomorrow when the actual combat is carried out. After the old broken car was quite stable, the 4 of them took a shower one by one. After taking a bath, they went back to their respective beds and began to rest. Only Tian Xiaoban had to go back to sleep after a while because she needed to practice magic exercises to strengthen its own magic strength. In the fortress of the Heavenly Secret Organization, the remaining dozen or so people looked at the courtyard full of potholes with trepidation, and for a while did not know how to report to the Eternal Warrior. Tell me, what's going on here? At the gate of the fortress, there was a voice that had no emotion and could not hear any tone, but it made the warriors present even more panicked. Eternal Samurai. He is here in person. Lord Eternal Samurai. Yes, it's our fault. A group of warriors turned their heads in fear and looked at the Eternal Warrior at the door. The Eternal Warrior was wearing a steel warrior armor, with a golden mask on his face, and the pattern of the Heavenly Secret Organization was engraved in front of him, and he looked more domineering. His eyes were full of evil spirits. The courtyard was smashed, and so many men have fallen. Even weapons, such as turrets, were completely destroyed. Even when he went to check the warehouse, he found that many alien technologies were completely destroyed, and the most valuable lightning core was missing. This time, the Eternal Warrior was instantly furious to the extreme. He has never been taught such a bad lesson before. A subbase is almost scrapped, and many of his subordinates have been brought down together. If he wants to renovate it, he doesn't know how much it will cost. Especially alien technology, all of them are treasures that can't be exchanged for real money. Stealing chickens can't lose rice. This sentence has been brought into full play in the Eternal Warrior. Call. In order to suppress his violent temper, the Eternal Warrior clenched his hands tightly, and the golden mask seemed to be inflamed with anger. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, your alien technology, I will definitely grab it. When the time comes, I will let you pay a heavier price. As for those warriors, he didn't really kill them in a fit of rage. He is not a fool. Everything has been robbed. The enemy is indeed very strong, and it is understandable to lose. If you kill your own gang now, Wouldn't that mean losing your wife and losing your troops? It's not too late to kill it after you're done using it. Therefore, the eternal warrior revolted, Xiao does, and comforted his subordinates, paid some medical expenses for the first time in the world, and even made the subordinate warriors cry bitterly, swearing that they would go to hell for him. Cold. Wait until he is fully prepared. I definitely won't let everyone in Xiao Chen's car. As for Heio's jumping clown, I just pray that I don't run into them. Silent night, but perilous. Xiao Chen himself has fallen asleep in a sweet sleep. Perhaps because of the continuous battle yesterday, Xiao Chen, who usually sleeps lightly and is very vigilant, accidentally overslept. When he woke up, Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and the others also happened to wake up. Washing, brushing teeth, and eating breakfast are the daily routines of the three of them in the boring morning. After eating breakfast, Tian Xiaoban went straight to the ground in front of Xiao Chen and pointed to the reactor on his body. Xiao Chen, forget it. We are going to have a fight this morning. Of course I didn't forget. It just happened not long after breakfast. You could digest it well. Xiao Chen stretched his waist, got his spirits up, and twisted the Omnitrix to the new alien hero pattern. Tian Xiaoban's palm also fell on the reactor. Wait, Xiaoban and Xiao Chen, you two are going to transform outside anyway. You transform inside the car. What if you burn the car? Mark looked at the two who were about to transform and hurriedly stood in between them and said bitterly, Okay, you can go outside and transform. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders, listened to Grandpa Mark's advice, and went to the open space with Tian Xiaoban. Because the time is in the morning and this area is near the suburbs, there are already few people, so no one will see the transformation of the two of them. Apart from Mark and Tian Xiaoban, the two of them volunteered to walk out, with Grandpa Mark as the referee and Tian Xiaoban as the melon eaters, watching with interest. I count 3.2.1. The two of you will transform again. Remember, until the point is reached, friendship comes first. Mark said maturely and prudently, and took out a whistle dignifiedly. 3-2. Blow the whistle with him. Xiao Chen pressed down the screen, popped up by Omnitrix at once. The green light flickered out, and the brand new day reorganized his body, and a chill swept all around him in an instant. Even in the sweltering heat, he could feel the feeling of falling into an ice cave. Like a lizard, it fell on all fours, and its body was close to the ground, but its body was like a fish, and it had a blue-stunned new creature. It appeared in the eyes of Tian Xiaoban, Mark, and others. Tian Xiaoban was stunned. He forgot to press down on the reactor, his expression puzzled. Xiao Chen, I have no impression of the alien hero you transformed into. Yeah, it looks like a powerful air conditioner. Tian Xiaoban, who was far away, felt a burst of coolness blowing towards his face, and a smile appeared on his face. Have you forgotten what I said to you last time? This watch has more than 10 kinds of DNA. There are many kinds. Maybe I'm lucky this time and become a brand new alien hero. When Xiao Chen spoke, the air he exhaled suddenly turned into a burst of cold air. Just like the hot air exhaled in winter, the air would freeze. This hero is so cool. He can actually release cold air. Why don't we call it the frozen lizard? Tian Xiaoban touched his chin back and forth with his hand, and with a flash of inspiration, Begef, he gave Xiao Chen's new alien hero a pretty good name. Frozen Lizard. He secretly remembered the name and grinned. It's a good name. I like it. Xiaoban, if you don't change, I'll do it. Don't be fooled. Frozen Lizard. Tian Xiaoban put on a stern look to remind Gifrist, and forcefully photographed the reactor on his body. Call out. Lightning flashes all over his body in an instant, dispersed with a burst of bright thunder. Tian Xiaoban, wearing a red and yellow steel battle suit, appeared in front of the frozen lizard and the others. Heroes appear. Tian Xiaoban also put on a pass, accompanied by his cool voice. I have to say, this stupid new look is quite handsome, much more handsome than when he was a picker. Tian Xiaoban did not forget to give a sharp comment. Tian Xiaoban just wanted to respond. Sigh. The extremely frozen lizard opened its mouth instantly, spit out a large mass of icy cold air, and rolled away towards Tian Xiaoban's position. The ground along the way was directly frozen into a frosty road. Even under the blazing sun, the frosty road, it doesn't mean to be melted in the slightest. Hey, frozen lizard, you have to be rude. Tian Xiaoban hurriedly pulled his body and flew to the side. Although he reacted quickly enough, the cold air still flew past his arm. The whole left arm was suddenly frozen into ice cubes by the cold air, unable to move. Xiaoban, since we are practicing against each other, we are the enemy, so I will not obey any hero rules. You have to remember that the real enemy is countless times more vicious than me. The extremely frozen lizard sternly faced Tian Xiaoban, posing as a warrior, just like Tian Xiaoban in the original book. Sure enough, Tian Xiaoban could not escape the fate of being educated. I will definitely do my best. Tian Xiaoban clenched his right hand into a fist. His expression became solemn, and his voice responded firmly. Ding! Sign-in object detected. Leguang Nuclear Field Xiaoban, who is going all out. The host chooses to kill him, or choose to defeat him to win the competition, and then the sign-in can be completed. The extremely frozen lizard was stunned, and there was a hint of joy on its expression. Unexpectedly, Xiaoban also provided him with a sign-in opportunity. Maybe Tian Xiaoban's strength has reached the standard, or maybe the strength of the frozen lizard is not as terrifying as other heroes. In short, there is another chance to sign in. The key is, the one who chose to kill him saw that the frozen lizard wanted to scold his mother. But fortunately, this was not a mandatory single task. Others watched the frozen lizard's expression change for a while, and they still couldn't figure it out. Xiao Chen, what happened? Frozen lizard, the enemy won't give you a chance to distract you in battle. Tian Xiaoban's reprimanding voice sounded, and immediately, his palm cannon released a golden light like thunder. The light instantly shines on the body of the frozen lizard. F***K. I was actually anti-educated. The frozen lizard that reacted looked at the attack that was close at hand and without hesitation spit out a lot of cold air, condensed in a freezing light, and collided with the light in Tian Xiaoban's palm. Boom! When the cold air collided with the thunder light, countless electric sparks and shards of ice jumped around, sputtered, and made a violent collision sound. The two energy bodies were rapidly dissolving and canceling each other out. However, on the eve of the offset, the extremely frozen lizard jumped directly onto the road of frost, and with the help of the slippery force of the road of frost, it quickly slid to Tian Xiaoban's side. Tian Xiaoban reacted. Just as he was about to turn his palm cannon at the freezing lizard spit out another chunk of cold air in front of him. Ping, ping, ping. Tian Xiaoban's entire right arm was also instantly frozen into ice cubes, unable to move, and a touch of golden paint was smeared in the ice cubes. Boom! The extremely frozen lizard did not give Tian Xiaoban any chance to fight back. With all his strength, he jumped up in front of Tian Xiaoban, clasped his fists with both arms, and threw himself into Tian Xiaoban's body. Although his strength was not as strong as that of the four-handed overlord, the Diamond God of War, he was also stronger than ordinary people. Too much, he sent Tian Xiaoban out. Monument. Not long after Tian Xiaoban was knocked out, he fell heavily on the ground, and before he could stand up, the frozen lizard continued to pursue his victory. SHHHHHHH. The extremely frozen lizard spit out foam-like frozen bubbles several times in a row and flew towards Tian Xiaoban. It seemed to have no power at all, and it was quite safe. In fact, Tian Xiaoban rolled over and flashed the first frozen foam lightly. Boom! The blasted frozen foam, like dynamite, instantly covered the ground within a few meters, the kind that completely covered it. Feeling the coldness below, Tian Xiaoban's expression was a little frightened. If I didn't hide just now, but stayed in place arrogantly, maybe I'd become an ice sculpture. Next, Tian Xiaoban kept rolling over and over, only to escape the successive attacks of the extreme eastern lizard's dash. The extremely frozen lizard tried to continue the attack, but the frozen energy in his body needed to be recovered, and the foam that he spat out was obviously much weaker now. It seems that it needs to rest, and it can't use the big move as a level A like the Flame Man. Frozen Lizard, I'm going to be serious next time. Seeing that the offensive was gone, Tian Xiaoban controlled his body, and the golden light on his right arm suddenly brightened. Zizi. The ice cube that froze his arm even burst out of water vapor. The ice cube was rapidly shrinking and melting, but it still failed to block the powerful attack of the palm cannon. Of course, if the battle was easy and Tian Xiaoban was defeated by the frozen lizard within 2 or 3 minutes, then he would wonder if the system was sending him crazily sign-in tasks like when he first woke up, or, say, Tian Xiaoban no progress at all. Simply put, it is normal that Tian Xiaoban cannot be taken down in a short period of time. Boom! Tian Xiaoban's palm cannon was completely freed from the trap, and his arm also broke free from the shackles of the ice cubes. He clenched his fists and smashed the ice cubes on the other arm. This time, neither side was distracted, and they began to concentrate on the battle together. Taste! Tian Xiaoban turned into a golden afterimage and flew directly in front of the frozen lizard. A fist was swung out, also filled with golden electric light, as fast as a bullet popped out of its chamber. Boom! Not to be outdone, the extremely frozen lizard released several condensed frozen bubbles, constantly fighting with Tian Xiaoban. In this battle, not only did Tian Xiaoban gradually adapt to the strengthened steel suit, but also experienced more powerful strength. It is also an extremely frozen lizard. After being familiar with his new alien hero body, the endurance, power, and control of the freezing ability are also greatly improved. Ice Age. For minutes later, the battle came to a fever, and the open space was full of bombed-out pits. Tian Xiaoban and Mark were stunned. They were amazed at the rapid progress of the two. The frozen lizard can even imitate the ability of the Pirate King Akiji General, spitting a lot of cold air into the sky. The battle area between him and Tian Xiaoban was shrouded in heavy cold air, like a new world, a frozen world that belongs to him. Tian Xiaoban was flying in this small world, surrounded by countless cold air. His speed and movements were much slower, and frozen frost continued to condense on his body, suppressing his ability. Wow, I feel like I'm about to catch a cold, and even the body inside the steel battle suit feels cold. Tian Xiaoban shivered violently, and the cannons at the ends of his limbs erupted with flames, and a large amount of flames evaporated his body. All the frost around, he rushed out intact, and then continued to cast the light and the extremely frozen lizard against the waves. After 3 waves, the smoke is out. Tian Xiaoban, who was surrounded by electric and optical cables, accelerated again, and with the help of the smoke, he rushed in front of the frozen lizard, and his fists attacked the body of the frozen lizard without knowing it. And the frozen lizard seemed to be confused by the smoke, staying in place and motionless, not noticing the heavy punch that was about to hit him. Am I going to win Xiao Chen? When I hit him, I have to take some strength and don't use too much force. Tian Xiaoban was full of thoughts, and he was so excited that he beat him. That's right, Xiaoban. I know how to use every ability of the steel suit and start to match each other. Your fighting style was so single in the past that I wanted to complain. But when the heavy fist was close at hand, the frozen lizard suddenly said such a sentence. For flowers. He always knew that Tian Xiaoban was attacking. He deliberately sold a flaw to Tian Xiaoban. Taste. The body of the extremely frozen lizard suddenly faced Tian Xiaoban, and his face was already full, like a blue balloon. When he opened his mouth, he spit out a storm-like, terrifying cold air. The cold air swept across Tian Xiaoban's body like a gust of wind. His whole person instantly became an ice sculpture, keeping punching and leaning forward. That fist even touched the frozen lizard's forehead, and it was close to defeating Xiao Chen. In fact, this little distance is insurmountable by Tian Xiaoban. The battle is over. Xiaoban, you lose. I'll save you later. Frozen Lizard announced the result lightly, with a smile on his face. 0. With or without sign-in rewards. This battle has really tempered his strength greatly. made him adapt to the current body, and made great progress. Tian Xiaoban has also made a lot of progress. He already knows how to cover his body with smoke, and then use the special ability of the lightning core to teleport to the enemy to start melee combat. Change it to the frozen lizard that just got the watch. I'm afraid it will overturn directly. P.S. Special ability of the Thunderlight core. The Thunderlight core instantly stimulates all the power of the battlesuit, causing an instant speed increase, and the speed can even keep up with the pace of the flashing star in that second. Clap. Several times in a row, Mark and Tian Xiaoban watched the wonderful battle and couldn't help applauding, especially the small world with ice and snow in front of him, just like the kingdom of ice and snow in the fairy tale world. This is an experience that money can't buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get the green bonus. The host's Omnitrix cooldown -10 seconds. Cooldown -10 seconds again. Arrived at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. As the number of check-ins increases, will the cooling time reach 0? At that time, it doesn't matter how long it takes to transform. Just change it. This reward, the frozen lizard, is also quite satisfied. It is a little regrettable that it is not an enhanced reward, and the Glider King and the current frozen lizard have not been strengthened. 100 million. Monument. The palm cannon released energy again, and there were melting marks on the ice cubes. Tian Xiaoban's 2 palm cannons in the ice cubes were staring at him. He was already trying to break the ice if he couldn't wait. Extremely frozen lizard no longer pays attention to the sign-in reward, and hurriedly helps Tian Xiaoban, only to rescue Tian Xiaoban from the ice block after half a minute. Cold, I'm so cold. Akiu. Xiao Chen, I will definitely not lose to you next time. Tian Xiaoban broke free from the ice cubes, hugged his shoulders in Shuangtong, trembling as if he were sneezed. I'm sorry, I said I was going all out, so I'm serious. The frozen lizard also looked apologetic and said to Tian Xiaoban, Don't worry, I'm Qiu. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. This time you won. Tian Xiaoban directly lifted the transformation of the steel battle suit. His face turned pale and hurriedly returned to the old July 1st broken car to drink hot water. Mark and Tian Xiaoban pointed to the large frozen area in front of him and asked with some doubts, What should I do here? It's not good to be discovered. The frozen lizard disagreed. Don't worry, these will be eliminated naturally. Oh, right. I didn't explain it to you before, whether it's my cold air, the flame of the flame man, the diamond of the diamond god of war. Release. All the substances in my body will be slowly eliminated after my transformation. Otherwise, the diamonds of the diamond god of war can be directly used to make a fortune, and you will become the richest man in the world in minutes. After getting the answer from the frozen lizard, Mark and Tian Xiaoban were relieved. After the frozen lizard was released, the 3 got back into the car and drove to their new destination. It was peaceful all the way. It was Xiaoban who was very unlucky. Akiu kept sneezing, and it seemed that he really had a cold. To this, Xiao Chen can only say, Xiaoban, drink more hot water. He didn't drink too much hot water, and Tian Xiaoban was covered with a quilt, and the situation was a little more stable. Anyway, the disease usually doesn't have much impact on the human body, but it was a little uncomfortable. No way. The feeling of snot running out is too annoying, and the feeling of being stuck in it is even more annoying. Xiao Chen, can you transform into a flaming man and warm me up? Tian Xiaoban hung his nose and his eyes were red, staring at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. Xiaoban, I'm afraid that I can't control the temperature well, and if it's a little bit higher, it may cause you to die on the spot. Don't worry, Xiaoban. We're going to the new city soon. The first street is a place similar to Chinatown. There are many Huxiaon stores there, including a pharmacy specializing in Huxia medicines. I will catch you when the time comes. Get some medicine. Mark comforted Tian Xiaoban, and when Tian Xiaoban heard the word medicine, he immediately retched. May I buy some ice cream mixed with medicine? Otherwise, I will vomit. Hearing what he said, Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing and asked amusingly, How can you eat ice cream when taking medicine? And the Huxiao medicine that Grandpa said, I generally understand. is the medicine used in ancient daxia. It belongs to that of medicine to replenish the body. I heard from my grandfather that there are many Xiaoban stores there, so in addition to drugstores, there should also be Xia restaurants. When he thinks of this, he wants to drool. Daxia's various special food dishes are unique. I haven't eaten them for a long time. Tian Xiaoban wailed not to take medicine, but Xiao Chen became stupid. The two of them came to a brand new city in an old broken car with diametrically opposite attitudes. As Mark said, there are many Xiaoban shops on the first street. There are restaurants everywhere, supermarkets dedicated to Xia products, etc., shops full of Xia colors, and there are even people dancing lines on the streets, just like the Spring Festival. If it weren't for the locals everywhere, Xiao Chen almost thought he had gone home. Here, Xiaoban, I'll take you to get the medicine. Xiao Chen and Xiaowen can buy what they want. After Mark parked the car in the parking area, he opened the door to help Xiaoban buy medicine and gave Xiao Chen and others free time. Xiao Chen, who couldn't hold back for a long time, was the first to get out of the old car. Xiao Gong and Xiaoban followed, feeling the lively atmosphere of the new year on the street. Xiao Chen, do we want to bring some souvenirs back? For example, Xia books, textbooks, etc. Tian Xiaoban looked at the surrounding shops and asked with interest, "My God, Xiaowen, are you in the summer vacation and your head is in class? Do you read books all day long?" Tian Xiaoban didn't forget to smear Tian Xiaowen when he caught a cold. "You two are starting again." Although it was very happy to have two people comforting each other by the side, Xiao Chen was also helpless sometimes. In the end, Xiaowen wanted to buy a book, and Xiaoban wanted to buy a Qinglong Yinwen knife. Xiao Chen's choice was take them to eat a pancake and fruit and experience one of Daxia's special snacks. It happened that I had been driving for a long time, and this pancake fruit can also be eaten for lunch. Except for Xiaoban, Xiao Chen and Xiaowen both ate deliciously. What is delicious to eat? Carrying a convenient bag full of medicinal flavors, Mark walked toward Xiao Chen and the others and asked kindly, "Why doesn't this boss have meat in his hamburger?" "Grandpa, this isn't a hamburger, it's a pancake." Xiao Chen gave Mark Cope a systematic look and then bought him a copy for him to taste, and he was full of praise. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support on the Urban Renewal Plan. We are pushing hard. At this moment, on a host stage in front, a middle-aged woman was talking into a microphone. Her gestures were full of confidence, and all kinds of people gathered around to listen to her speech. Xiao Chen was also aroused by curiosity. Is this the chief of the city? What is the Urban Renewal Plan for the content of her speech? Is it referring to the Xia shops here? Urban Renewal Plan? I know this. Mark explained 4.5 to Xiao Chen. Urban Renewal Plan is that the city demolishes old buildings and builds new buildings on the original ground, which is called renewal. Plan. That's right. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. However, I heard that there's a strange person who doesn't want to move out and has been arguing with the workers. I don't know why, but they have negotiated this matter. Mark murmured with a puzzled look on his face. Don't want to move out? Whack. Thinking of Gawu from Mao Xiao Chen. This guy was also in arrears in rent, and when he was about to be kicked out by the owner, he exploded and completed his scientific plan. In a sense, Dr. Dong Wu is a weirdo in the eyes of others. The scripts of these two weird people are a bit similar. Are you sure it's not the cyberpsychosis of this world? In order to confirm the conjecture in his heart, Xiao Chen asked Grandpa Mark again. Grandpa, do you know what that eccentric person does? This? I don't know about this. Where did I get so much news? It's just a brief understanding of the local area before planning a travel plan. Mark smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head, expressing that he didn't know either. This is truly a dream come true. The middle-aged woman on the stage said in a congratulatory tone with a smile on her face. Just when she was about to continue speaking, she was suddenly interrupted. A humming hornet flew slowly in front of her face, which immediately made her complexion worse, for fear of being stung by the hornet. However, this hornet really stopped in front of her. No matter how to disperse it, it would not go away, and it was not afraid of people at all. I think someone is going to have bad luck. Xiao Chen watched this scene with black lines all over his head. These people are just trying to kill, who is not good to mess with. To mess with these Frankenstein 16? As expected as general. Buzzing. One after another, a large number of wasps flew over from a distance, passed over the heads of the crowd, and surrounded the podium around the middle-aged woman, like a large group of bees. Ah, so many wasps. Don't p*** s me off. Many timid people in the crowd suddenly screamed, and many others hurriedly retreated, afraid of being affected by the horse lift. The middle-aged woman was the most unlucky one. Surrounded, these wasps must have been caused by humans. Otherwise, how could they attack humans on such a large scale? Tian Xiaoban speculated with his vast knowledge. Don't think about it, Xiaoban. The culprit is here. Xiao Chen raised his fingers speechlessly and pointed to the mid-air near the middle-aged woman. One was wearing a brown coat and a hood. His skin was a little turquoise. His beard was so long that he could compete with the second Master Guan, and there were holes in his trousers and clothes. A man like a primitive man, floating in the air. The way he floats in the sky is very unique. His feet are stepping on a dark yellow somersault cloud. If you look closely, you can find that countless wasps gather in a group to support him, which makes your scalp numb. Ah, likes and dislikes, this person. Tian Xiaoban frowned immediately. I wonder if he and Dong were some long-lost brothers? If the two of them met, it would definitely be a good one. Xiao Chen kept complaining about the bug man, without panic at all. The bug man felt a few malicious eyes staring at him. His expression was stunned, and when he turned his head, he saw Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and others. What the hell? This old man and the three little devils are not afraid of him, and they have no intention of running away. Even looked at him a little jokingly. After I've cleaned you up, I'll go find trouble with those people. The bug man resisted his anger and said to the middle-aged woman, I'll make your dream come true and turn it into a nightmare. Ah! The middle-aged woman took a few steps back in fear. Looking at the densely packed monsters around her, she felt the hairs all over her body stand up, and she didn't dare to move when she closed her eyes. Do you know what I did before I came? After I got the power of these little treasures, I killed the workers first and then rushed over. You will die like them. The bug man waved his hand in an instant, like the king of the bug race, instructing the wasps to attack the middle-aged woman. All right, hero time, Aki, it's here. Tian Xiaoban sneezed. Xiaoban, you should rest first. The cold is not cured yet. Xiao Chen, Xiaoban, I'll leave it to you. Mark stopped Tian Xiaoban, said sternly, and put a large bag of Huxiao medicine in Xiaoban's hands. Xiaoban, take a good rest. It's enough to have me and Xiaoban. Xiao Chen walked forward quickly, pressed the Omnitrix pattern by the way, and, after completing a series of transformation sequences, pressed the raise screen. Taste. Moment. The whole body was flashing with electric light, and the purple light like the Lord of Thunder appeared in everyone's sight. He instantly raised his arms and released a purple electric current. With a boom, the twisted electric current exploded like a thunderbolt, and the profit was infinite. What kind of monster is this? The bugman heard the loud noise of the electric current, and his attention instantly hit the purple light, his expression stunned. He has studied biology for so many years, and he still doesn't know this monster. Freak, don't care what kind of monster I am. You just need to remember that with me. You can't hurt anyone. The purple light said domineeringly. Block me from his current. The bugman saw that the electric current was getting closer and closer. He suddenly woke up and gave instructions to all the wasps. SHHHHHH. The wasps that originally gathered near the middle-aged woman all condensed in front of the bugman, forming a dark yellow shield composed of wasps. Boom! But the terrifying electric current blasted away the dark yellow shield, and countless Mafone corpses fell to the ground and were completely wiped out by the wave of light. Ace is the best way to deal with these bugs. The purple light gently shook his fingers, and the fingertips were pulsing with electricity, and his expression became cold. Deal with the bugman. The 5 scumbags that can't be triggered by sign-in rewards. Get rid of it ASAP. I'm here to save people. Tian Xiaoban, who was dressed, took this opportunity to activate the floating magic pendant, moved the middle-aged woman to a distance, and successfully saved the person. Damn it, you 710s are bad for me. The bugman frantically looked at the middle-aged man who was sent away. With his mind, it was not difficult to figure out that it was the purple light that deliberately attracted his attention. Unforgivable. Let these two be buried together. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. The bugman landed quickly, his arms spread out. Countless bugs condensed on his arms, forming a huge bug fist, and this super large fist was full of wasp stings, which could be called a poisonous stinger punch. Listen, Mr. Freak seems to be very angry, so he used his trick directly. Then I'll do a trick too. Not to be outdone, the purple light also raised his arms and displayed his incomparably terrifying ability to induce electricity. The electricity of this city, use your power. On the cable, on the telephone pole, on the electrical box. Countless electric currents drilled out from these places and attacked the little figure of the purple light fiercely. And in order not to affect the people on the ground, he also consciously floated into the sky and accepted the power of all electric currents. Taste. Countless electric currents gathered together, making the purple figure in midair like a god, like the day, dazzlingly bright. At this moment, he became the light. The purple electric light swallowed the whole world. The wasp suddenly started to move. Bugman felt fear. My own horse is in fear. All of you are not allowed to escape from me. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed by other wasps. In order to stabilize the military's heart, the bugman issued a dead spirit to all the wasps, which made the panic-stricken wasps they calm down a bit. It's too late. Eat my trick. The purple light raised his palm and held up a huge purple electric current ball, like a person carrying a mountain. That dazzling purple electric current ball was even more majestic, like a purple sun. He directly accumulated all the energy of the current into this trick. Damn! Tian Xiaoban hurriedly said to Tian Xiaoban and Mark when he saw this scene. My lucky pendant gave me a bad premonition. Let's retreat a few dozen meters away. Don't be caught by this recruitment is here. She, Mark, and the others evacuated nonstop towards the distance. Boom! The purple light is like releasing the turtle qigong, releasing the huge purple sun, like a floating hill smashing over it. Suffer to death. Not to be outdone, the worm man raised his worm arm violently and waved it heavily towards the purple sun. Boom! But when these two moves collided head-on, the bugman saw with his own eyes how big the gap between himself and the purple light was. The purple sun was not affected at all and continued to fly towards him. On the other hand, his worm arms were rapidly losing weight because a large number of wasps were electrocuted to death by the terrifying electric current and fell from the sky. Listen to my advice, weirdo. The purple light kindly discouraged. You might as well just beg for mercy, or your wasps will all die. At that time, the people from the Animal Protection Association will strip you alive. He said with schadenfreude. Less nonsense. Go on, all the insects are here to help me. The bugman roared. In the gap on the ground, a large group of cockroaches actually crawled out, and many buzzing mosquitoes flew out, and many different kinds of insects gathered on his arm again. But that's just a drop in the bucket. Useless. The purple light looked at the bugman and wanted to resist, and suddenly waved his hand, releasing 3 thunderbolts of electric current, slamming into the back of the purple sun. With the impact of these 3 thunders, the purple sun's offensive was extremely fierce in an instant, and it ripped apart all the blocking bugs violently and approached the bugman unstoppably. Paul, protect me, arm me. The bugman stared blankly at the getting closer and closer to the purple sun. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he screamed strangely. After receiving the order, a large number of insects lied directly on his body, and soon his figure was swallowed up, as if wearing an insect armor. Monument. There were densely packed insect corpses lying on the ground, and the purple sun was unstoppable and fell directly on the insect man. Boom! Just like a nuclear bomb exploded, this area was instantly enveloped by countless purple electric lights, and a steady stream of rumbling sounds came from it, as if being bombarded wildly by countless bombs, setting off a purple shockwave, like a circle of light moving towards the surroundings. spread over and over again for a long time. This street is like bathed in a purple northern lights. My current destructive power is really amazing. This is no longer called electric current. It can be said to be thunder and lightning. The purple light had long since evacuated into the distance. Watching the results caused by the purple sun, he said with admiration. A small half of the street was blown up by myself. Fortunately, we hid far enough. In Xiao Chen's watch, it is the smallest fake, the most destructive. Tian Xiaoban patted his chest and said happily, "That freak is bound to be doomed. If he can stand up after taking this, then he should be called the Rubber Man." Tian Xiaoban said, while sniffling, "God, what the hell happened?" Most of the street was shrouded in that terrifying light. It must have been the work of the bug-driving monster. Thankfully, someone stopped him. Neighbors are hiding far away. Watching this miraculous scene, I am afraid this picture they will never forget. For a long time, a gust of wind spread out, and it seemed that the purple light also drifted away. In the area that was previously shrouded in purple light, a bottomless pit was revealed. Numerous insect corpses disappeared, and the pit was filled with dust. Those insect corpses, directly under the high temperature generated by the supercurrent, turn into dust. Is this guy still alive? The purple light flew towards the big pit curiously and looked down. Although it was difficult to identify, there was indeed a shadow in the dust that was trembling slightly and was still alive, but was covered by a large amount of dust and was almost breathless. Whoa! There was a sound of sirens in the distance, and the police officers came to hear the news, just to help the purple light to complete the finishing touch. Whether you are dead or not, you are considered lucky. The purple light clasped his shoulders with his hands, and under the premise of the approaching siren, he quickly disappeared from people's sight. The Bugman was created from the pit by the police officers who came next, and then he was handcuffed and taken away. His appalling appearance made the police officers in disbelief. A few minutes later, except for the big pit on the street, a maintenance team came to repair it. The whole street has returned to calm, and the number of tourists not only has not decreased, but even more. Everyone knows that there are alien heroes and science freaks fighting here, so I can't wait to take a photo here to commemorate it. It was directly brought by the purple light and became an internet celebrity attraction. In an old broken car, Tian Xiaoban, who had changed his clothes, and Xiao Chen, who had returned to his original state, successfully met here, while Mark and Tian Xiaoban rushed to the car before the two transformed, disguised. I really envy you guys, can punish the bad and promote the good, Akiyu. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Wen with admiration and sneezed. Xiaoban, forget about the unhappy. Xiao does things like catching a cold, and I'll show you guys a good stroll around this street to experience the culture and souvenirs from other countries. Xiao Chen seemed to be in a good mood. For so long, this battle was the easiest one to fight, none of which was cold. An end. It is estimated that I can't have a good mood today, and no one will disturb it again. After Tian Xiaoban took the cold medicine, Xiao Chen took them out of the old car again, joined the ranks of tourists, and strolled on this street, eating candied haws, special dishes, and experiencing major cultural customs. Everything is very prosperous. And on the other side, in the car where the Bugman was imprisoned, the Bugman raised his charred mouth like crazy. I said, "There really is an alien. Why don't you believe me? Also, I didn't cause that big pit, so why should I pay for it? Mental loss. He is really wronged. Ha ha ha. First, you're a suspected mentally ill person. Second, that alien hero is fabricated by your mental illness. Everything is directed and acted by you. Am I right?" The police officer laughed at the bug, said the man. The Bugman was about to explode with anger, his dark palms clenched tightly. "That alien monster, I will definitely come to seek revenge on you. I will definitely. No one can imprison me, this great entomologist. Family. Ha! You are also a mental patient who thinks he is proficient in animals and is addicted to the character of the doctor of biology. There is a person who is almost as crazy as you in our prison over there. Find a good friend." The police officer on the side looked at the crazy look of the Bugman. His eyes lit up and said, "No, I'm not allowed to be imprisoned. I'm going to hire my lawyer. It's a pity that the Bugman doesn't have a lawyer here in the United States, and his words were ignored by others. 10 minutes later, the Bugman with a seama face was detained by 2 white police officers and came to a prison. In prison, a man with white hair, sallow skin, wearing a red prison uniform and taking care of himself in an orderly manner, stared at his blood-red eyes and looked at the white police officer and the Bugman outside the prison. Dr. Dongwu, we have a new friend for you. His condition is the same as yours. We will let him in to discuss your condition. Playful smiles. They all put on a look of contempt. Cut. Dr. Dongwu snorted coldly with a somewhat ugly expression. He was used to the ridicule around him. He ignored those people and just stared straight at the Bugman. Now, the Bugman also looked up and looked at Dr. Dongwu. The two saw each other's eyes. The pursuit of science and biology, almost morbid, crazy pursuit. This is an interesting guy. Dr. Dongwu showed a smile. The Bugman no longer had any resistance, so he obediently walked into the prison and washed his face in front of the sink to wake himself up. A time, he and Dr. Dongwu washed their faces, sat in their seats, and read the newspapers, and no one paid any attention to them. Waiting for the police officer to leave, the prisoner's attention is not here. Dr. Dongwu was the first to speak, putting down the torn newspaper in his hand. Friend, how did you get in? Me? A group of guys with little eyes wanted to kick me out of my house. I commanded a group of little guys and killed them. The Bugman showed a bloodthirsty, brutal smile. After that, I was ready to sneak behind the scenes the Black Hand, but was stopped by a ghost. Did the ghost stop you? Dr. Dongwu was taken aback for a moment and quickly asked, What the hell? Do you still remember what it looked like? The Bugman wiped off the water droplets on his face, recalled a second or two later, and described the appearance of the purple light. No, the one I met was a monster with 4 hands, and his watch can definitely transform into other monsters. Dr. Dongwu quickly speculated, and then asked the most crucial question. Did you see a strange pattern on that alien monster? Strange patterns, there are. With a flash of inspiration, the Bugman roughly described the pattern of the Omnitrix. Dr. Dongwu directly picked up the newspaper in his hand and looked at a column above. The column impressively reported the 4-handed overlord and his deeds, among which the pattern of the 4-handed overlord's Omnitrix was quite conspicuous. It really is him. Dr. Dongwu showed a grim expression and stomped his feet angrily, which made the Bugman curious and asked what happened. These 2 mad scientists just chatted with each other for more than 10 minutes and said, get their own deeds. The 2 directly put on a pair of sympathy and hatred for each other and shook hands with each other. If it wasn't for that damn little brat of Xiao Chen, the 2 of us might not have met. Bugs. The male servant Dongwu roared with a grim expression, knowing everything. No, I should thank him for letting us gather here. Together, we are much more powerful than one person alone. Dr. Dongwu said calmly. But what's the use of us being locked up in this prison? Talent can't be used at all. The Bugman slammed the wall with rage and rage. Dr. Dongwu looked much colder, with a cold expression on his face. You can control bugs. I know how to make a gene variable device. I only know how to get out. A shocking plan was brewing in his mind. What plan? The Bugman put down his anger and came to Dr. Dongwu's side, listening to the latter explaining the plan to him. His expression changed a little bit and finally became joyful and clenched his fists. Very good. This way we can match our abilities, escape from this ghost place, and take revenge on Xiao Chen, including his family. Looking at the happy Bugman, Dr. Dongwu showed a trace of disdain. How can a guy who is unstable in mood changes and can't even think calmly is qualified to be compared with him? After taking revenge on Xiao Chen, you're only worthy of being my Dr. Dongwu's dog. The prisoners around, the guards guarding, seeing the appearance of Dongwu and the Bugman, also all had expressions of disapproval. They didn't think that the 2 madmen could make any trouble, and some prisoners even laughed mercilessly at Dr. Dongwu, saying that he was dreaming. The Bugman returned angrily. Dr. Dongwu didn't speak, just lowered his head slightly and covered his eyes with newspaper. The cold light in those eyes was like a knife, almost piercing the newspaper. Your fate will not be any better. Plan. Begin executing. The Bugman secretly used his superpowers. No one noticed that cockroaches, ants, and other insects crawled out of the corners of the prison. On the street. For lunch, Xiao Chen and the others also ate at a Huxia specialty restaurant. If nothing else, Xiao Chen was very satisfied. What made him happy the most was that he had a good time all morning. After the Bugman, it was calm. Not even the B**************** D mechanical army of Mojas came to disturb them. Rarely clean. I hope this afternoon and evening will be as peaceful. Xiao Chen said sincerely. Noon. The prison cafeteria is open for dinner. Almost all the prisoners went to the cafeteria to eat, but Dr. Dong Wu and the Bugman didn't know what to do. They didn't move, and even the guards came over to urge them to ignore them. Forget it. Well, these are just two mental illnesses. It doesn't matter if they stay. Yeah, we have to have lunch too. Today our lunch will be a ham sandwich. It won't taste good when it's cold. Several prison guards took into account the fact that the two were madmen, so they paid no attention and went to lunch one by one. Wait until everyone is gone. The Bugman suddenly got up and waved to the surroundings. The dense swarm of ants that is enough to make any intensive phobia sick, holding small metal parts, sent them to Dr. Dong Wu and the Bugman. High speed. Ant colonies cover the ground like a tide. Surveillance, but did not capture this scene. As two geniuses, he is still a genius like a lunatic. Dr. Dong Wu and Bugman. Even if they didn't specialize in electronic information, they easily found the various layouts of the surveillance and perfectly blocked all the cameras. As for the surveillance officers and prison guards, at the moment enjoying their delicious lunch in the break room. But they don't know. The wasp commanded by the Bugman, dragging a small packet of laxatives, arrive at their lunch before lunch, and it was still a powerful laxative. This is the plan. Dr. Dong Wu provides the prison structure and staff work and rest time, and the Bugman then directs a few insects to find a way to bring them down or delay the group through work and rest time, so as to cover up the truth of their stealing electronic parts. The combination of the two geniuses resulted in an extremely terrifying chemical effect. After a few minutes, the ground is full of dense electronic parts. Very well, the belt and helmet shell I still have ready-made here. When they were locked in, these two treasures were brought in by me. Dr. Dong Wu hurriedly looked down from his bed to find the helmet and belt and installed the parts in the helmet and belt according to the construction method in his memory, and then connected these two objects. Zizizi. The helmet with the corner of the chair suddenly flashed with bursts of red light, representing an unstable DNA reaction. The red button on the belt also shines brightly. You're done. Dr. Dong Wu's best technology. Dr. Dong Wu excitedly put the genetic variable device on his head and put his belt on his body. At this moment, his whole self-confidence came back. What are you going to do? Shatter the prison with this? The Bugman asked Dr. Dong Wu suspiciously. No, I'm going to use it to strengthen the creature and escape with you. Dr. Dong Wu growled and pointed the direction of the genetic variable at a wasp in the sky. Taste. A red light instantly enveloped the wasp's body. Buzzing. The wasp's body swelled up instantly from the size of finger to a fist to the size of half a human being. The vibration of the wings was extremely loud, like the wings of a helicopter spinning. The poisonous thorn under his body like a long spear is even more shocking, like an unstoppable weapon. Dr. Dong Wu actually strengthened the ability of insects. The insect man's face showed a touch of excitement. Fantastic, this is a genius idea. Dong Wu, these insects originally have abilities beyond ordinary animals. Once they are strengthened by the genetic variable, their strength will be increased. Pretty amazing. At this time, the giant wasp has an incomparably terrifying speed, powerful penetrating power, and the combat power is even as strong as the small robot of Mojas. Or even better. Dr. Dong Wu smiled calmly. Now it's time for us to go out. It's up to you, Mr. Bug. Destroy this cage. The Bugman can give orders, and give orders to the huge horse front in front of him. Call out. The giant wasp's eyes shone with light, fiercely raised its poisonous stinger and stabbed it on the cage, directly slamming the door lock into a chill. Pull the tail out again. The entire prison gate was also dragged down and slammed to the ground. Boom! Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman stepped out of the prison at the same time and came to the outside corridor, breathing the fresh air, and their emotions were somewhat active. In the toilet, prison guards and surveillance officers were still bending over and covering their stomachs, wondering what was going on. The prisoners were attracted by the sudden sound, and a few ran to the corridor with quick eyes and hands. They all had a hellish look on their faces. Dongwu, he, and the new neuropathy came out? What's going on? I've become a neuropathy too. There's a big bug next to them. Is this bug eating too well? Not only, there are so many ants under their feet, it's terrifying. The scene in front of them made the prisoners' hair stand on end, and they were extremely terrified. Dr. Dongwu grinned at them, smiling coldly, like a knife. The Bugman opened his mouth angrily, asked a low question, and roared, "You mocked us just now, didn't you? Just so, my children need some snacks." 0. Taste. The huge wasp flew into the crowd in an instant, and a large number of ants also crawled onto the prisoners' feet, biting them. One after another, inhuman screams broke out in the prison. Very mournful, people kept coming, and new screams kept coming out. Until a few minutes later, a group of blood-stained insects pushed open the prison gate, paving a dark insect road ahead. Dr. Dongwu stepped out and stepped on the dark road. His white hair fluttered with the breeze. He searched the prison uniform on his body with his palm, threw it out lightly, and put on a black vest. On his face, he also wore hippie glasses that he didn't know where he got it, reflecting a ray of sunlight. It feels good to be free, Dr. Dongwu said with a smile. The goblin-like vicious Bugman walked out next, but he had no image. His clothes were dyed a lot red, and his green face and fangs were the exact opposite of Dongwu. Whoa! The prison also had an outer wall that blocked them. The post near the outer wall noticed two people breaking out, and the urgent alarm bell rang instantly. Sounds throughout the prison. Someone is coming to greet us again, then create more little creatures to deal with them. Dr. Dongwu gently lifted the hippie glasses and said coldly, "Billion. Taste." First, the first ray of light released by the genetic variable device hit a cockroach. The camphoroach is a typical big man. The two brothers have long antennae, a crimson body, and 6 cockroaches that give people goosebumps. The limbs are covered with fluff. The scythe cockroach multiplied rapidly. Its tentacles pointed straight at the sky like a sword, its teeth were sharp like a row of knives, and its body was even more terrifying. It could even be compared to a large beast, like a crimson armor. Late? Exactly. Under the premise of genetic variables, this large cockroach has been mutated again to become like a large beast, but I don't know how powerful it is. Dr. Dongwu showed a smile. "These are not enough, Dongwu," the Bugman said violently, staring at the reinforcements who were about to arrive. "Don't worry, this time is the main event." Dr. Dongwu calmly aimed the genetic variable at dozens of ants. Taste. The most shocking scene has appeared. Dozens of ants multiplied at the same time, and the empty ground in this July 10th suddenly became crowded, and the tiny ants became the size of cats. Boom! If an ant swings its limbs at will, it can leave grooves on the ground, which just match their limbs, showing the strength. Although they're just ordinary ants, their strength is enough to reach 20 or 30 times their own body weight. At least they can possess 1,000 genes of strength. An army of ants, giant wasps, mutant cockroaches, let them kill this gang of money ants. The Bugman roared happily, giving orders to the 3 bugs in his heart. In fact, he didn't know that Dr. Dongwu could actually manipulate these insects, but Dr. Dongwu deliberately did not manipulate them and gave him the right to manipulate them. If the Bugman has a different heart, then Dr. Dongwu will catch him off guard. What a big bug. All fire attack. The sniper is in place. The sniper is in place. The gate of the outer wall was open, and a group of support staff armed with submachine guns or rifles rushed in. Looking at the terrifying insect swarm, They instantly took a breath and released their maximum firepower without hesitation. On the outpost in the distance, there were also two snipers who picked up cannon-like sniper guns and aimed the guns at Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman. It's a pity that those little horses are rushing frantically, attacking them by suicide, preventing them from attacking Dongwu and the Bugman. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of bullets poured out, as if the prison had been turned into a terrifying battlefield, and a large number of ordinary insects all died under the ammunition. But the crimson body of the mutant cockroach, as if to reiterate, directly ejected all the bullets, shining brightly. The ants in the ant army were punched with tiny grooves on their bodies, but this weak pain made their eyes even more scarlet, and they chased after them furiously. The giant wasp is flying rapidly in the air, and the bullet can't catch up with its speed at all. The terrifying mutant creatures are rapidly approaching the support staff, getting closer and closer. No, don't come here. Bullets can't stop them. When the mutant cockroach jumped on the first support staff, the other support staff were instantly terrified, and even the cowardly didn't even need a gun and fled directly towards the door. But it's too late. Shh. The ants of the ant army chased after them fiercely, first covering the stubbornly resisting people, and then dragging those who tried to escape back one by one, dragging them into the dark ant colony, like, bottomless the abyss is ordinary. Sound gradually weakened. Click, click. The mutant cockroaches tore all the hot weapons to shreds in 3 or 2 strokes, like a general in the insects, leading all the insects to charge. When you're full, you have the strength to go on the road and kill that kid Xiao Chen. The Bugman showed a vicious expression and murmured excitedly. Although Dr. Dongwu was also brutal in his bones, he frowned when he saw this scene, resisted the mood of ordering the insects to retreat, and watched the insects enjoy this feast. A few minutes later, Dongwu sat on the mutant cockroach. The Bugman rode on the giant wasp and rushed towards the street where Xiao Chen was, followed by the horrific bugs from the Mother Ant Legion. On the way, it could be said that everyone along the way was frightened, and they all fled to the house, shivering, and did not dare to come out. And it didn't take long for them to escape. Riot in prison. It spread in the local area, and even shocked the whole city. Even if this is a parallel world of the United States, and every city is like the United States of Gotham City, this kind of bad prison escape is also unprecedented, directly on the hot search of major TV stations. According to the investigation by reporters and federal agents on the scene, all other prisoners and guards in the prison were killed by insects, and only the 2 mad scientists were left. Urgent notification, urgent notification. These 2 mad scientists are running rampant on the street with a group of terrifying insects, and they are suspected to be heading towards one destination. Attention to all citizens. Attention to all citizens. Please don't go out at will. Keep pesticides or RPG at home. Be prepared to prevent pests. The hosts of major TV stations reported the incident crazily, and the photos of Dr. Hua Wu and the Bugman were instantly posted on the local forum, causing great panic. In the restaurant, after Xiao Chen took the last bite of the delicious fried rice, he rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. Afternoon. Where to play? Today is also a rare holiday, a hero's holiday. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban are sitting on chairs, staring at the super large 4K TV set in the restaurant, watching the variety shows inside, and laughing out loud from time to time. Call out. The picture suddenly changed from variety shows to urgent news, based on investigations by reporters on the scene and federal agents. Several hosts took turns to introduce, first the ID photos of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman, then the prison with no survivors, and finally the photo of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman moving on the street. Every picture. It all looks amazing. Many people in the restaurant closed their mouths. Looking at this scene, they couldn't accept this scene. Some people who were eating even spit it out. They felt that the food was difficult to swallow, and the terrifying mood suddenly spread. Dongwu and that guy, the 2 of them are actually in the same prison. How'd they come out yet? Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of astonishment. It was too late for him to hold the others accountable, to think about why the two stayed together, why there were so many mutant insects. These questions, neither is more important than a question. I have to find their coordinates now and stop them. Such more than 4.5 insects will kill many people, especially children of a few years old. Xiao Chen thought anxiously. Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and Mark. 3. Everyone also stood up and reminded Xiao Chen to drive the old car. Wait, don't go out anymore. It must be very dangerous outside. There is a delay in the TV news in our house. This is the picture from a few minutes ago. It must be very dangerous outside now. Children, don't go out. The Huxia owner of the restaurant hurriedly reminded. What? Is this news from a few minutes ago? A sense of urgency rose in Xiao Chen's heart. Go out sooner. He immediately raised his footsteps and walked towards the door, but a black shadow flashed outside the door in the next second. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chen, are you coming to find us? Are you in such a hurry to come out? The shadow stopped at the gate. It's Dr. Dong Wu, who is loudly provocative with a cold smile on his face. He came. Dr. Dong Wu rode on the mutant cockroach very coolly, with a hot weapon submachine gun in his hand, followed by a terrifying army of ants and insects dragged by a giant wasp. Male. The bugman grinned, with blue veins on his palms, and looked like a green-faced beast. Xiao Chen, thanks to you, I met a like-minded man. I will make you die a little more happy. Everyone run. The farther the better. Xiao Chen reacted in a very short time and tried his best to roar. His roar resounded throughout the restaurant. The people who were stunned at first got up after Xiao Chen's violent drink, and they didn't even care about their own things and hurriedly fled from the back door, including Mark too. Keep Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoban still in place. Crack, crack. The ant army hurriedly came to the gate, nibbled at the gate and the glass quickly, sprayed out pits one after another, and broke into the gate in a few seconds. Transformation, no matter what it is, it must be transformed in 16 minutes. Looking at this group, Xiao Chen resisted the urge to disgust, raised his Omnitrix, and landed his finger on the screen. Taste. Dr. Ping Wu, who was staying on the mutant cockroach in the distance, directly raised the submachine gun in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the flames, several hot bullets directly broke the window and rushed with countless glass scum. Enter the store and fly straight to Xiao Chen's wrist. He had just pressed the Omnitrix screen, and before he had time to take a picture, the hot feeling of the bullets had already spread to his wrist. Hand is about to be knocked off. Xiao Chen, let me help you. Fortunately, Tian Xiaoban and the others didn't eat dry rice. Tian Xiaoban had already prepared the magic. With a finger on both hands, the whole body's magic power blocked the bullet in front of Xiao Chen. Shh. Several submachine gun bullets suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Chen, but they did not stop completely, but approached slowly in slow motion. Quick, let's go. Tian Xiaoban stretched his arms straight. A trace of sweat appeared on his forehead, and said with a little difficulty, Thank you. Xiao Chen thanked him in a low voice, and hurriedly turned to his side to avoid the bullet's attack range. Broken pieces. Tian Xiaoban also immediately released the control. Submachine gun bullets pierced through the table at the cashier counter, leaving 2 caves the size of buckets. Late? This little girl seems to have some magic power. Your family is really not easy. However, without Xiao Chen's ability, you will surely die. Dr. Dong Wu said wildly. In an instant, bang, bang, bang. The ant army smashed open the door and the wall with its body and rushed into the store, including the wasp, who also rushed in aggressively, as well as Dr. Dong Wu's submachine gun. It aimed at Xiao Chen's body again and shot frantically for fear that he would have any chance to transform. With so many bullets, Tian Xiaoban could only slow down a little. Xiao Chen glanced at the Omnitrix pattern. Damn it. How could it be a little surprise soldier? This can't stop bullets. No time to convert. He jumped into the back of the cash register with quick eyes and quick hands, and with the help of the cash register machine, he escaped another round of strafing. At this point, the floor was full of holes made by bullets. It's useless. Guys, rush in and kill these 3 human kids. the bugman whispered. In an instant, a huge group of ants crawled towards Tian Xiaoban in unison. The tables and chairs on the ground were ignored by them and flew to the side, and there were wasps in the sky. Look at so many mutant bugs. Xiaoban was numb all over, his expression was sluggish, and he was so frightened that he didn't move. Ordinary girls may feel scared when they see a cockroach, not to mention seeing so many bugs. They are all mutant bugs. Before fainting, Tian Xiaoban's mental ability was considered strong enough. Xiaoban, hold on. Xiao Chen twisted the Omnitrix pattern. While comforting Tian Xiaoban, he switched to fighting heroes such as the Four-Handed Overlord and the Diamond God of War. Mage aliens are needed to get rid of these damn bugs. Xiao Chen, didn't you say you want to have a good day off? Akiu, leave it to me and Xiaoban today. At this time, Tian Xiaoban, who had already put on his steel suit, flew out from a corner without realizing it, and landed heavily in front of Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban. Looking at the worms, he looked disgusted, but not afraid. Taste. Raise the palm cannon. Boom. A huge golden flame spewed out, covering all the floors in front of him, turning this place into a terrifying prairie fire, and the screams of countless insects resounded instantly. What? Where did this guy come from? The bugman looked at Tian Xiaoban with a look of astonishment on his face. Dr. Dongwu's face was also a little ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he directly speculated. This kid must be that Tian Xiaoban, and his voice is like this death. I haven't seen each other for a while, and the Tian family has superpowers. And the combat ability of this steel battle suit looks very strong. Tian Xiaoban's palm was used upward again, and the heat and flames created by the palm cannon were thrown upwards, burning a large number of wasps into ashes. Even the ceiling and even the roof were melted through, and the warm sunlight directly penetrated into the store for 10 minutes, shining the golden and dazzling steel battle suit. Beautiful, small class. Xiao Chen stood up and had a panoramic view of everything. He couldn't help but raised his palms and patted them, shouting for Tian Xiaoban. His Omnitrix watch has also been reversed to the position of the Flame Man. But, looking at Tian Xiaoban's serious fighting attitude, Xiao Chen thought for a while, but did not press the Omnitrix pattern. You still have to give them some combat experience. Otherwise, if you really encounter some terrifying opponent, without me, Xiaoban and Xiaowen will lose miserably. Xiao Chen thought to himself. For example, Mojas. Having said that, this guy Mojas has been quiet recently, which is very strange. Stupid. I have to admit, you are still somewhat useful. Tian Xiaoban turned around from his fear and looked at the insects in the sea of fire, his face no longer with fear. Duo 2 is not afraid of these bugs, and Xiao Chen is even more fearless. How could she hold back? Competitive spirit is aroused, and even terrifying insects can be defeated. Hey, are you complimenting me or scolding me? I feel like I've been taken advantage of. Tian Xiaoban muttered unhappily. Boom! Sudden. From the sea of fire, several figures like cannonballs popped out, slamming into Tian Xiaoban's steel body, knocking him down. What rushed out of the sea of fire was a few ants whose shells were burnt to the pitch black, but their bodies were still fine, fiercely knocked Tian Xiaoban to the ground. 2 ants held his hands, 2 ants bit his feet with their teeth, and 1 bit his shoulders and squeezed hard in the direction of the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there were still a dozen ants from the ant army that had not been burned to death, staring at Tian Xiaoban with bloodthirsty. Drag him into the fire he made and kill him. The bugman gave the death order without hesitation. Dr. Dongwu said to him again, Wait first, let your ants try not to destroy the reactor core of this steel armor, and it will be useful to us. Okay, bug. The man repeated it to the ants, but the ants still didn't understand the IQ. Finally, the bugman said not to bite the golden glow, and they understood. Let go of me, you disgusting ants. Tian Xiaoban twisted his limbs, but he just kept twisting his body, and his forearms twitched slightly, but he couldn't completely overturn the ants. Every ant, that terrifying body burst out with incomparably terrifying power, like a small house, pressing firmly on Tian Xiaoban's body. The worst thing is that this is still evenly suppressed, so Tian Xiaoban can't work hard, and naturally he can't escape. Watch the ants drag him away little by little. Xiao Chen couldn't help but want to start his transformation. Fire magic pendant. Xiao Wen over there raised her right palm. The fire demon sat shining brightly, and a hot ball of fire emerged from her palm, about twice the size of a basketball. Monument! A fireball instantly blew away the ants that suppressed Tian Xiaoban's right arm. After the ants were blown away, they rolled several times in the sky and fell into the sea of fire, rolling continuously. Although they did not die, they were seriously injured. Thanks, Xiao Wen. Tian Xiaoban let out a low roar, and after his right arm was freed from the restraint, he immediately clenched his right fist, hammered every inch, and smashed all the ants out of his body. After each ant was smashed and flew, it fell on the ground without movement for a long time, and the whole body was knocked down. Good job. It seems that I can rest in peace today. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a glass of unopened Coke from the counter, and watched the game while drinking it comfortably. He actually let him give it? What are you rubbish waiting for? Let's go together. Let's go together. The Bugman frantically gave orders to the bugs, and he also got off the giant moth phone, allowing him to participate in the battle. Taste. The giant wasp raised its poisonous stinger directly and stabbed it towards Tian Xiaoban's head, and many ants also quickly crawled towards Tian Xiaoban. Bumblebee, your opponent is me? Tian Xiaoban didn't eat dry rice. She switched to the floating magic pendant again and hugged the big moth phone to this side, fiercely to confront him. Tian Xiaoban is like a boxer, punching punch after punch, quite skillfully knocking the ants out one by one. His punching movements can be said to be very standard. The ant army was not enough to see in front of him. Boom! However, Dr. Dongwu also let out the mutant cockroach. The huge mutant cockroach directly overtook all the ants, and it rammed the drivers along the way. And it was like the king of insects, hitting Xiaoban fiercely all the time. Not surprisingly, Tian Xiaoban threw his fist this time, and although the mutant zinc stopped to Xiang Xiangqing's body, Xiaoban himself also took a few steps back. This guy's strength is really strong. Tian Xiaoban used his palm with some vigilance and solemnly looked at the mutant cockroach in front of him. Hiss! The mutant cockroach made a deep hoarse sound. Its wings began to flap, and its body took off instantly, hitting Tian Xiaoban's forehead. But its purpose was not to collide, but to quickly stretch out its limbs. And at the moment it passed over Tian Xiaoban's head, it stretched out its limbs and grabbed Tian Xiaoban's shoulders. Tian Xiaoban, who was caught off guard, was caught by the mutant cockroach and thrown outside the Huxiao restaurant like a prey. Research. Tian Xiaoban smashed the glass on one side and fell on the street several meters away. He got up in a few seconds and rubbed his dazed head. Do cockroaches really have such a terrifying combat capability? Hiss! In an instant, the mutant cockroach roared and flew towards Tian Xiaoban, knocking Tian Xiaoban, who got up to the ground again, opened his big mouth, and immediately bit Tian Xiaoban's neck with fangs full of fangs. The picture was once brutal, but Xiao Chen on the other side of the counter disappeared and didn't know where he went. Bite him! The Bugman showed a brutal smile and shouted at the mutant cockroach. What a lunatic! Dr. Dongwu complained in his heart as he looked at his innate violent look. Enough! Tian Xiaoban let out a low growl, and the lightning core in his chest instantly flashed with electric light, extremely dazzling. The strong light directly stimulated the single eye of the mutant cockroach, making its movements a little slower. And Tian Xiaoban's fist turned into a golden afterimage, hitting the chest of the mutant cockroach like a thunderbolt. Boom! The mutant cockroach was blasted out like a football, rolled on the ground for dozens of meters, flattened all the uneven ground along the way, and was directly smashed to pieces. Ho-ho! Look at Tian Xiaoban's punch again. Even in front, around the arm, there are also bursts of electric light. On his face under the steel mask, there was an excited smile. It seems that the lightning core can not only strengthen my speed at once, but also strengthen my attack speed at once. It's really cool. The mutant cockroach was killed by this punch. In the same way, even in the face of Mojas' large robot, this punch can shatter the latter's head. Dr. Dongwu's expression was very calm. His eyes glanced at the belt under him. The energy of the gene variable device was still full. What? The mutant cockroaches have also been killed. The worm man was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The ant army all came out to kill this iron boy and the wasp. You also gave it to me, Xiao Chen does. Don't worry about that little girl, that doesn't matter. Only a dozen or so ants crawled out in response to him, lined up in a line, but there was no giant horse front. You mean I don't matter? I'm sorry, I found the insecticide, which is just enough to restrain your ghosts and bugs. Tian Xiaoban walked out of the restaurant lightly and waved the powerful insecticide inside. The body of the giant wasp was falling behind her. Lucky Mojian, eternal god. The battle is over. Tian Xiaoban also spread out his palms, posing a pair of palm cannons, releasing huge golden energy. That dazzling energy directly engulfed all the ants in front of him. Boom! Under the bombardment of terrifying temperature and energy, more than a dozen ants, without any escape time, disappeared in an instant. When Tian Xiaoban recovered the energy output, there is only a bottomless pit left in place, and the Bugman with his bare hands and Dr. Dongwu. Phew, it's your turn. Do you surrender yourself? Or do you want me to go there in person? Tian Xiaoban raised the cannon in his palm, facing the bodies of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman, while walking towards the two of them. If you have the ability, you will kill us. But the Bugman was particularly not afraid of death. He put on a look that he was not afraid of death. He directly opened his arms and roared like a lunatic. What a lunatic! Tian Xiaoban's expression was a little embarrassed when he saw this. His feet burst into flames instantly, and his body rushed towards the Bugman under the huge driving force. Buzzing. There are also a lot of terrifying flies. The mosquitoes do not know where to get out from and gather on the Bugman's body, gradually making him form a huge Bugman, which is 2 or 3 meters high and looks extremely huge. Boom! Tian Xiaoban flew directly into it, knocked the Bugman to the ground, and fought with him in the most primitive way. You punched me and kicked me. Bugman, falling behind again and again. Tian Xiaoban takes a punch, shakes his body, and can continue to wave his fist. The worm man took a punch, and a large piece of skin tissue made up of worms fell on his body, which continued to bleed, and the punch was not long at all. I'm here to help you. Dr. Dongwu looked at the Bugman, who was at a disadvantage and couldn't sit still. This time, he directly aimed the genetic variable at the figure of the Bugman. He is going to directly gigantic the flies and mosquitoes on the Bugman. 710. A person who is 3 meters tall will become a giant insect giant that is more than 10 meters or even 30 or 40 meters. It is as huge as Ultraman, and no one can match it. Dongwu, do you think I've been watching the show all the time? Behind the car parked next to him, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly rushed out and hit Dr. Dongwu, who was caught off guard heavily. Boom! His figure, which was several heads shorter than Dr. Dongwu, burst out with outrageous power, knocking Dr. Dongwu directly to the ground. Naturally, the energy of the genetic variable also fell on the ground and was bounced out without causing any impact. A pole's collapse. Xiao Chen unhesitatingly threw out a heavy fist and slammed it into Dr. Dongwu's cheek in pursuit of victory. Boom! Dr. Dongwu received a heavy slap on the face, and the body that had just been over was hammered to the ground again, and his vision was a little sluggish. How can this kid's straight punch be so heavy? It can almost be compared with the strength of a normal adult man. The mosquitoes and flies on the Bugman's body were also smashed away, and the whole person swayed and ran after him, obviously losing to Tian Xiaoban. This time, I will hit you directly, without hesitation. Tian Xiaoban clasped through a heavy punch and shouted fiercely, seeing that victory is within easy reach. Flavor. Suddenly, 2 small robots of Mojas flew from the sky, quietly raised the red turret, and aimed at Xiao Chen and others below. Be careful! Tian Xiaoban was directly possessed by the lucky girl and quickly threw himself on Xiao Chen's body, falling to the ground together with him. Tian Xiaoban hurriedly let go of the Bugman, flew towards the small robot, and raised his palm cannon. Boom! The golden laser and the red light collided, producing a violent smoke, which directly covered a large area of the ground, forming bursts in the air, and the golden laser was obviously pressing the red light forward. Mojas didn't care what the outcome was. He shot just to save the two mad scientists. There's a good saying, the enemy of the enemy is his friend. The two small robots barely delayed Tian Xiaoban, and two more small robots flew into the smoke. Under the cover of the smoke, they quietly took away Dong Wu and the Bugman. Boom! At the same time, the two small robots were directly missed by the golden light and turned to ashes in the explosion. Tian Xiaoban threw his fist in the air angrily. If I hadn't activated the lightning core before, which exhausted most of the energy, or this little robot would have been blown up by me. It took so long. The smoke below gradually dissipated. Tian Xiaoban is with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could feel a faint fragrance coming from beside him, which made him feel a little relaxed. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Tian Xiaoban carefully got up from Xiao Chen and asked embarrassedly. She thought that the light would fall on the ground and then rushed over, but it didn't hit the ground, just some smoke. This is embarrassing. It's okay, Xiaoban. Thank you for coming to help me. Xiao Chen didn't care, but thanked Tian Xiaoban seriously. Although I really don't want to interrupt the two of you, but I think it's more important to find Dong Wu and the Bugman first. If you can't find it, you'll be in big trouble. Tian Xiaoban's voice interrupted the strange atmosphere between Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban. Xiao Chen turned around and quickly looked at the blue sky, but the footprints of mad scientists and small robots could not be seen on the clear sky. Tian Xiaoban also flew several times in the sky, but he couldn't find those monsters either. This made him even more puzzled. It's only been a while. Why did the robots of Mojas take those two monster scientists away? Is it so fast? What is certain is that they are probably not here anymore. Xiao Chen smiled wryly and said to Tian Xiaoban, Xiaoban, you better come down quickly and release your transformation. I have a hunch that your transformation time is coming soon. Under his reminder, Tian Xiaoban slowly landed and released his transformation. The light of the thunder light core on his chest was obviously dimmer than before. With a smile on his face, Xiaoban came to Xiao Chen and said boastfully, How? Am I strong enough? Those guys were beaten up by me. And my help. Tian Xiaoban also reminded him to add himself. Well, thanks to you guys this time. Xiao Chen answered the two vaguely, not in the mood to praise them. Mojas captured the words of the Bugman and Dr. Dongwu again. In addition to the previous Kevin, he was also taken away. In other words, there are at least 4 enemies on the opposite side, and a bunch of mechanical monsters. And there are only 3 people on our side, as well as the auxiliary Grandpa Mark. The difference in strength is a bit big. But after thinking about it, did Mojas's robot really bring those 2 people out of the earth? Impossible to fly so fast. Somewhere in a dark, stinky place. It's great. The number of bugs here is incredible. We will definitely be able to kill them back. I see. All the bugs in the city are here. The excited voices of Dr. Dongwu and the Bugman sounded. At that time, of course, he couldn't escape from Earth, or even from Xiao Chen's pursuit, but it was enough to hide in this good place. Dr. Dongwu immediately activated the genetic variable and aimed at the good place with the most bugs. The other side, Xiao Chen and the others just left and returned to the restaurant after meeting with Grandpa Mark. Xiao Chen's ear, a ding sounded very crisp. His expression immediately froze. Shit, check-in reward triggered? Ding. Detect sign-in objects. A large number of mutated cockroaches and mice caused by Dr. Dong Wu's genetic variable. The host chooses to transform into a frozen lizard to complete the check-in. All right, no need for Xiao Chen to think about what happened. The system also told him directly. Caused a large number of mutated cockroaches and mice. The 2 really didn't escape from the Earth, but instead created more mutant creatures, maybe not far away. And the number must be very large, otherwise it is impossible to trigger the system's sign-in task. The only thing Xiao Chen felt fortunate about this quest was that this quest was obviously to strengthen his extremely frozen lizard. Xiao Chen, why is your expression so wrong? Was it hurt by that lunatic Dong Wu just now? Noticing that Xiao Chen's expression was cloudy for a while, Tian Xiaoban asked with concern. No, no. Xiao Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly said to Mark and the others beside him, Dr. Dong Wu and the Bugman are nearby. You continue to hide, Grandpa, and by the way, remind those people not to come out. Let me and Xiaoban and Xiaowen solve it. His words made the other three look stunned. The three looked at the calm street and wiped their eyes several times in a row, but the street was still so calm, and it didn't seem to have changed at all. Xiao Chen, I don't want to doubt you, but there is really nothing on the street. Are you hallucinating? Mark looked at Xiao Chen with more concern, thinking that something had happened to his grandson. No, do you believe in something called a sixth sense? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said forcefully and quickly, after taking that gene-enhancing medicine, I have this ability. It can be used with come-on warning. Now my sixth sense tells me that danger is coming. If the danger is not directed at Xiao Chen and the others, the system will not trigger the sign-in at all. Otherwise, the sign-in will explode every day. Xiao Chen's words were full of flaws. But look at his resolute, decisive look. Mark's expression became serious. He chose trust, and without saying a word, he ran back and stopped other people who wanted to go out. As for Xiao Chen and others, they once again ran into a messy street. The streets were extremely empty, and from time to time, there was a lonely wind blowing, and it looked like nothing had happened. Tian Xiaoban wiped his fire magic pendant with his hand and looked around. They don't seem to be around here. Xiao Chen, should we rest for a while? No, it should be nearby. It's just where we can't see it with the naked eye. Xiao Chen shook his head vigorously and said unwaveringly, etc. The system is saying lots of cockroaches and rats, right? Xiaowen, Xiaoban, where are the most cockroaches and mice in a city? Xiao Chen asked directly to the two next to him, and we can never see it on the street. The place with the most bed bugs is, of course, the Corporal Dao, where there is a lot of fun, Tian Xiaoban said as a matter of course. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, the sewer. His eyes suddenly fell on the far side of the street, a place covered with a manhole cover, and he said without hesitation, Xiaowen, bombard that place with the fire demon. Xiaoban is also ready to transform and activate the palm cannon to smash that manhole cover. Do you suspect that they are in the sewers? Impossible. Anyway, they are two scientists. How could they be so faceless? Tian Xiaoban also said with confidence. Boom! The manhole cover was slammed into the air and flew out for more than 10 meters. When it landed, it made a deafening loud noise. The entire manhole cover was crooked. Xiao Chen's body tensed up instantly, and he yelled at the two people who were stunned beside him, causing them to be woken up. He also pressed the Omnitrix's screen very skillfully and began to rotate rapidly, almost to the pattern of the frozen lizard. Hurry up. Shhhhhhhhh. There. After the manhole cover was knocked off, one after another flew out from the entrance of the sewer, smaller than the mutant cockroaches, but a huge number of mutant cockroaches. I'm afraid there are dozens of them, and hundreds of mutated beetles flew out. Immediately after, boom, boom, the surrounding ground was torn apart by the terrifying creatures underground, breaking out big holes, and then several huge black shadows jumped out of the big holes. Hashtag, a giant mouse with a body length of 3 or 4 meters, a fat body and sharp teeth, its ruby-like scarlet eyes are full of the bloodthirsty of carnivores. Mutated cockroaches swarm, cover the sky. 4 flowers. There were 7 or 8 giant rats, covering the entire street. Oh my god! Looking at the large number of mutant berry towns and mice, Tian Xiaoban knew that his ability was insufficient, and his face was shocked, but he held the floating magic pendant and the lucky magic pendant, and prepared a defensive posture. Although Tian Xiaoban has completed the mechanical transformation, his palm cannon is moving frantically, and he doesn't know which one to hit first. Rather than hitting, he was even more afraid to provoke so many monsters at once and come and bite them. After all, Tian Xiaoban's ability is only equivalent to the initial Flame Man in the original book, and has not yet reached the level of Super Ave. Ha ha ha! Aren't you shocked that there are so many mutant creatures? They are all my masterpieces, but you two little devils can't handle them. 0. The high-spirited Dr. Dong Wu sat on a small robot, then flew out and floated above the mutant mice. The Bugman sat on another small robot. The two of them were not in a hurry, with smiles on their faces, and their eyes fixed on Xiao Chen. The real enemy is not Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban, but Xiao Chen, who has never done anything. Finally found you. Xiao Chen, who had been looking for the frozen lizard, breathed a sigh of relief after finding the frozen lizard pattern. His palms trembled a little, and he pressed the screen excitedly. Call out. A burst of light suddenly jumped out of his body, and he began to transform into an alien hero. That's great. With Xiao Chen's help, I instantly feel relieved. Tian Xiaoban breathed a sigh of relief, and his face regained some confidence. Heat them with the four-handed overlord, or make a barbecue cockroach with a flame man. Tian Xiaoban clenched his fists excitedly and said, Four-handed king? Flame man? The Bugman looked confused. All he knew was that damn little purple man. What was that light called? On the other hand, Dr. Dong Wu frowned slightly after hearing the name of the four-handed overlord. He still remembers the earth-shattering power. However, even a four-handed king can't stand so many monsters. To everyone's surprise, when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was not a tall and burly four-handed overlord or a domineering flame. These two alien heroes with the strongest combat power, but extremely frozen lizards. Billion. This is the frozen lizard that Xiaoban played against in the morning. Tian Xiaoban looked at the frozen lizard and said, Tian Xiaoban's look full of anticipation rubbed off for a while. Isn't it? Xiao Chen, how did you become this guy? He's your new alien hero, so he's just better than me. He was a little puzzled. Why did Xiao Chen not turn into a purple light or a flame man, but chose an extremely frozen lizard? New hero, and only slightly better than that kid. Dr. Dong Wu is indeed a scientist with high IQ. With Tian Xiaoban's words, he analyzed the combat effectiveness of the extremely frozen lizard ahead. If you just talk about combat power and don't talk about ice-making ability, it's not as good as the four-handed king who just appeared. On the other hand, there are countless mutant creatures on Dr. Dong Wu's side, and it is not easy to use the four-handed overlord. Ha! This kid Xiao Chen must be confused, or his 710 watch is not obeying his orders, making him such a ghost he can't help but be weak. Dr. Dong Wu smiled smugly. His watch is quite interesting. The Bugman raised his eyebrows with interest and said a little greedily. Morphus listened to the conversation between the two, but said nothing. It's a zoomy, but it's not stupid. Now is the time when you need to use the two, so just pretend you don't need Omnitrix and see if you can create a lose-lose situation. Anyway, Xiao Chen, when did he awaken a new alien? I don't know how many alien heroes he can transform into. It's really troublesome. In front of the screen of the spaceship, tall and burly, with a figure not inferior to that of a four-handed overlord, Jazz stood proudly on the floor. His developed muscles were full of explosive power, like a heavy city wall standing there. It's full of blood, everything about the outside world. Frozen lizards are clueless. It is absorbing the rewards given by the system. After a second, it just slowly opened its awe-inspiring eyes, looked at the panicked two people beside him, and said in an understatement, Xiaoban, Xiaowan, don't worry, just look at me. Xiao Chen. Before Tian Xiaoban could finish his words, the energy of the lightning core was exhausted, and the steel suit on his body suddenly lifted and returned to its original state. His expression became more embarrassed. Done. He also lost his ability to fight, leaving only the frozen lizard and Tian Xiaoban. And Tian Xiaoban can only protect himself. Xiao Chen, shall we retreat? Tian Xiaoban said as a girl, knowing that the two boys had good face. Are you so unconfident in me? Stand back and let me come. The frozen lizard didn't have any intention of retreating. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban looked at each other with some worry on their faces, but they did not step back and chose to stay and fight side by side with Xiao Chen. It's not that I have no confidence in Xiao Chen, mainly because of the combat effectiveness shown in the morning. I can't say it's not strong. I can only say that it's not that strong. Rats kill them. The Bugman couldn't hold back any longer. He waved his hand and yelled. He wants to let his little guys smash this ignorant Xiao Chen. Shhhhhhhh. A sturdy mutant mouse instantly stretched its limbs and galloped towards the extremely frozen lizard. The difference in size between the two is quite large. So much so, in front of mutant mice. The little frozen lizard is simply vulnerable, like a small ball. But the latter stood very calmly in the same place, opened his mouth, and showed a slight chill, not paying attention to the huge mutant mouse. Seeing that the mutant mouse was about to crush it, the ground beneath the frozen lizard's feet also began to shake violently. Dr. Dongwu showed a look of anticipation, but the Bugman was excited. Only Mojas. He thought that this matter would not be so simple. At least, that kid is not like a megalomaniac, but only when the victory is in hand. Freezing time. Looking at the mutant mouse that came with the money, the frozen lizard could almost feel the stench from the sewer. Immediately opened his mouth wide and spit out a lot of frosty cold air. That cold air was actually incomparably majestic, and it spread far more than before, and the ground that passed by was frozen in an instant, colliding head-on with the mutant mouse. Click! No matter how fast, how ferocious, the mutant mouse is also in front of the frozen lizard, turned into an ice sculpture, shining brightly in the sun. Underfoot is the frosty land, like a frozen road, paving the way for extremely frozen lizards. 7. Another low drink. The cold air of the extremely frozen lizard Chongbari condensed an incomparably sharp ice blade, with a flavor tearing the sky, breaking the ice sculpture of the mutant mouse like a blue flash. In an instant, countless ice crystals flew like a kaleidoscope blooming, and the ice blade fell on the ground not far away, completely shattering the ice sculpture of the mutant mouse. Instant kill. The frozen lizard smiled in satisfaction. The reward is really strong enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Get blue rewards. All the tricks from Kazanakiji from the world of One Piece. The rewards of the system not only allow you to gain skills. If your energy is not enough to perform those destructive tricks, it can directly boost your energy forcibly. For example, it directly strengthens the cold storage of extremely frozen lizards, which is several times or even 10 times that of the previous ones. What? Didn't you say this guy is weak? How did he kill the mutant mouse in 1 second? The Bugman asked in disbelief. Dr. Dongwu was furious and seemed to have reacted. He pointed at Tian Xiaoban. I see. This kid did it on purpose. He knew that the frozen lizard that Xiao Chen transformed into is very powerful, but he deliberately showed his weakness to the enemy and let us send it to him. A general. The scheming is too deep. Tian Xiaoban looked confused. So, I used a very powerful trick? Weird. He looked at the frozen lizard in disbelief. It was only stronger in the morning. Why is it suddenly so strong? As for Mojas, his expression was incomparably calm, and everything was within his expectations. Even the body after recovery is burning with a trace of fighting factor. It really wants to have a battle with this eye-catching human child. It won't be long. Stop talking nonsense. Let the horses come over. The frozen lizard roared and said sternly, You give it all to me. The Bugman didn't release any water this time, and instantly directed all the mutant mice to rush towards the frozen lizard, including some mutant cockroaches. They carry out a terrifying attack on the frozen lizards in the air. For a while, frozen lizards seem to be in crisis. He is calm. In front of absolute power, what is this amount? Bang, bang, bang. Several mutant mice attacked like lightning, and their claws left cracks on the ground, like cars. The extremely frozen lizards couldn't help laughing when they looked at their stupid appearance, and slowly withdrew from the frosty land under their feet. Dr. Dongwu saw something, but it was too late. Monument. The first mutant mouse approached the extremely frozen lizard, but because the ground nearby was frozen, it fell directly to the ground and let out a whimper. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the mutant mice behind them, like a domino effect, slipped one by one on the frosty ground, fell together, and couldn't get up for a long time. The frozen lizard almost laughed. The IQ of these enemies is too low. You idiots, stand up for me, the worm said angrily. Seeing that the mutant mouse couldn't get up for a long time, he could only pin his hopes on a part of the mutant cockroaches in the sky. Cockroach, just use this trick to solve it. The extremely frozen lizard's gaze fell on the mutated cockroach group in the sky, and his eyes suddenly condensed, and the cold air gathered in front of him, condensing an iceberg like a phoenix in a very short time. Taste. 16. The iceberg spreads its wings and flies in the air. It has a beautiful figure, but its eyes are alive and very sharp. When it flaps its wings, it seems like snow is falling, and countless frosts fall. The air you touch is frozen. Buzz! A large number of mutant cockroaches cried out in pain, and when the iceberg collided with them, its body was rapidly melting, but the mutant cockroach was also instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The mutant cockroaches fell down in groups, like hailstones, and they were all frozen to death. Occasionally, the mutant cockroach hail smashed into the mutant mice, causing another scream. Wait until the iceberg has completely melted away. There are not many mutants in the sky. A large part of their bodies were also frozen, and they could only barely fly, completely losing their ability to fight. Now it's your turn again. The extremely frozen lizard's eyes narrowed, his eyes as cold as a knife, fixed on a mutant mouse, and once again used another powerful trick. Frozen time capsule. It opened its mouth, spit out a capsule-shaped ice cube, and flew towards the mutant mice again. Get out of the way, you bastards! Stand up! Dr. Dong Wu shouted anxiously to the mutant mice. Although this trick looks like a big ice cube, but based on his understanding of Xiao Chen, plus the fact that he has suffered several losses in a row, it's also a long memory. There are many advantages and disadvantages as well. In the frozen home field of the frozen lizard, several mutant mice were crowded together, unable to stand up, and knelt down in front of the frozen lizard, like a group of subordinates bowing their heads. Boom! The frozen time capsules fell into their bodies, and they dissipated into countless cold air like frozen bombs and instantly solidified the bodies of several mutant mice. Ice skates. The extremely frozen lizard spit out several ice blades in a row. Bang, bang, bang. The ice knife penetrated and smashed the ice sculptures of several mutant mice until they stabbed into the ground fiercely, reflecting the short, but like a frost godlike figure of the extremely frozen lizard. All annihilated. Frozen lizards are too strong, Tian Xiaoban said in shock. She wants to practice her magic level to this level. The controllable field can explode. The current Xiao Chen is already the ceiling of Xiaowen. How can it be so powerful? Tian Xiaoban was puzzled. He was sure that after the few tricks just now, he would probably feel cool too. I'm afraid it won't last for 3 minutes. In a morning's test, it must be Xiao Chen. You let the water out, otherwise I wouldn't have lost to you for so long, right? Tian Xiaoban suddenly thought of this possibility and asked, more or less. The frozen lizard answered vaguely and passed the matter over. Dr. Dong Wu and the bugman in front did not move, and they did not order the mutant cockroaches to attack. They suspect that how many were sent in the past. If you don't come, I'll go. Compared to answering Tian Xiaoban, the frozen lizard was more willing to face the enemy. Its short body slid rapidly on the frozen ground, and after sliding out a distance, it pulled down a lot of distance with Dong Wu and the others. Let's retreat. It's enough to let these cockroaches block this kid. Dr. Dong Wu took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to the bugman beside him, No, this time I will personally go out and fight with these cockroaches. The bugman's eyes were still flashing with revenge, he said with gnashing teeth, and jumped off the small robot. He spread his arms and gave orders to the pair of mutants. Join me. I'll make up the head. I'll make up the body. I'll make up the limbs. The mutant cockroaches used their pitiful brain capacity to think about how to combine them, and while thinking, they flew to the body of the bugman, condensing a dark yellow bugman, and the size kept multiplying. In this way, all right, I will solve them all at once, so as not to kill them one by one. But the frozen lizard did not stop it, watching the bugman fit with interest. Don't say it. It's interesting. It's just an enhanced version of Moja's large robot. What? The figure of the giant insect is more than 10 meters high. Just standing upright at 710 is already higher than the small robot hanging in the air. This kind of top-down perspective makes him feel very good, especially when looking at the enemy's extremely frozen lizard. It is as small as an ant. If you are a car, then the frozen lizard is a praying mantis, which is self-evident. I've given you enough time to fit in now, hurry up. The frozen lizard said casually, with a rather casual attitude. I'm going to beat you to a puddle and take your watch. Feeling the disrespect of the frozen lizard, the giant insect was furious, raised its big fist like a car, and waved it from above. What a big fist! Xiao Chen, let's stay away for now. We can't handle such a big fist. Xiaoban and Xiaowen looked at the big fist like a building, their bodies numb, and after leaving a sentence, they hurriedly hid behind the house in the distance. Unstoppable. The extremely frozen lizard spit out the word lightly, opened his mouth again, and released a lot of cold air. This time, iced 2 spears. The cold air actually gathered a huge blue spear, as if to penetrate the world, facing the big fist waving from above. That's right. He wants to defeat this giant head-on. Fight for 1 minute to get rid of this giant bedbug. Break through your entire arm. The frozen lizard let out a low voice, and then released the ice cube, 2 thorn spears. Taste. The extremely sharp ice, 2 thorn spears ripped apart the air, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, which shows the terrifying power. On the other hand, the giant insect looked disapprovingly and laughed dismissively. It's just a spear, it's made of cold air. I can smash it with 1 punch. Boom! His fist hit the tip of the ice cube, 2 thorn spear head-on. However, the expected smashing sound did not sound. On the contrary, it was his fist. Why did it stop suddenly? It seems that I can't kill you with 1 move, but I am satisfied that I can abolish one of your arms. The extremely frozen lizard below could see it clearly and sighed regretfully, including the surrounding Dr. Dong Wu, Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and even the gang of Mojas. They all saw it clearly. That dreadful ice cube, 2 thorn spears. In an instant, it turned the entire huge fist into an ice sculpture. Countless bugs froze to death inside. Boom! The ice cube, 2 thorn spears, did not stop, and in the next second, it smashed the ice sculpture fist like a broken bamboo, and penetrated all the way up, flying directly from the shoulder of the giant insect. The moment you fly out, all remaining arm joints. It's all frost. What made the giant insect's expression tremble when he felt an arm lose control and looked at the short, frozen lizard in disbelief. How can the strength gap be so big? This idiot is going to die here. I won't stay and be buried with him. Dr. Dong Wu scolded him in a low voice, and he didn't need to look any further. He also knew what the result was. Boom! He patted the small robot's head and let the latter fly away with him. Take advantage of the chaos and run, and close when you see it. At least the genetic variable is back. Boom! Not long after Dr. Dong Wu ran out, the frost arm of the insect giant also burst, smashing into countless frosts. Then, to the other arm. The extremely frozen lizard slowly jumped up his eyes and looked at the other arm of the giant insect. Just luck, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The bugman, with a frantic look on his face, once again raised his remaining 1 arm and slammed it towards the extremely frozen lizard. This time, the force was so great that the surrounding buildings were shaken by the wind, the glass was shattered, and all fragile objects were directly crushed to pieces. In front of the fist, a drill-like shape gradually condensed, and it was the mutant cockroach that changed the shape of the fist. Do you think this will stop me? The extremely frozen lizard showed a helpless expression, as if sympathizing with the enemy's ignorance and weakness. The terrifying cold air he released once again condensed into a ferocious, terrifying figure. This time, it's a dragon. The frost dragon in the shape of the Oriental dragon. He is several meters long, but he is extremely domineering. Long Hui is extraordinarily domineering, and he is unparalleled in the world just by twisting it. Ice Cube Dragon Wrath. Frozen Lizard said silently in his heart. Boom! Frost Giant Dragon, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, pounced on the attacking drill fist. He opened his mouth, exposed his dragon teeth, and bit the drill bit down directly. After biting it down, it immediately turned into an ice sculpture, and it was bitten into pieces. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The terrifying Frost Giant Dragon was actually entangled around the giant insect. One bite, another bite. Before the bite was a body part composed of a large number of cockroaches, and after the bite, it was full of ice slag. This Ice Cube Dragon Fury is my original trick. Qingxiong's tricks are too few, but he, like Ace, has enhanced my energy strength and allowed me to have a higher endurance. This is the most important thing. On this basis, the frozen lizards can also create their own terrifying tricks. That's a dragon that only appears in movies. Tian Xiaoban was shocked physically and mentally when he watched the dragon appearance. The fighting power of the dragon is also unparalleled. Although the body of the ice dragon is constantly melting and shrinking, it has also left countless wounds on the giant insect. The gigantic giant that was 12 meters before has shrunk to a pitiful size of only a few meters. Now, Bugman is still fighting, but he was half kneeling on the ground with a look of fear on his face. Mentality was shattered. Before meeting Xiao Chen and Dongwu, he thought he was the only superpower plus scientist like him in the world, and he thought he was unbeatable. Dongwu is not bad. At least he is a scientist like him, and Dongwu has no superpower. But this Xiao Chen, his fighting power was so terrifying that he defeated all the bugs he was proud of, or the bugs that were strengthened by Gawu. Bugman shuts himself on the spot. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban also ran over slowly from a distance, and both breathed a sigh of relief. They were also slapped in the face once today. Frozen lizards are also very strong existences. Woo! There was another sound of sirens in the distance, and the police officers were coming quickly. The Bugman was lucky to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he could live as in the daytime and find another chance to escape. But small class, small pattern. The fate of this guy is left to my ice dragon to decide. The frozen lizard opened its mouth again, spit out a large mass of cold air, and once again condensed the terrifying frost dragon. The close-up observation made Xiaoban and Xiaowen hold their breath, and once forgot to answer the question of the frozen lizard. They were shocked by the lifelike ice dragon. What are you doing? No. Looking at the huge ice dragon, the Bugman was extremely frightened, and the ghost cried and howled. Such a brutal worm man who tramples the lives of ordinary people at will when death comes. It's so unbearable. Taste. The frozen lizard didn't show any sympathy and immediately released the Ice Cube Dragon's Wrath, rushing towards the Bugman. He fell into the dragon pig. In fact, the frozen lizard knew that the worm man was sure to die if he hit this trick. The reason why he said that he wanted to hand over the fate of the Bugman to Bing Long was just to tell Xiaoban and Xiaowen to make them feel better. It's not the frozen lizard. Everything is the back of the ice dragon. Xiao does. Yes, it's all about it. Frozen lizards show another side of their decisiveness. He has tolerance for wicked people, provided that you didn't kill anyone, even if it is your subjective urge to harm human life, but it is unsuccessful, and it is a superpower or an existence with special abilities. Directly hit hard. If you dare to kill, I will let you die. It's that simple logic. By the way, what about that fellow Dr. Dongwu? Frozen Lizard remembered something. He has always ignored Dr. Dongwu, or in other words, Dr. Dongwu has been silent. Looking around, Dr. Dongwu is no longer there. Really gone. The siren was getting closer. Frozen Snail knew that the Bugman was sure to die, so he didn't stay and directly took Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaowen into the restaurant and went to meet with Grandpa Mark. When the police officer arrives at the destination, all that was left was ice slag. Insect Man impressively in it. Back in the restaurant, Omnitrix's transformation time has also come to an end. Xiao Chen and the others joined Mark in the back kitchen of the restaurant, and the others basically ran away, leaving Mark alone waiting here. Grandpa, something bad happened. Abandoned Jazz rescued that guy, Dr. Dongwu. Xiao Chen looked at Mark and said with a sigh. He felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. What? Is that Dr. Dongwu who can make animals mutate and make them huge? Mark was stunned and asked in surprise. It's him. Xiao Chen nodded. Originally, Mojas is enough to be difficult to deal with. But this time there is another Dr. Dongwu, and Kevin is also with him. We have to face a lot of opponents to hunt. The most troublesome thing is not this. Mark's expression was very solemn, and he said earnestly, Mojas's movements are suddenly so frequent. I'm afraid. He wants to come out to deal with us in person. Go out in person? Xiao Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Mojas's personal strength is different from these people on Earth. It is equivalent to the level of the ultimate big boss. If this is the case, then they have to be careful in the days to come. I'm not sure, but the 710 suddenly changed its behavior, as if it was paving the way for something. In short, we have to be careful these days. Mark urged again and again. Tian Xiaoban looked curious and muttered, I don't know what this Mojas looks like. Since it is a cosmic bully, it should be dozens of meters high, right? He thought about it all over the place. The police officers outside quickly blocked the area. In order to avoid disputes, Xiao Chen, Mark, and others secretly left the back door of the restaurant and returned to the old car to discuss countermeasures. The unanimous opinion of all is, in the past few days, people try not to be separated. Even if they are separated, they cannot be separated by more than 10 meters. At least when they're taken away, the people next to them can rush over and pull them. In heaven, Dr. Dongwu sat on the body of the small robot and kept floating upwards. The originally blue and jade-like sky gradually became deeper and brighter, as if he was in a starry sky. His breathing gradually became difficult, and he was often out of breath. I said, where are you taking me? I'm out of breath. Although Mojas sent a robot to save him, he didn't know who Mojas was, how he caused these robots, and where he was. He thought it was some crazy mechanical scientist who also had a feud with Xiao Chen. I'm in outer space now. I'll let the robot hold you to outer space. Mojath's low voice came from the small robot. Dr. Dongwu's expression circled, barely keeping his composure, and shouting with all his strength, Friend, we humans on Earth can't breathe in outer space. No, I'm going to suffocate to death. Cough, cough. His face turned red, and he couldn't breathe, apparently because of lack of oxygen. This F***CK. He did not die in the hands of Xiao Chen, but in the hands of Mojas. Sink, sink. Seeing this scene, Mojas repeated several times and gave instructions to the small robots, asking them to float down. This is a talent. Can't let him die here. After sinking for dozens of meters, Dr. Jiao Wu's complexion improved a lot, and he looked scared. The feeling of hypoxia that was on the verge of death, he didn't want to experience it again. Speak. This kid, Xiao Chen, has made many enemies, all in outer space. Wait, I'll send another small robot to send you an oxygen mask. Mojath's voice sounded again. A few minutes later, a rapidly falling small robot came to Dr. Dongwu with an oxygen mask and asked him to put on the oxygen mask. This time, Dr. Dongwu is free to ascend. He flew out of the atmosphere. I stare at the boundless universe, the sun like a huge fireball, countless stars, and even space junk. Shocking. Bgf, this is a shock from the heart. Only then will he feel a sense of insignificance as a human being. And not far from Earth, there is also a huge spaceship that can only be seen in sci-fi movies. Shocked that Dr. Dongwu's hippie glasses fell off. Xiao Chen, is this someone who has provoked a galaxy battleship? Dr. Dongwu flew all the way to the bottom of the huge spaceship, and through the entrance at the bottom, came to the interior of the spaceship. The hall is incomparably wide and scattered, and there are humanoid robots everywhere, working and maintaining the flight of the spacecraft, with a clear division of labor. It's like a future world. Don't stop. Send it directly to the hall on my side. Mojath continued to order the small robot. This spaceship has more than one hall. The hall on the Moja's side has many advanced equipment, such as a console for giving instructions to robots, and a robot viewing screen, and it is also the closest hall to the Earth. Another moment passed. Dr. Dongwu flew a long distance before arriving at the lobby area where Mojas was. I don't know how many rooms and space technology one saw, and the whole person was stunned when he was put down by a small robot and saw the giant Mojas in the sky with his own eyes. Dr. Dongwu's body even fought a cold war. Mojath's scarlet eyes looked at Dr. Chi Wu. The heart seemed to be about to explode, beating wildly, like a terrifying demon standing in front of me. Dr. Dongwu, I'm about to faint. Just slumped to the ground. The first time we met, my name is Abandoned Jazz. Mojas made a very low voice. Even if it was a suppressed voice, it was full of endless murderous aura. Dr. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu said tremblingly. Mojas slowly stepped up and came at Dr. Dongwu. When he got there, his body was even more majestic. Dr. Dongwu was like a little bean. I have a lot of time. You can ask the questions you want to ask. This way, it will be beneficial to our future cooperation. Contrary to his ferocious appearance, Abandoned Jazz is very sophisticated and straightforward. Okay, let me ask one by one. Dr. Dongwu reluctantly stood up from the ground. His legs were still shaking, and he forcibly asked questions calmly. After a while, only then did Dr. Dongwu understand what happened between Mojas and Xiao Chen, and what happened to the watch. After he learned all the relevant information, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, feeling a little gloating for Xiao Chen. This kid can't even dream. Mojas is back, and ready to shoot at him. Even Xiao Chen, when he encounters Mojas, will definitely not end well. So, cooperation? Mojas asked with murderous intent after answering all the questions, breaking Dr. Gawu's state of thinking. So, cooperation? When he said this, Mojas had a murderous look on his face, and the robot behind him seemed to turn his attention and stay on Dr. Dongwu. Dr. Dongwu's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he forced a smile, when of course, Mr. Jazz, let's work together to kill that kid Xiao Chen. Dr. Dongwu, you shouldn't have any ideas about Omnitrix, right? Mojas put on an intriguing expression and slowly asked Dr. Dongwu. No idea at all. Dr. Dongwu hurriedly shook his palm, strongly denying that he wanted to occupy the Omnitrix. Even if he had it before, he would not dare to have it now. Omnitrix, it's mine. Of course, the planet Earth is given to you. Mojas is like a high-ranking king, and before the battle begins, he divides the spoils. At that time, everything on this planet will belong to you. Really? Dr. Dongwu hesitated for a moment, then asked excitedly with a look of ecstasy. Yes, to you. Mojas nodded slowly. With a big stick and a peach in his hand, he first beat Dr. Ping Wu's mentality that he wanted to take the Omnitrix as his own, and then expressed his willingness to give up the Earth to Dr. Dongwu. As for whether you will keep your promise after getting Omnitrix. The Earth must be handed over to Dr. Dongwu. Wouldn't it be justifiable to snatch back the Earth and kill Dr. Dongwu after his Mojas put on the Omnitrix? Dr. Dongwu could see Mojas's thoughts, but he could only helplessly pretend to be confused and stunned. Can't beat this at all. It's better to pretend to be confused and live longer. Rolling his eyes, Dr. Dongwu focused his attention on Xiao Chen, who was in trouble in his heart, and asked with some resentment, Mojas, Lord Mojas, when are we going to start attacking Xiao Chen? How is it now? Not urgent. Mojas flexed his muscles exploded, and he looked extremely domineering. I will not be long after I recover, and I still need to get used to my current body, and I will let the Tian family and the surnamed Xiao be afraid for a few days. It's their turn to die. In the words, there was a strong killing intent, but Mojas's rationality prevailed, and he slowly walked to the training hall and went to practice with Dr. Dongwu. Method of practice. In the training hall. Yes, it's a four-handed bully. There is also an alien covered in fire. A diamond crystal man? Is this a dinosaur man? Dr. Dongwu looked at the group of shivering aliens in the training hall. Stunned. These aliens are actually of the same race as Xiao Chen Omnitrix's alien genes. My training method is very simple. You use the genetic variable, strengthen this group of vulnerable waste, and I will deal with them until I get used to the way these guys attack. Mojas roared in a low voice. This, absolutely the craziest devil training ever. In the next few days, its strength will be improved by leaps and bounds, and it will be able to exercise a target against all the alien heroes of Xiao Chen. The ultimate body. Okay, I'll activate the genetic variable device. Dr. Dong nodded slowly, and also cooperated with Mojas to carry out this terrible devil training. On the Earth, Xiao Chen and the others returned to the old car and headed towards the new city according to the original plan. First day, it was calm and nothing happened. Everyone also relaxed a lot, and there was no fear in their imagination. In the end, it was Xiao Chen's previous battle performance. It was so amazing that he had never lost a battle, so much so that everyone let their guard down. In their minds, Xiao Chen is an undefeated myth, and that far out of reach Mojas, it is more like some nameless. Only Mark and Xiao Chen remained vigilant. On the second day, the travel plan was as usual, and I had a great time on this day. Not only did I not encounter Guanjiz's mechanical army, or Mojas personally appeared, but even the kind of lunatic, mad scientist, evil man with superpowers. Alien didn't come across a single one. It was so safe that Xiao Chen felt terrified. Everyone else relaxed. Only he was a little uneasy. Morpheus, why haven't you acted on me? I remember that according to the time of the original book, Mojas also covered up and recovered his body at this time. Xiao Chen thought complicatedly. Asked for flowers. He didn't know yet that Morjith was doing a special training for his alien hero. The plot has long since been rewritten. Xiao Chen, who showed amazing fighting power, made Mojas vigilant and prepared in advance. You must know that Mojas is a monster like Frisia, who basically only relies on physical talent and combat to break through, without serious training. Once trained, the results are great. Xiao Chen, come and experience this haunted house. I heard that there are zombies in it. In the distance, Tian Xiaoban's shout interrupted Xiao Chen's thinking. The absent-minded Xiao Chen raised his head and responded perfunctorily. It was Tian Xiaoban and the others who entered the haunted house in the playground to experience the haunted house project. 0. That's all. Xiao Chen and the others enjoyed the long-lost peace. After playing for 2 or 3 days in a row, they were all calm and safe. Even Xiao Chen's own point of view was shaken a little, and he began to enjoy the summer vacation with Xiaoban and the others. Of course, the 3 of them still have necessary training time every day, and this has not been forgotten. Until early morning a few days later. Xiao Chen, who was in the old car, got up first, washed, had breakfast, and exercised regularly. Then, bored, he turned on the TV in front of him and watched the entertainment program. While watching, he also yawned. I really didn't expect that Gotham City would have such a peaceful day. It's good. It saves me from fighting every day. Now, for an urgent news. Sudden. The TV station directly, forcibly changed the channel and turned into a reporter in professional attire, standing in front of a burning bank, reporting the scene. Just a few minutes ago, a group of robbers armed with high-tech weapons robbed the bank. The money transporter drove to the expressway and asked people on the expressway to avoid it. The police have already come to the rescue. See this scene. Xiao Chen actually had the urge to be moved. Oh shit, the world is finally back to normal. This is Gotham City. This kind of occasion. How can I be an alien hero without me? Xiao Chen was so energetic for the first time. With vigor, he stepped on the door of the old car with his feet full of energy and walked out domineering. After Xiao Chen left the old broken car. Because I was so excited, I even forgot to close the door. The sun's rays penetrated into the interior of the old car, causing Tian Xiaoban, Tian Xiaoban, and others who were still in their sleep to wake up. They rubbed their eyes and heard the news broadcast on TV. Tian Xiaoban reacted directly and hurriedly got up from the bed with a sense of duty on his face. It's time for a hero to attack. Grandpa Xiaowen, I'll go first. Don't worry, Xiaoban. You haven't had breakfast yet. Wait. Mark walked to the door of the old broken car and reluctantly persuaded Tian Xiaoban, who was eager to be a hero, to let him and Xiaowen wash up first and then eat breakfast. While he was quickly preparing toast, The host on the TV switched the screen again, and it seemed to be switched to a helicopter screen, taking aerial photos of the money-transporting vehicles robbed by the robbers. It's very strange. Why do robbers keep gold bars in the car in exchange for the speed of the car? Don't they just want to stage a robbery game for money? In the cash transporter driving on the highway, in addition to 2 people in the cab, there are also people in the back warehouse. Open the rear door and keep throwing away the gold inside. The people on the helicopter were full of doubts. What does this mean when they robbed the bank and made headlines, but threw away the gold bars they had worked so hard to grab? Are these people stupid? Tian Xiaoban looked at the robbers and the TV screen and smiled. It seems that Xiao Chen doesn't need to take action. I bet these people can't escape this highway. No, Xiaoban, they have high-tech on them that ordinary people can't handle. Look, Tian Xiaoban came to the TV and put his hand directly on a robber. It was the robber sitting in the passenger seat. He seemed to be the cover of fire throughout the whole process. From time to time, he would pop out the car window. He was holding a red and yellow laser gun, and one shot could blow up the road behind. A red laser could destroy all pursuers. The power is terrifying. Their weapons are familiar and soft. The red and yellow color reminds me of Mojas' robot, which is also the same color scheme. Tian Xiaoban looked at the color and said with a whim, "Wow, great genius. Can you connect this? Wait, these guys don't want gold bars, and they don't shoot down helicopters in the sky. Did they deliberately let us see the TV screen?" Tian Xiaoban habitually teased Tian Xiaoban, but as she spoke, she sensed something was wrong. Boom! Ahead, Mark sat directly in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel in his hand, with a particularly solemn expression. Xiaoban, sit tight. I want to escort you to the scene. I'm afraid this matter is not easy. High-tech weapons, the same energy output as Mojas' small robots, and they also deliberately swaggered through the market, as if they wanted to see them. There is work, absolutely work. Call out. The old broken car starts at full speed and rushes towards the highway. Even the sports car on the side of the road can't catch up. Only the exhaust gas caused by the old broken car can be seen. SHHHHHHH. Not long after Xiao Chen ran out, he took a photo of the Omnitrix button and transformed into a flashing star, flying through the streets like blue lightning. The highway soon appeared before his eyes. Zoomed in. Monument. A second and a half later, the flash star directly broke through the level set by the highway and rushed into the highway. The railing that blocked the car was directly knocked out by a fracture. The staff next to him was stunned. What happened just now? Taste. Flash Star casually used his claws to throw away the broken gravel in front of him. On the highway, he could quickly chase without reservation. Gradually, a small black spot appeared in front of his view. The distance between the little black spot and him rapidly narrowed, and almost in the blink of an eye, it became the shadow of a car. Coming. The robber leaning out the window. When he saw the faint blue flash behind the car, his heart tightened, and the words he said were extraordinarily strange. Immediately after, the other robbers seemed to be ready to deal with it long ago. The 2 behind held their laser guns and aimed at the rear. The robbers sticking out of the window even held several red round bombs. The robber in the driver's seat seemed to communicate something by radio. Flavor. 2 red rays of light spewed out in an instant, heading toward the position of the flashing star. When he was close to the light, his extremely resilient body bent suddenly, made a difficult movement, and handsomely dodged 2 lights with a drifting tail. Broken pieces. The sound of bombing sounded from behind him, and the smoke seemed to be the embellishment of his back. Damn, it's useless. The 2 robbers in the back gritted their teeth and stomped their feet and said with some annoyance, "Let me do it." The robber in the second driver's seat had a fierce look in his eyes and threw the red bomb in his hand directly. The round bomb was like a ping-pong ball, forming a circular arc in the air. It's useless. The flashing star mask was lifted, and his eyes were fixed, looking at a few bombs thrown over, and activated his dynamic vision. In an instant, the speed of several bombs has slowed down countless times, and even the flight trajectory can be seen clearly. Whoa, The tail of the flashing star follows that position, and with a single tap, a few bombs are slapped out and exploded in the sky, and in the eyes of several robbers. When the terrifying blue shadow was about to be hit by the bomb, a whip-like thing suddenly erupted from its body, blasting the bomb into the sky. The speed is horrible. Damn it. Is he here? The robber in the second driver's seat gritted his teeth and scolded. Damn. I knew I wouldn't take this order. No, it's all right, he's gone. The blue shadow is gone. The two robbers in the back of the car made suspicious noises, and all of them put on a strange look. Heard. The two robbers in the cab looked at the rearview mirror together, and indeed did not see the blue shadow in the rearview mirror. Why did you leave? Strange. The robber in the driver's seat withdrew his gaze and looked at the road ahead. Sudden, his eyes were fixed. A blue, slender figure, standing dozens of meters away, is waving at them. That blue shadow had already overtaken, and it was still in front of them. 4 flash stars. This speed competition is just like adults and children playing a game. Even if it is unlimited, you can easily win the game. For 0.5, the robber was obviously frightened and slammed on the brakes. The entire cash transporter was constantly spinning on the road, out of control due to inertia. Several robbers were also used to fly out of the car, fell to a place more than 10 meters away, and let out a wailing sound. It's over without me doing anything. The flashing stars silently looked at the 4 robbers who were thrown away. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes fell on the laser gun scattered on the side. However, the shape of this laser gun, why do I feel déjà vu? There is also the kind of energy output, which seems to have been seen somewhere. The cyborg robot, Flash Star's heart beat heavily, and suddenly he felt a huge sense of crisis. He felt like he had fallen into a pit. Bang! Next moment, a meteorite-like shadow broke through the atmosphere, made a deafening sound, and fell towards the direction of the flashing star.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.